Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 8 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. As always, the playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 281, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the future Hokage, said Naruto with a determined expression. Oh, the future Hokage, huh? Bully 1. Come on, what are you, stupid? Bully 2. I'll show you guys, Naruto said as he printed the hand seal for the clone technique. How did he even know the hand seals for the clone jutsu at this point in time is a mystery even for translator Kuin. Poof! Poof! With 2 consecutive poofs of white smoke, 2 more Uzumaki Naruto appeared. Come at me, bring it! Clone 1 said. Datebao, Clone 2 said. But looking at the 2 clones, the 3 bullies were not only not intimidated but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha! Even Naruto's eyes turned into saucers and he seemed to be a bit embarrassed. This is because the 2 Uzumaki Naruto clones that appeared were too small, not even reaching the height of Naruto's shoes. While Naruto's eyes returned back to his usual self as he started looking up. One of the bullies had already rushed towards Naruto and punched him in the nose. Bang! Blood gushed out of Naruto's nose, knocking him out unconscious on the snow. Ha ha ha, I took him down with 1 punch, future Hokage, right? You think you are so cool wearing this ugly red scarf? Taunted the leader of the 3 bullies as he took off the red scarf Naruto was wearing and started destroying it. While the 3 bullies were ridiculing Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, Shursui, who was watching this scene, was at a loss at what to do, especially at the mention of Demon Fox. Frowning at the scene, Shursui looked at Kuroto. Kuroto just said, "Don't worry." Shursui said, But before Shursui could continue, Kuroto smiled and stopped midway, "Keep watching." At this time, the timid Hinata mustered up some courage and ran towards Naruto. She squatted next to Naruto, wiped off the snow from Naruto's clothes, and asked, "Ano, are you okay?" Naruto just shook his head and didn't say anything more. The 3 bullies continued teasing, Byakugan monster, Demon Fox, ha ha ha. Suddenly another child walked over, his hands in the pocket of his jacket giving off a casual and indifferent vibe. Looking at the scene that was happening before him, he said, "Hey, you 3, do you only bully weaklings and girls?" The 3 bullies suddenly stopped laughing and eyed the 3rd child. Looking at the kid who had his hands inside his jacket, he wore a black turtleneck t-shirt, black pants, black jacket over it with the iconic red and white fan-shaped symbol printed on his clothes. And his face had a bored-up look. The 3 bullies asked, "And who are you?" "Uchiha Sasuke," reported the kid with a slightly colder tone. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who buried his head in the snow, then turned towards Hinata, who was squatting next to Naruto. Sasuke frowned when he noticed her eyes. Sasuke then said to the 3 bullies, "I am different from those 2, I am an Uchiha." The leader of the bullies threw away the red scarf and said, "What Uchiha? We are 3 and you are just 1. The children are obviously ignorantly right. They don't have any deep understanding of how a fight between shinobi works, nor do they have any deep understanding of any great shinobi village. For this reason, they dared to speak so rudely to Uchiha Sasuke and bullied Hyuga Hinata." Sasuke snorted, he stepped forward and grabbed the leader of the bullies by the collar, and at the same time tripped one of the other 2 who rushed towards Sasuke. Then Sasuke used his other hand to catch the incoming fist of the 3rd bully, and said with a grin, "I will make you remember this. I am different from you lot, I am an Uchiha." The bullies were suddenly shocked and gulped in nervousness. Sasuke obviously did not go easy on them and started to beat the hell out of the 3. A few seconds later, Sasuke cleaned the non-existent dust from his hands, and said, "I am sure you guys will remember what I said, now scram." "Why yes. Yes." The 3 bullies repeatedly nodded one after another and ran away immediately. Shursui smiled seeing the 3 bullies running away after being taught a lesson by Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke with his hands again in his pocket approached Hyuga Hinata. Coming closer to Hinata, Sasuke questioned, "You are from the Hyuga clan, right?" The dazed Hinata weakly nodded, "Ah yes, thank you very much for your help." Naruto, who also sat up, turned his head to the side and whispered, "Thank you." "Thank you?" Sasuke muttered as his lips curled, "Heh, both of you couldn't even solve just 3 guys, aren't you shameful?" "I heard that Hyuga clan is also in the same league as the Uchiha clan, but you are so weak?" Hinata was taken aback by Sasuke's words. She suddenly lowered her head and instinctively replied, I am sorry." Sasuke shook his head without any care. "It seems that rumors are true. The Hyuga clan is indeed declining, unlike the Uchiha clan." Leading this sentence, Sasuke turned around and started walking away without even as much as a glance at Naruto from beginning to end. On Kuroto's side, Shisui said with a bitter face, "This Sasuke." Kuroto shook his head with a smile. "He is only a kid, don't worry too much about it." Shisui sighed. Not because of what Sasuke said, but because of why Sasuke said so. Children tend to repeat what they hear, and this is no strange with the children of the major shinobi clans. So, the fact that Sasuke said so, implies that he has been hearing such rumors from somewhere. And that somewhere is obviously the Uchiha clan. Kuroto also understands the recent atmosphere of the Uchiha clan. The senior members of the clan are aware of the troubles that the clan is facing, and they understand that a little carelessness might also lead to the doom of the clan. The relationship between the clan and village has started to improve because of the pressure from Akatsuki. But this does not mean that the two sides are willing to trust each other. So, the relationship is at a junction where even small mistakes can turn back the situation. And that's the point. Most of the Uchiha who are not senior members are not aware of these things too deeply. All they understand is that the Uchiha clan is the strongest currently. There is Uchiha Shinichi outside, Uchiha Shisui inside, and Homasubi part of the Akatsuki. All 3 are Uchiha who have awakened the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan and are thus invincible. Even if Shinichi has defected from the village, even if Homasubi is the enemy of the village and clan, he is after all an Uchiha. As such, he represents the might that an Uchiha can have. Kuroto asked, "Are your clan members still gathering at the Naka shrine to discuss the matter of Ku?" Shisui shook his head. "No, the continuous disappearance of Hideki, Ryota, and Hiragi has put Patriarch on an edge. He has been unable to establish any contact with Shinichi, and with Homasubi being a threat, Patriarch can't put his attention on the Ku anymore, so there are no more discussions of Ku." Kuroto nodded, "Right. Even the village would not dare to eliminate the Uchiha clan in such a situation. The threat posed by Akatsuki and Akatsuki is too much and has put the advisory elder on edge. So long as we keep up the pressure, a solution will present itself before us. Moreover, I am sure that there will be another major event in the village very soon." Hirako, who has only recently completed the Kekkai Jinkai absorption ritual, will obviously not able to bear remaining silent. Even in the original story, Hirako, who had not even completed the ritual, dared to declare war on the 5 great villages at the same time. This action alone shows that he is unwilling to remain on the sidelines for too long. Now that his strength has reached off the charts, he would obviously not remain silent. And Hirako's first target will obviously be Konoha. Shisui obviously understood what Kuroto was saying. "Kuroto-san, do you mean Hirako?" Chapter 282, recalling the previous fight that he had with Hirako, Kuroto can't help but speak. Without a doubt, Hirako will not leave Konoha out of trouble for too long, now that he has completed his Kekkai Jinkai absorption ritual. Hirako hopes to destroy the order of the entire shinobi world, so it's obvious that he will start with the strongest shinobi village. Even if Obito can manage to hold back Hirako for a while, Hirako won't be restrained for too long, and in that case, Obito will obviously make sure that Hirako's first target is Konoha. This is not very difficult to guess. When Shisui heard this, he was a bit worried, because if what Kuroto said is true, then anyone other than him won't be able to defeat Hirako within current Konoha, and Kuroto can't afford to reveal his strength in front of the whole village, as that would give away his other identity of Yama. A few hours passed by shortly. The snow-covered Konoha, bathed in the cold moonlight, looked more and more dreamlike. The white snow reflected the moonlight, giving the snow an unreal glow, making the night much brighter than usual. At this time, Kuroto stood in one of the many streets. With his hands in the pocket of his short kimono, he was leaning against the wall of the entrance of this particular alley. After a while of waiting, Uzumaki Naruto walked into the alley with a downcast look. The whole person was a little absent. He didn't even bother dusting of the snow that gathered over his head and clothes. With the arrival of Naruto, Kuroto raised his hands and said, "Yo!" Hearing the sudden sound, Naruto raised his head to look at the person who spoke, then lowered back his head with a saddened expression, and continued walking away. Kuroto, whose hand was still raised, felt a little awkward. No one had ever bothered to actively greet Naruto, so Naruto subconsciously thought that this person wasn't talking to him but speaking to someone else. As such, Naruto ignored him. Seeing Naruto walking away while ignoring him, Kuroto sighed, "This kid." Shaking his head helplessly, Kuroto ran forward and shouted, "Hey kid, stop, I am talking to you." Naruto's ears perked up. He turned his head to look at the person, then glanced around himself. When he noticed that there was no one else on the street other than him and this person, Naruto pointed at himself and asked in a confused manner, "Ano, Oniai-san, were you talking to me just now?" Kuroto nodded. "Who else do you see here besides the two of us?" Naruto noticed Kuroto's eyes, and suddenly remembered that they were very similar to the ones that the girl had. Realizing, Naruto said, "Nini Oniai-san, your eyes are exactly the same as the eyes of that girl I met today." Kuroto nodded and patiently explained, "You are right, these eyes are called Byakugan, and Byakugan is a Kekkai Jinkai of the Hyuga clan. Every one of the Hyuga clan has similar eyes like mine." Naruto tilted his head and muttered, "Byakugan? Kekkai Jinkai? Ano, what's a Kekkai Jinkai?" Kuroto shook his head. "You will learn that in the future. Anyway, I am here for another purpose." Naruto was confused and asked, "Another purpose?" Kuroto nodded and spoke, "Well, that girl you helped today is sort of like a distant sister to me, and since you helped her out, I appreciate what you did for her, and am therefore here to say thank you. To repay the favor, I decided to treat you to some food. How about it? Would you like to eat some ramen?" Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled, his whole demeanor changed instantly, and he became extremely excited. What? Oniai-san, are you really going to treat me to ramen? Datebao! Kuroto nodded, then patted Naruto's head, and spoke with a smile, "MHM, come on, I'll treat you to some ramen." After doing so, he started walking towards the direction of Ichiraku ramen shop. When Kuroto's hand approached Naruto's head, Naruto instinctively clutched his eyes, but when he felt the sensation on his head, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. And when that sensation went away, Naruto turned to look at the back of the Oniai-san, touched his head for a moment, then excitedly followed the person. When the two arrived at the Ichiraku ramen, they noticed that the shop was empty, with only the owner of the Ichiraku ramen, Tuchi-san, was leisurely sitting at the counter. Seeing the two customers walk in, Tuchi got up, but noticing the identity of the two people, Tuchi raised an eyebrow. Kuroto spoke, "How are you, Tuchi-san? It's been a while since I have come to eat ramen." Tuchi nodded with an amiable smile. "Indeed it has been. How have you been, Kuroto?" "Well, come on in, we can have the pleasantries later. First let's get you something to eat. And I also see that you have brought someone along with you." Kuroto nodded. "Well, Uzumaki Naruto-kun did a good thing today, so I decided that he must be rewarded for helping out the girl who was being bullied, and I figured that ramen would be the best way, so here we are." Tuchi was surprised and not so at the same time. After all, he knows whose son Naruto is, and he couldn't agree more with Kuroto's words. Certainly, a good deed must always be rewarded, so Naruto, tell me, what would you like to eat?" Naruto observed the Hyuga Oniai-san's discussion with Tuchi, and when Tuchi asked Naruto what he would like to eat, Naruto glanced at the menu with a tangled expression. After hesitating a little, Naruto turned towards Kuroto and asked, "Oniai-san, can I order anything?" Kuroto folded his arms over his chest in a deep thinking posture. Naruto was a bit nervous. Finally, Kuroto nodded with a grin. "All right, You can order whatever you want, but there is a condition. Naruto hurriedly questioned, What condition? Kuroto said, the condition is that you must finish all the things that you order. Naruto hurriedly nodded, and cheered, Yahoo! In that case, 1 pork cutlet, chicken cutlet, fish cutlet, and... Immediately Naruto ordered a series of bowls of ramen. And soon enough, Tsuchi-san presented several bowls of ramen for Naruto. Looking at the 5 bowls of ramen, each one larger than Naruto's head, Kuroto can't help but shake his head slightly. After presenting Naruto's order, Tsuchi-san turned towards Kuroto and asked, And what for you, Kuroto? Kuroto just shook his head, Nothing for me, Tsuchi-san. My fiancé should have cooked a meal at home, so it's best that I don't eat outside. Tsuchi nodded in understanding and got busy with some other things. With that out of the way, Kuroto watched Naruto happily eat up the different bowls of ramen, and even he was dumbfounded at the speed he was eating at. He really is her child, through and through. Although Kuroto didn't have much of an interaction with Uzumaki Kushina, however, because he knew her identity, Kuroto still saw her many times, most of the time at Ichiraku Ramen. The reason why Kuroto never tried to have any interaction with Uzumaki Kushina, because Kuroto didn't want to attach himself to her. If there is friendship, then there would be an attachment, and then guilt. The reason for such behavior was not something foolish like preserving the timeline or anything, but it was for his own safety. Kuroto had no confidence in being able to help out the Yondan couple. As such, it was better to stay away from both of them so that he at least doesn't feel guilty about their death. But now Kuroto has confidence. And because Naruto has been unfairly treated by the villagers, Kuroto obviously wants to use this opportunity to win over Naruto. For Naruto, who is still a kid, rejected and shunned by the whole village, and not even understanding the reason why he is going through this, the whole village obviously hates him. And if someone were to appear at this time, and he doesn't hate Naruto, only gives a little bit of care and love, he would be able to gain unparalleled importance in Naruto's heart. Yumino Iruka is a clear example of this. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, who didn't hesitate to turn his face on the whole village, he didn't even hesitate to turn against Hitaki Kakashi, the person who taught him without any reservation. Naruto is the kind of person who will always remember you in his heart. As such, it wouldn't be wrong to say that if feelings are an investment, then Naruto at the moment is a potential stock with the cheapest investment requirement and the best future returns. And Kuroto, who understands this, would obviously not hesitate to invest in such prospective stock. While Kuroto was considering all these things, Naruto had already finished eating. Burp! A loud burp escaped Naruto's, breaking Kuroto out of his thoughts. Seeing the empty bowls, Kuroto was surprised. Finished already? Naruto nodded happily. Thank you so much for the hospitality. Then Naruto suddenly laughed, a bit embarrassed, and spoke, Oniai-san, actually, you see, the one who saved your sister today was not me, but someone named Uchiha Sasuke, so. Kuroto thought, this kid didn't speak so before eating the ramen. And asked curiously, oh? Then that Uchiha Sasuke should very strong, right? Naruto nodded quickly while dangling his legs. Yeah, he is very strong. I have never seen someone so strong. He was able to single-handedly knock down all the 3 bullies. Very strong, Datebeo. Kuroto's lips arched in a smirk, and he deliberately spoke, oh, it turned out that the benefactor of my sister is this Uchiha Sasuke, then I must thank him. Hearing Kuroto's words, Naruto lowered his head apologetically and said, I am sorry. It's okay. Kuroto said with a smile and ruffled Naruto's hair. You at least tried to help her. Sometimes our intentions are also very important. You have a pure heart and you tried your best. That's what's important, and that's why I treated you, so don't be sad, cheer up. Naruto didn't speak anything. Then Kuroto stood up and said, all right, Naruto-kun, I'll be going home now. You should also go to your home and rest. Speaking so, Kuroto placed the money on the counter, walked out of the ramen shop, and started walking towards his home. Naruto didn't speak anything for a while. He still sat at his position with his head down. Tsuchi collected the money as well as the empty bowls, and spoke to Naruto, Naruto, go for it. Naruto raised his head and looking at Tsuchi-san's encouraging smile, he also grinned and ran out of the shop. Hurriedly chasing out of the shop, Naruto shouted, "Nah, Oniai-san, I forgot to ask, what's your name?" Kuroto did not stop in his tracks, but he still answered Naruto's question without turning back, "My name is Hyuga Kuroto." Naruto nodded, and shouted again, "Kuroto and Ai-san, I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Don't forget it, Datebao." Kuroto waved his hand and said, "Sure thing." Naruto grinned and again shouted, "Kuroto and Ai-san, are we friends?" Being asked this, Kuroto suddenly stopped, turned back to glance at Naruto, and asked with a curious expression, "Do you want to be friends with me?" Naruto immediately replied, "Of course. If you don't mind." Kuroto took a long dramatic pause to think it over. Naruto was obviously very nervous seeing Kuroto's expression. Just when Naruto thought that he isn't going to agree, Kuroto said, "All right, then we're friends." After leaving that sentence, Kuroto didn't wait for Naruto to react, turned back, and walked away. Although Kuroto wants to win over Naruto, he still can't show his eagerness, otherwise, it will attract Sandaime-sama and Shimura Danzo's attention. So even if he wants to invest emotions into the most potential Uzumaki Naruto stock, Kuroto still has to maintain a moderate distance and be mindful of his approach. If not for the fact that Naruto helped Hinata today, and Kuroto, as a Hyuga, had a legitimate excuse to approach Naruto, Kuroto wouldn't have chosen to make contact with Naruto. After walking through the long street, Kuroto suddenly frowned and glanced at an alley at the left corner. After gazing in the direction of the dark alley for a while, Kuroto faintly said, "Come out." Prompted by Kuroto's words, a person walked out of the shadows and said in a respectfully mocking tone, "Senpai is really worthy of being the person most valued by Orochimaru-sama, even with the Byakugan deactivated. Senpai easily perceived me, the perception is really outstanding." Kuroto looked at the person, and his expression condensed. The figure who walked out of the shadows had onyx eyes, and ash-gray hair tied in a small ponytail. His most consistent feature are his black-rimmed circular glasses. He wore a black cloak that covered most of his body. And Kuroto was definitely surprised seeing him here. Because this person was none other than Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's right-hand man. But the current Kabuto is much younger, probably about 12 or 13 years old, so he looks much immature compared to how he looked during the Chunin exams in the original series. After observing Kabuto for a while, Kuroto spoke coldly, "Orochimaru-sama sent you?" Kabuto nodded, "Yes." Chapter 283. Kabuto adjusted his round-rimmed glasses with his index finger and revealed a sly smile. "Kuroto-senpai, Orochimaru-sama asked me to tell you that he has more than just one way to acquire the information that he wants, so you have to be a little prudent." Kuroto pondered about Kabuto's words, and then spoke, "You are Yakushi Kabuto, right?" Kabuto was a little surprised that Hyuga Kuroto was able to directly figure out his identity in a matter of seconds, but he soon calmed himself. He reasoned this information to Hyuga Kuroto's identity being an umbu and spoke, "I did not expect that Kuroto-senpai to recognize small-timers like me. I suppose I should be flattered." Small-timers? Yeah, right. If Kabuto is a small-timer, then Kuroto can't help but wonder what sort of monstrosities are big-timers. Thought Kuroto while shaking his head. He really did not care about Kabuto's sly tone and spoke as if he was talking to himself. "Since you dare to appear in the village so openly and even approach me, it can only mean that Orochimaru-sama and Shimura Danzo have begun to cooperate again, which means that the other source of information that Orochimaru-sama spoke is through Shimura Danzo's root subunit, right?" By now Kabuto was no longer so calm, and spoke with a sullen look, "Sigh, senpai really is as Orochimaru-sama described." Kuroto casually spoke, "It's not that difficult to guess, given that I know your background." As Kuroto said, Shimura Danzo is aware of Yakushi Kabuto's existence. After all, Shimura Danzo pit Yakushi Nono and Kabuto against each other in the hopes that both of them would kill each other. Although Kuroto is not much aware of what happened to Kabuto in this time and space, and whether his story is the same or different, it's not important. What's important is that Kabuto dared to show himself in Konoha, so there is only one explanation to this, and that is the undeniable fact that Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo have re-established their once cooperative relationship. Because if that wasn't the case, and if Kabuto dared to appear in Konoha so openly, then he would have inevitably been chased by Shimura Danzo's subordinates. With this conclusion, Kuroto can't help but wonder. Orochimaru agreed to cooperate with Shimura Danzo. This is something Kuroto can understand. After all, Orochimaru is crazily infatuated with Sharingan, so it's no wonder that he would agree to work with Shimura Danzo, who is one of the individuals who can help him get Sharingan. But the fact that Shimura Danzo, who so crazily tried to eliminate all of Orochimaru's former subordinates a few years ago, also chose to cooperate with Orochimaru again? This was strange, and Kuroto couldn't understand why Danzo would do so. Of course, Kuroto did not know the impact that the actions of Tatsukami have had on Shimura Danzo, coupled with the fear of the Akatsuki organization, unable to do anything to the Uchiha clan because of lack of both types of powers, and finally the humiliation he experienced at the Gakage Summit and BAM. Shimura Danzo no longer cared about his petty conflict with Orochimaru and re-established their cooperative relationship. By now, Kabuto suppressed the shock on his face and said with a forced smile, "So now you know the other source." And I don't think that I need to remind Kuroto-senpai about the power of the Root subdivision, as an Umbu you know this better than me. With the help of Root, it wouldn't take much time for Shimura Danzo to acquire information on Uchiha Tsukihai. Really? Let's just wait and see, said Kuroto in a confident tone. There are two reasons for Kuroto's confidence. First is that other than him, no one is aware of who exactly is Uchiha Tsukihai, so no matter how much Shimura Danzo searches, he would never find any information on Uchiha Tsukihai. Ads by PubFuture. The second reason is that the fearsome Root subdivision is no longer as strong as it used to be, and Kuroto credits Shimura Danzo's own stupidity and Uchiha Shinichi's viciousness for this. Therefore, Kuroto is confident that Orochimaru would find nothing about Uchiha Tsukihai. Kabuto narrowed his eyes upon seeing Kuroto's confidence. Kabuto has heard from the mouth of Orochimaru-sama that Hyuga Kuroto is not so easy to deal with, but it is only now, after personally meeting with him, Kabuto has come to realize dealing with Hyuga Kuroto is even more difficult than he had initially assumed. Kabuto would obviously not let off so easily, so after pondering a little, he suddenly said with his sly smile, "Yes, there is one thing I forgot to mention to Kuroto-senpai. I have already sent Yuki Haku back to Orochimaru-sama's laboratory." As soon as Kabuto's word fell, Kuroto narrowed his eyes, and an intense murderous aura was released by him. This news really caught him by surprise. But when he thought that the place where Kuroto made Haku stay was actually the laboratory left to him by Orochimaru, it was no surprise that Haku was found and sent away by Kabuto. Kuroto sighed, "I was a bit careless." For a while now, Kuroto has been so busy with various things that he actually forgot about Haku's matter. Kuroto believed that Haku was in his own hands, therefore, Kuroto relaxed and let down his guard. Didn't expect that Kabuto would suddenly come and take away Haku from that secret residence. Clearly annoyed at his carelessness, Kuroto recalled the entire process of learning ice release from Haku. When he was learning ice release, Kuroto is sure that other than water release, he did not use any other chakra nature, and he was unsuccessful in using ice release in front of Haku, so in this regard, Kuroto doesn't have to worry too much for the time being. However, what Kuroto is worried about is the fact that he used Tenseigan's soul to send to leech his soul to Haku for a short time, and urged Haku to use ice release at that time. It stands to reason that Haku should not have any understanding of what actually happened at that moment, because Haku was and is still a kid. But there is still a hidden danger now, and Kuroto has to consider an option to solve this hidden danger. While Kuroto was busy thinking, Kabuto no longer had his sly smile. At this moment he seemed to be shivering, and his back was filled with cold sweat because of being the direct target of Kuroto's killing intent. He subconsciously took a few steps back and tried his best to maintain his sly look, as he said, If Kuroto-senpai can investigate and collect the information Orochimaru-sama wants, then Orochimaru-sama doesn't mind sharing the information that Kuroto-senpai needs, but I want to remind Kuroto-senpai that his actions must be faster. If Shimura Danzo gets a step ahead, then you might not be able to get anything out of it. Leading this sentence, Kabuto did not wait for Kuroto's reply and left immediately in panic. No way, as a trained spy, Kabuto is sensitive to threats, and he could feel that if he were to stay here any more and he would be killed without any resistance. Although Kabuto may have tried to hide it, Kuroto can obviously see his panicked state. Not caring about whatever Kabuto said, Kuroto muttered thoughtfully, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru have started to cooperate again. What do these two guys want to do? Unable to figure out a suitable reason, Kuroto shook his head and started walking towards his home. As soon as Kuroto reached home, Yui, who was wearing a cooking apron over her normal clothes, welcomed Kuroto and also said, Kuroto-kun, we have a guest waiting at home. A guest? Who? Questioned Kuroto as he noticed a pair of shinobi sandals that were a bit smaller and neatly kept near the shoe drawer. Yui whispered lightly, he is from the Uchiha clan, the eldest son of the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. He came by in the evening, said that there are some things he wants to talk about with you and has been waiting since. Ads by PubFuture. Uchiha Itachi? What's going on? Am I going to meet all the future big shots in one day? Thought Kuroto in wonder, but this didn't stop his reaction. He nodded towards Yui, changed his sleepers, then walked inside. In the living room, Itachi sat while sipping on some green tea. His whole demeanor gave off a refined and sophisticated vibe. Seeing Kuroto arrive, Itachi respectfully got up and greeted Kuroto. Kuroto nodded and asked, Uchiha Itachi, this is our third meeting if I remember correctly, right? Itachi nodded and said, yes, Kuroto-san, I am also here to apologize for my Otuto's rude behavior towards the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Kuroto glanced at Itachi. He was a little speechless. You came here because of this? Itachi nodded and said, well, actually, I don't have a personal interaction with other members of the Hyuga clan, so I came here. If necessary, I can go to the mansion of the Hyuga patriarch and apologize to Hinata-san for my Otuto's rudeness. Kuroto sighed. Did Shisui told you about this? Itachi shook his head and explained it was Sasuke himself. When he came back home today, he told me about the events of today. I have reprimanded him, and I hope that the Hyuga clan and Hinata-san can forgive my Otuto for his ignorance. As far as Itachi knows, Hyuga Hinata is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and if nothing unexpected happens, she will become the next patriarch of the Hyuga clan. And Sasuke's arrogant behavior might affect the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan. And considering that there are not many allies of the Uchiha clan, and the fact that Uchiha clan is facing threat from all sides, Itachi naturally does not want such a small matter to affect the relations of the two clans. Kuroto said, don't worry, I will ask Yui to forward your apology to Hinata-san, so you don't have to worry about it. Itachi nodded with a relieved look, thank you Kuroto-san. With that out of the way, both of them had some casual discussions, when Kuroto asked, so, this should not be the only reason who personally came to my house, right? Itachi nodded and after a while of silence, he said, Kuroto-san, not long ago, I received the recruitment into the Umbu Black Ops, should I accept it? Kuroto was surprised, and asked with a smile, are you sure you should ask me such an important thing? Itachi nodded seriously, and said, I asked Shisui-san's opinion, but he did not have any right answer with him, so he told me to ask you. Kuroto raised an eyebrow, is that so? Itachi nodded. Kuroto was silent for a while, and after serious consideration, he spoke, if you ask me, I personally recommend that you do not join the Umbu department. You are the heir of the Uchiha clan, so your identity is extremely sensitive. More so with your personality. So once you join Umbu, you will be trapped in a whirlpool between village and clan, and inevitably fall into a dilemma. In the end, it would be very difficult for you to be part of either, without being distrusted by the other. Itachi thought a little and said, but the act of recruiting me to Umbu by Hokage-sama displays his trust in me. If I reject it, will it lead to? Kuroto interrupted Itachi midway, and spoke, was it Sandaime-sama's personal recruitment, or was it under the directive of Shimura Danzo? You have to think clearly. Chapter 284. You have to get your priorities straight, whether you join Umbu Black Ops, whether you join the Root Subdivision, or whether you join Konoha Military Police Force. These are all just some means to fulfill one goal, and you have to understand what is that one goal. What do you want to be able to do with either of these identities? Asked Kuroto. After hearing Kuroto's words, Itachi fell into deep thought. Compared to original story, in this verse, even if he had to go through most of those traumatizing experiences from early childhood, Itachi here is a bit less darkened. This is because Itachi's Genin teammates were not killed by Obito, and the reason he awakened the Sharingan was also not under the stimulation of someone's death. Although Itachi awakened his Sharingan a bit earlier compared to the original story, the emotional impact it had on him was not as severe as it had in the original story. Moreover, Obito's attention was directed towards Shinichi, thus there has been no interaction between Itachi and Obito so far. And the news of him awakening the Sharingan at such a young age was also not known to many, so Itachi was not subjected to so much pressure. So compared to the original story, Itachi here is a bit more cheerful. Kuroto is not very sure whether Itachi's strength is the same or different, but it doesn't really matter, because who are we talking about here? Uchiha Itachi, this name alone speaks everything. Looking at Itachi's tangled expression, Kuroto sighed. Members of the Uchiha clan are always the extreme type. Be that Madara, Obito, Shisui, Shinichi, and now Itachi. Perhaps the term moderate doesn't match with the roots of the Uchiha clansmen. After a while of thinking, Itachi seemed to have finally reached some kind of determination, and said sincerely, Kuroto-san, I want to protect my family, my clan, and the village I have grown up in. Now it was Kuroto's turn to be silent because, from the way Itachi has spoken, it seems as if he wants to join Akatsuki. In this regard, Kuroto doesn't really have any reason to refuse. Because Kuroto himself has wanted to recruit Itachi into Akatsuki. With Itachi's extraordinary talent, it is only a matter of time when he grows into an extremely strong shinobi, so the addition of Itachi will greatly strengthen Akatsuki and also free Kuroto and Shisui with many things. But of course, Kuroto isn't going to make this so easy for Itachi, so after a while of thinking, Kuroto shook his head and said, currently you are not strong enough to get involved in such matters. Itachi was a bit disappointed. I am sorry, I was a bit reckless. There are not many opportunities when you can talk to Itachi in such a way, so after smiling a little, Kuroto returned to his serious look and said, Itachi, you don't need to be discouraged. Since you want to join Akatsuki, then I am going to arrange a test for you. If you are able to pass that test, then I will reconsider your request. An assessment? Itachi perked up, and he nodded with a smile. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Kuroto-san. I will do my best to not disappoint your expectations. Kuroto nodded and casually said, you should understand that with the kind of work Akatsuki has been doing, not just anyone can enter our organization. A minimum level of strength is necessary, otherwise rather than help, you might even become a burden, which is something we can't afford to have. Itachi nodded. I will make sure to keep that in mind. With that out of the way, the relationship between Kuroto and Itachi improved quite a bit, and using this opportunity, Kuroto decided to ask Itachi a question that he has wanted to know for a while now. Itachi, have you ever heard or seen any information about Sword of Tatsuka and Yada Mirror? Itachi thought a little, then shook his head. I am sorry, but this is the first time I have ever heard about either of the two terms. Kuroto rubbed his chin thoughtfully, so Itachi of this period was unaware of those two artifacts. Is it possible that he learned about them on the night of the Uchiha massacre, or probably after that? Or maybe my other guess? Kuroto has been searching for any possible clues about the two artifacts, Sword of Tatsuka and Yada Mirror, for a while now, but unfortunately, he hasn't found anything worth yet. So Kuroto's search has been fruitless. There was also a time when Kuroto started to think that Sword of Tatsuka and Yada Mirror might just be exclusive techniques of Itachi's Susanoo. But after Kuroto personally used Susanoo, he understood that that's not the case. And the fact that Orochimaru and Zetsu are aware of what these two artifacts are, solidifies this conclusion. When he thought of Kuroto, even created an absurd theory that doesn't sound too absurd if you think about it. In the original story, Uzumaki Naruto, the reincarnation of Akatsuki Azura had the protection of Kyuubi, as well as the protection of Konoha with him, so his safety in a way was assured. The reason is that, even if Kyuubi did not accept Naruto at the time, he would still protect Naruto, because if Naruto dies then he dies as well. So Naruto's safety was not that big of an issue, and he was allowed to grow up safely. But that was not the case with Sasuke, the reincarnation of Akatsuki Indra. With the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Itachi was the only person alive who was protecting Sasuke. But compared to Kyuubi and the entire Konoha, Itachi was obviously much weaker, not to mention his terminal illness. So overall Sasuke's safety was not assured. Perhaps, for this reason, Rikudo Sennin somehow guided Itachi to obtain these two artifacts, making Itachi's Susanoo almost invincible to ensure that Sasuke can safely grow up. After all, the whereabouts of Sword of Tatsuka and Yata Mirror may have been secrets for ordinary shinobi, but for Rikudo Sennin, who has been watching over the shinobi world for centuries, they are no secret at all. Although the chances of this theory being correct are too low, if it is correct then finding Sword of Tatsuka and Yata Mirror might in fact be more difficult now. Because Kuroto is not going to let the Uchiha clan be destroyed, so protection will remain for the reincarnation of Akatsuki Indra, so Rikudo Sennin has no reason to guide Itachi. As for the reason why Rikudo Sennin wants to ensure the safety of Naruto and Sasuke, there are two reasons. First is that Rikudo Sennin is possibly worried about the threat of the Akatsuki clan, which obviously includes his mother. The second reason is that he, himself, is a father, as simple as that. And to be perfectly honest, Kuroto doesn't really care if he does not get those two artifacts. What he is worried about is that those two artifacts must not fall into the hands of the enemy, because if they did, then trouble will be too much, as there is really no explanation of the extent of the abilities that those two artifacts have. As such, Kuroto really cares about the possible locations of those two artifacts. Sigh, it seems that it will take some time. Sighing slightly, Kuroto shook his head, and went on to continue his discussion with Itachi about several other matters. Next day. According to the map given to him by Kuroto, Itachi came to the location marked on the map. The location is an extremely dense forest, outside Konoha. And Itachi obviously came alone. Keeping a close watch of his surrounding, Itachi glanced towards the sun and thought, Kuroto-san hasn't arrived yet? I don't know who will assess me. Will it be Kuroto-san? Or Shisui-san? Or maybe some other member of Tetsukami? While Itachi was considering many things, the person calmly walked towards him from the other end of the forest. The alert Itachi was immediately ready for battle, but he was still patient enough to observe the person. He noticed that the person who walked over had the Homusubi-specific mask and cloak. Chapter 285. Itachi noticed the person walking towards him dressed as Homusubi, and he was surprised a little, but this surprise did not affect Itachi's reaction, and he immediately activated his Sharingan. As his black eyes turned scarlet with 3 black tomos spinning inside, Itachi tried to see through the guise of this person. But as he observed, Itachi frowned because he was unable to see past the guise of the opposite person, not to mention seeing through the guise. Even determining the opposite party's gender was difficult for him. For a moment the person dressed as Homusubi seemed a woman, but at the very next moment the person appeared to be a male, giving off an inexplicable sense of mystery. Facing this person, Itachi did not drop his guard even if he seemed to be a member of Tetsukami, and asked cautiously, "You are?" The party did not care about Itachi's cautious tone, but asked indifferently, "You are Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi nodded without relaxing his guard. The recent disappearance of Uchiha Hiragi has again realized the people of Konoha that the danger that the Uchiha shinobi are in. Just imagine, if an elite shinobi who has already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and has years of experience disappear overnight without leaving even a single clue, then that is a big reason for worry and fear. It just implies that even if you are an elite jonin, you are not safe. Therefore, Itachi is especially careful, considering the importance of his identity and the impact his disappearance can cause. It not for his trust in Kuroto-san and Shisui-san's judgment, Itachi would have definitely not come to such an isolated and dense part of the forest, more so without informing anyone in the clan or the village. You'll find the origin of this content at N0velb. But even if Itachi trusts Kuroto-san, it does not mean that the person standing in front of him would be trusted by him just because she seems to be a member of Tatsukami. He or maybe she. Whatever the gender of this person is, said Uchiha Itachi, you can call me Ho for now. I will be your proctor during your assessment until we know whether your recruitment is confirmed. If you are recruited into the organization, then you will be in my subdivision, and you will bear the title of Homasubi. This person Ho was obviously Hyuga Kuroto controlling the Uchiha Tsuki clone. Fighting is one of the best methods for soul adaptation, and Itachi is a very good sparring partner, so Kuroto would obviously not let this opportunity go to waste. Itachi considered the words of Ho a little and then said, doesn't the organization already have a Homasubi? Because Itachi was still not sure about the other party's identity, as such Itachi arranged his words to not give out Shisui's name. What makes you think that there can only be one Homasubi? After a pause, Ho continued, Uchiha Shisui is Homasubi, but Homasubi is not Uchiha Shisui. Seeing that Ho mentioned Shisui's name, Itachi relaxed his guard a little, but only a little, and asked doubtfully, if that is the case, then how many Homasubi are there in the organization? Ho shrugged, if you count on the basis of the minimum qualification, then there are 2 Homasubi in the organization as of yet. As for the future, perhaps there will be a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, and so on. In short, there is no limit. As long as the candidate meets the minimum requirements, he is eligible to be a candidate to bear the title of Homasubi. Itachi was surprised, and then asked curiously, and what is the minimum standard requirement? Ho laughed a little and said, the minimum requirement is to have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. What? Even if it was calm and collected Itachi, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon learning the minimum standard. Must have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan to bear the title of Homasubi? As far as Itachi knows, currently, there are only 3 people who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. One is Shisui, the second is Shinichi, and the third is probably this person standing before him. And that's what's more shocking, the ocular power Manjikyu Sharingan represents the peak level of what an Uchiha can awaken, and once an Uchiha does awaken Manjikyu Sharingan, he will become the focus of all attention as he is considered a great threat. And Itachi is more clear about this than anyone else. Never in his dream would Itachi have thought that to become a full-fledged member of Tatsukami, he must have Manjikyu Sharingan, and this surprise was clearly evident on his face. Seeing Itachi's surprised look, Ho asked in a confused tone, what's so strange about this? Itachi scowled, are you mocking me? The top-level ocular power that an Uchiha shinobi can have is the bare minimum standard that a Homasubi must have. If that's not a joke, then what is? This is pure bullshit, something that Itachi is completely unwilling to accept. Seeing Itachi's unbelievable look, Ho sighed, and then deactivated the seals around the eye part of the mask. With the eyes now clearly visible, Ho activated the Sharingan, which soon turned into something different. It was the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Looking at the eye pattern, Itachi wasn't much surprised, as he probably expected the other party to have it, but was curious about something and asked, your Manjikyu Sharingan is different from Shisui-san's? Ho nodded, and explained, yes, what I have is called the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. It's a higher level of ocular power compared to ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan that Uchiha Shisui possesses, so you see, I am the leader of Homasubi subdivision. As Ho spoke, suddenly the basic ribcage Susanoo appeared around Ho. Looking at the golden-orange Susanoo ribcage, Itachi muttered, so it really was you who helped clear rumors about Shisui-san being Homasubi? Muttered Itachi. Ho nodded as the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was deactivated, and the basic Susanoo disappeared. Ads by PubFuture. Itachi asked at this moment, but you mentioned the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? I have never heard of this. And you also mentioned it to be a higher level of ocular power? Ho said, yes, but now is not the time to discuss this. Just know that Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is a higher level of ocular power that an Uchiha can have. you will learn about all these things in the future. For now, focus on the matter at hand. To become a member of Akatsuki, you must have Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi was a little frustrated and asked, "Is it really that difficult to join Akatsuki as a formal member?" Ho nodded, "It's difficult indeed. Having a Manjikyu Sharingan is just a threshold. If you are not a shinobi who stands at peak level combat power, that is, at the level of a Kage, or better yet, higher than a Kage, then you would be a burden to the organization. And you clearly haven't reached that level yet. But now you might be wondering, why are you here then? So to answer your question, it's potential. You have potential Uchiha Itachi, and therefore, you will undergo training. Once you fulfilled the minimum standard, you will become a full-fledged member of Akatsuki. After hearing Ho's words, Itachi eased a little. Given the reputation of Akatsuki, it doesn't sound so strange if he thinks about it. And Itachi was able to accept the minimum standard requirement that he must have. And looking at the person standing in front of him, many of Itachi's doubts were also cleared. Prior to this, Itachi really wondered who was the Homasubi who fought Shursui at the eastern peak of Tajinbo mountain range. After all, many people including his father Uchiha Fugaku had witnessed the scene of two Susanoo clashed against one another at that time, so Itachi always wondered just who is the other individual in Akatsuki who also possesses Manjikyu Sharingan. Now that there was Ho in front of him, Itachi did not need to wonder anymore. Well, putting all his thoughts aside, Itachi glanced at the opposite person and said, "In that case, I am grateful, Ho-san. In order to save the Uchiha clan and protect the village, I will work my hardest to not be a burden." Ho nodded and said, "You have talent, no doubt about it. Now let's see how much of your talent come to fruition." With those words, both Itachi and Ho took their respective battle stance. Konoha Cemetery. Hatake Kakashi stared at the memorial monument in front of him and spoke, "Minato-sensei, our Team 11 is responsible for ensuring the safety of your child. I assure you that I will protect him at all cost. Let him follow your footsteps to become a shinobi you can be proud of." There are few things that interest Hatake Kakashi, so in his free time, he would generally come to the Konoha Cemetery to have some idle talks with his friends Obito and Rin, as well as his Jonin sensei, Namikaze Minato. Sometimes, Kakashi can even spend his entire day here in a dazed state. When he is here, Kakashi's vigilance is a bit less, and sometimes he is unable to notice the other person who comes to the Konoha Cemetery similar to him. And that person is none other than the masked man, who is watching him even now, but Kakashi did not notice this. When the masked man who was silently watching Hatake Kakashi heard Kakashi's words, he narrowed his eyes and thought, "Is Team 11 responsible for protecting Uzumaki Naruto now? This is a good opportunity." Chapter 286. In an underground laboratory in the Land of Sound. Orochimaru leaned on a chair, observing Haku with a sharp gaze. After a long while of silence, Orochimaru smiled softly and spoke, "Haku, welcome back." Although Orochimaru's smile creeps out most people who see him for the first time, Haku was very used to it, and spoke in a slightly guilty tone, "I am sorry, I worried you, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru nodded and asked casually, "How was your experience staying in Konoha?" Haku thought a little and said, "Well, Kuroto-sama was very caring of me." "Was he?" Orochimaru muttered, and then asked curiously, "What did you do while you stayed in Konoha?" Haku recalled all the things and then spoke, "There is not much I did there. Kuroto-sama asked me to perform water release and ice release techniques, then he also taught me several water ninjutsu, as well as taijutsu, and then, that's it." Orochimaru frowned, "Just this?" Haku thought more and spoke, "By the way, Kuroto-sama also extracted some of my cells, and he also brought a pet rabbit for me." "Oh?" Orochimaru muttered, No wonder Kuroto-kun asked for self-fusion research from me. It turns out that he has also started conducting human experiments." With what Haku said, coupled with his information exchange with Kuroto, Orochimaru understood that Kuroto has also started to conduct human experimentations. It's just that Orochimaru lacks the intelligence about the field that Kuroto is going after, so he can't accurately judge the directions of Kuroto's experiments. But that did not matter so much, because these experiments must be related to the Hyuga clan's genetics. After all, those were what Kuroto was studying before Orochimaru left Konoha. Kuroto couldn't abandon the laboratory I left him. It must mean that he has opened up a secret laboratory somewhere else. It seems that Kuroto-kun doesn't want his research to be known by others. As long as I find his secret laboratory, perhaps I might be able to find something interesting. Thinking of this, Orochimaru no longer cared about Haku and told him, "Okay, you can go now. Your room is still the same as before, so you can continue to use it." "Yes." Haku responded with a courteous bow and went out. Just before Haku responded, he had actually suddenly remembered the strange technique that Kuroto used on him, but because Haku didn't really understand it in detail and coupled with the fact Orochimaru didn't seem to be interested to listen to him anymore, so Haku did not speak anything further about the matter that he, himself, didn't really understand. After Haku went outside, Kabuto came inside the laboratory. "Orochimaru-sama, there is news from Shino." "What did the message say?" asked Orochimaru with an eager gaze. Kabuto pushed his glasses as he spoke. "Shino said that the collaboration will have to wait for about a month. Currently, he is involved in something, but you needn't worry, he will approach you when the opportunity is right." "Me and worry?" Orochimaru spoke with a sullen look, but soon licked his lips and spoke with a smile. "Shino, is he going to start his plans of creating the Rabi too?" With Hyuga Kuroto's successful example, many of Orochimaru's preconceptions have changed. So now Orochimaru fully understands that as long as Shino is able to find a large enough chakra source, creating an artificial bijou, which is the Rabi in Shino's words, is very much plausible. Although the stability is still a bit questionable, the probability of success clearly outweighs the chances of failure. As such, Orochimaru also has some expectations. If Shino's Rabi project also results in a success, then maybe Orochimaru will also think of creating an artificial bijou. Thinking of the future prospects, Orochimaru muttered, "I suppose I can wait another month or so." Kabuto nodded and then asked respectfully, "Orochimaru-sama, what are you going to do with Yuki Haku?" Kabuto was obviously worried that Yuki Haku has been brainwashed by Hyuga Kuroto, making Haku a spy of Hyuga Kuroto, so maybe they would have to dispose of him. After all, finding Yuki Haku was too easy. As long as you know the location of that laboratory, anyone can find Haku. Orochimaru groaned a little and then said, "Monitor Haku's physical, mental, and spiritual state, then I will plant the cursed seal to him." Cursed seals of heaven and earth are the latest kenjutsu that Orochimaru has developed. The idea comes from Yugo's special ability to absorb nature chakra. Orochimaru was obviously interested in this special ability, and after careful research and countless experiments, Orochimaru finally combined that ability with some of the techniques of Ryuchi Cave and developed several cursed seals, including the cursed seal of heaven, earth, forest, and sea. After developing these cursed seal, Orochimaru has so many fantastic ideas and began many new kinds of research. One of his attempts to incorporate his own chakra and part of his soul with the cursed seal and inject that incorporated part into others using the cursed seals. Once this project succeeds, all the ninjas carrying the cursed seal will become Orochimaru's respawn points. And as long as even a single one of those respawn points is alive in the shinobi world, then Orochimaru can come back to life. Even if his entire body is destroyed, he will no longer have to fear death for the time being. Back to Itachi's ongoing training session. Ding! Ding! A series of metal collision sounds can be heard resounding in the dense forest. Ho's body was fast, extremely fast, and the katana carried by Ho danced just as Ho's intentions, and anything within the range of the katana's limit was not spared. Itachi was constantly pressured by Ho, and even after relying on the three-tomo Sharingan, it was very difficult for him to keep up with Ho. But this type of training was also working very well, as Itachi was constantly adapting to the pressure by the virtue of his intelligence, tricks, and techniques that led Ho sometimes by surprise, giving Itachi enough opportunity to take short breathers in the midst of the battle. After barely dodging Katana's strike again, Itachi leaped on top of Katana's blade and shoved his feet hard in an attempt to kick Ho's face. The moment that Ho took to retreat backward to avoid the sweep, Itachi also leaped backward, distancing himself from Ho. Huff! Huff. Huff. Itachi gasped heavily. This type of drawn-out battle is not what he is used to, so Itachi must think up countermeasures because the difference in their skills and strength levels has started to become more and more apparent as the battle has progressed. Itachi could clearly feel that even though the opponent follows generally Uchiha techniques, he does not solely rely on them. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the opponent's fighting style are completely different from any Uchiha shinobi Itachi has ever faced. And strangely enough, there were occasional moves that reminded Itachi of Hyuga-style combat methods, and understanding this, Itachi can't help but think, was Ho trained by Kuroto-san personally? Regardless, he can't continue with this rhythm. Based on whatever he has deduced up to now, Itachi started to formulate a strategy. At this time, Ho said, "I seriously hope that this isn't your best Uchiha Itachi, because if it is, then I have to say that I am much disappointed." Itachi did not speak a word, and he was watching Ho calmly, and after wiping away the traces of sweat, Itachi was ready to go at it again. Since he didn't actually know the content of the assessment, so Itachi was extra prepared, so there was no problem of lack of tools. With both of them again ready to start the next round, a solemn atmosphere covered the forest. At this time both of them performed the body flicker technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! And an extremely high-speed battle broke out between the two. Other than the two after images flashing, metal clashing, fire raging, could be seen. Ding! 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 After a few seconds of high-speed combat, Ho managed to gain the upper hand. Ho kicked Itachi in the chest, sending him crashing to the tree behind, then instantly flashed and appeared before Itachi, pinning him to the other tree, with the katana's blade stopping just a few short centimeters away, and said, "I suppose that's my win, Uchiha Itachi." Chapter 287. Under the Homusubi mask, Ho's lips arched in a smirk. Defeating Itachi is not a difficult task for Ho, but Ho still feels a certain sense of accomplishment that is difficult to understand. After all, the person Ho defeated is the Uchiha Itachi, the very same Uchiha Itachi who was undefeated in the entire Naruto series. While Ho was feeling a certain sense of accomplishment that inflated Ho's ego, a certain change happened that suddenly caught Ho by surprise, and Ho's smile froze halfway. This. Caw. 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 Almost at the same moment that Ho noticed, Itachi, who was pinned to the tree trunk by Ho, broke into many crows and scattered all over the battlefield. "Crow clone technique!" exclaimed Ho. And as soon as countless crows scattered over the battlefield, Ho noticed from the corner of her viewing range that so many metal wires have suddenly appeared all over the battlefield. Looking at the kunai and shuriken that were shot towards her, Ho understood that she has fallen into the traps set up by Itachi. With just one look, Ho was able to judge that retreat was not an option now. Looking at the shuriken and kunai that were about to impale on her, Ho had a bitter smile and can't help but think, sigh, why am I not surprised by this development? And is this what they call instant karma? This was the last thought of Ho as the rain of shuriken and kunai impaled on Ho, severing her left arm and as well as several injuries all over. As the shuriken and kunai approached Ho-san, Itachi, who was hiding somewhere else, can't help but have sweat flow down his temple in expectation and nervousness. But seeing the shuriken and kunai actually impaling Ho, Itachi was shocked. Ho possesses Manjikyu Sharingan, so blocking this rain of shuriken and kunai shouldn't have been any problem to Ho. Itachi did not expect that not only did Ho not use Susanoo to block, but Ho also did not even try to dodge, and Itachi instantly knew that something was wrong. His guess was only confirmed when the body that was impaled by many shuriken and kunai, including the left hand that lied on the ground, broke into countless crows. Caw. 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 Itachi was obviously surprised. This is crow clone technique. But Itachi did not have the time to be shocked as the crows that flew out of the crow clone of Ho started a battle with the crows that flew out of Itachi's crow clone technique, and Itachi was more surprised to see that the number of crows kept increasing and increasing, covering the entire daylight sky. They even surrounded him, obscuring his field of vision. No matter how much Itachi tried to eliminate these crows, the previous ones disappeared in a poof of white smoke, but at the very same instant, more crows appeared. "No, this is not just crow clone technique," muttered Itachi while killing the crows that were continuously attacking him. "You are right, Uchiha Itachi, this is not just crow clone technique, this is a combination technique of the crow clone technique and scattering thousand crows technique." Just as he heard this sudden bewitching voice next to his left ear, all the crows that surrounded him and obscured the sky disappeared, and Itachi was also frozen on his spot. He couldn't move, because if he did, his entire body would be mutilated into many pieces. "It's my loss," Itachi said while lowering his head in defeat. Itachi is still a kid, and it took all his skills and experience to confront Ho up to here, so he didn't have any more energy left, and as soon as the metal wires were removed by Ho, Itachi collapsed to the ground. Looking at Itachi's disappointed face, Ho said, "No need to beat yourself over it, you were able to defeat my crow clone, you are already very good, and you will only get better after your training is completed." Ho's words were of course a bit sentimental. Compared to Itachi, when Kuroto was at this age, Kuroto wasn't even able to confront a Chunin on an equal ground, much less confronting such strong individuals like Homusubi. So Itachi's potential is very high, as long as he doesn't go through what he did in the original Naruto story, and that's obviously not going to happen because the path Itachi has chosen here is different. After resting for a while, Itachi said, "Ho-san, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan, aren't you? But if that's the case, why do I feel like I have never seen you within the clan?" Based on the combat style of Ho, Itachi has figured this out. Ho said, "You don't need to worry about this detail for now." Itachi was silent and nodded after thinking a little. Ho said again, "All right, today's assessment ends here. I needed to have some understanding of your abilities to formulate plans for your formal training. We will begin your official training from tomorrow. Make sure to come here tomorrow around the same time. The location of your training area will keep changing as we can't stay in a location for more than once, so make sure to follow up on the information I will be sending you." Itachi nodded, "Thank you very much, Ho-san." Ho nodded and said, "I am sure that you understand this already, but you have to make sure that not even a single soul discovers where you are going or coming from, not even Shursui for that matter, otherwise you will directly be disqualified. Make sure to always keep that in mind. Also, make sure to always be on guard against Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru. There is a high possibility that either of them might target you, understand? Danzo-sama and Orochimaru-san?" Itachi thought about Ho's words a little, and then immediately nodded, "I understand." After explaining a few more key points to Itachi, both of them separated. While Itachi returned to the village, Ho went on to do whatever things that a member of Akatsuki has to do. Along the return journey, Itachi analyzed the battle he had with Ho, and the measures he can take the next time, and before he knew it, Itachi had already returned home. Entering his home, Sasuke greeted him, "Nisan, where did you go today?" Itachi said with a gentle smile, "I went out to train Sasuke." Itachi's cheek inflated in a cute pout, "You are so cunning, Nii-san, you always sneak away to train alone or with Shursui. Nii-san, you don't take me with you, humph." Itachi shook his head helplessly and started to remove his shinobi sandals. Sasuke put both of his hands on Itachi's back and said with a complaining look, "It's so boring to play around with those kids, they are not even half as good as I am, Nii-san, the next time you go out to train will you take me with you?" Itachi, who has already removed his shinobi sandals, beckoned Sasuke to come closer to him. Sasuke was joyful and quickly moved his head a little closer. As Sasuke's head approached for a possible hug, Itachi flicked Sasuke's forehead and said, "Not now, Sasuke, maybe some other time." After that, Itachi got up and walked towards the inner courtyard, his face thoughtful as before, as if he was deeply considering some things, while Sasuke pouted as he rubbed his forehead. And 1 month passed. In this 1 month, Itachi had to follow intensive training, nothing he wasn't already used to. The most benefit Itachi had was in his taijutsu. Even if he can perfectly replicate most taijutsu styles because of his Sharingan, practicing them and understanding them at a deeper level still makes up a large difference. So, Itachi's taijutsu progressed most with his regular training and confrontations with Ho. The speed at which Itachi was growing was so fast that even Kuroto was highly surprised, but when he thought that the person she thinking about is Uchiha Itachi, then there was nothing more to think about. In addition to training Itachi, Kuroto was also vigilant against the possible chaos that Hiruko might cause. But to Kuroto's surprise, there were no movements from Hiruko's side, as if he doesn't plan to attack Konoha or any other shinobi villages at all, and this was a cause of both confusion and worry for Kuroto. Shaking his head helplessly, Kuroto, who has just finished his umbu duties for the day, was returning to his home. It was another calm and peaceful night, a bit too peaceful, and a bit chilly. The sun had long set, and the moon was over the head. The street lights had already lit, illuminating the streets. Casually walking on the street, Kuroto thought either Nagato managed to tone down Hiruko, or there is something wrong with Hiruko's state and the Kekkei Genkais he has absorbed, or maybe Obito is planning something, otherwise it is difficult to imagine that Hiruko will be silent for so long. But Kuroto is going to bet on the last possible scenario. Because Kuroto intuitively feels that something big is about to happen, and Hiruko will definitely be part of that something big, otherwise it is practically impossible to stop him for so long. Walking to his home, Kuroto noticed an umbu shinobi along with 2 children waiting at the gate of his house. Kuroto frowned, more so when he noticed who the 2 children are. Walking closer to the house, Kuroto asked, "Huh? Chien-chan, what are you doing in Konoha?" As soon as Chien was Kuroto, she immediately rushed towards him while crying, "Kuroto Onaikan, please save, my Oka-san." Chapter 288. Kuroto caught the crying Chien. He was shocked by the sudden development. But before he could do something, there were some things he needed to confirm. So Kuroto looked towards the umbu member with an inquiring gaze. The umbu who escorted Chien said, "We found her and the guard entering the land of fire. Upon checking their identity we found 2 scrolls, one was addressed to Hokage-sama, and the other was addressed to you, sir. The girl was ardent that she needed your help, so Hokage-sama ordered to bring her here." Kuroto nodded and asked, "Where is the scroll that was addressed to me?" Umbu replied, "It is with the girl." Kuroto nodded while rubbing the back of Chien's head to calm her down and ease the sudden burst of her emotions. At this time, the umbu ninja spoke, "If there's nothing more, then I will take my leave, sir." After the umbu disappeared with a body flicker, Kuroto carried Chien and looked at the second kid who was quietly standing at the side. The second kid was a little older than Chien, probably around the same age as Itachi, and he also had a reliable aura similar to Itachi. He was carrying a longbow, a quiver on his back which probably held a dozen arrows, and a sword strapped on the left side of his waist. His clothing was also very dirty and torn, his glasses cracked affecting his vision, but there was unspeakable perseverance in his eyes, which did not go unnoticed by Kuroto. "Follow me," Kuroto said while carrying Chien and walking into his house. After leading the 2 into his house, Kuroto handed both of them 2 cups of hot tea to warm them up and then asked, "Chien-chan, what exactly happened?" "Don't be worried, speak slowly. The status of Miko is already explained, and since Sandaime-sama directly ordered the umbu member to escort Chien to his house, coupled with the fact that the first reaction Chien had as soon as she saw Kuroto greatly worried him, as such, Kuroto must understand some things before taking any action. Kuroto doesn't think that there is anything that could threaten Miko-sama enough that she felt such a crisis and had to resort to sending away her daughter to Konoha. After all, even if she feels that the enemy is difficult to fight against, all she has to do is keep the barrier of the Miko's palace activated and then wait for the reinforcements from the other great shinobi villages. Even someone as strong as Morio can't breach that barrier, so it is hard to believe that. Before Chien could speak, her attendant and bodyguard, whose name is Teruho, said, "It was Yomi and his cultists. They have again appeared and launched a coup in the land of demons." Kuroto was taken aback, and said, "This is impossible. their leader Yomi is dead, I killed him myself. Teruho shook his head. At first we also thought the same, even Maruko-sama thought the same, so our vigilance was down. There were no prior signs of any of their movements. But suddenly out of the blue they appeared and hit the entire land of demons, much critically than ever. Kuroto said, "That shouldn't be possible, Yomi is dead, and I can be sure of that. Is it possible that a new leader has emerged from somewhere?" Yomi was personally killed by Kuroto, so it was impossible that he suddenly appeared out of nowhere unless Yomi had the ability to come back from death, which Yomi doesn't. And Kuroto can only think that it shouldn't be Yomi, so the only likely possibility is that it is someone else. Teruho said, "While we were on the run, we once saw him from the distance. He is really alive." At this time Cheyenne nodded and said, "Yes, I saw too, that bad guy didn't die. How could it be possible?" Kuroto clearly remembered severing Yomi's head, even all his chakra signs had disappeared, so how could Yomi be alive? Maybe it is some kind of transformation technique that someone else is using to take on Yomi's appearance, otherwise, him being alive doesn't make any sense. Thinking so, Kuroto asked Teruho, "What exactly happened? Start from the beginning." Although Teruho is very young, his thoughts are still extremely clear, and he immediately explained the ins and outs of the entire situation as per his own knowledge and understanding. It turns out that about a month ago, Miko-sama had a future telling. She did not disclose the content of the prediction to anyone, but she immediately ordered 20 guards including Teruho to escort Cheyenne to Konoha as soon as possible. It was only a few days after the team set off from the temple of Miko towards the land of fire, a large-scale coup broke out in the land of demon. Even the escort team was attacked by the cultists, and many of the guards escorting Cheyenne to the land of fire had to act as diversions and sacrifice themselves in order to ensure the safety of Cheyenne. Of the initial 20 guards, only Teruho managed to survive and safely brought Cheyenne to the land of fire, where they were escorted to Konoha under the protection of an Umbu team they happened to encounter midway. Kuroto had a thoughtful expression, and he did remember his last meeting with Miko-sama. Thinking so, Kuroto asked, "So it was few days prior to the rebellion that Miko-sama ordered you to escort Cheyenne to Konoha?" Teruho nodded, "Yes." Cheyenne spoke, "Kuroto Nyakan, Oka-san can predict things that haven't happened yet." Teruho also nodded, "Yes, Moroku-sama can indeed predict things, so this arrangement is probably based on her prediction." Kuroto nodded. He obviously knew of this ability of Miko-sama, but Kuroto does not care about Miko-sama's predictions. What he cares about is the arrangements that she has made. Why send Cheyenne to Konoha? More precisely, why send her to him? Even the scroll sent by Miko-sama does not state anything other than a line of text which says, "Do not come to the land of demons, and please protect my daughter Cheyenne." After much deliberation, Kuroto felt that he needs to look into this matter a little deeper, despite Miko-sama's warning. If Miko-sama saw her own death, and there was no way to save herself, then it was obvious that she would be unable to protect Cheyenne, and since Kuroto and Miko-sama share a relationship akin to sensei-student, so it does seem reasonable of her to entrust Cheyenne to him with such an important task of protecting her daughter. Therefore, it is understandable that Miko-sama sent Cheyenne to Konoha. But one thing is still very doubtful. Even if Yomi is not dead, he shouldn't have been able to amass such a level of power that would cause chaos in the entire land of demons in such a short period of time. After all, last time I clearly eliminated his entire cult, unless... Kuroto suddenly stopped and his eyes widened in realization, unless he is backed up by some organization, such as the Akatsuki. This makes more sense, and Hiriko is most definitely involved here. But if Akatsuki has intervened, then I am afraid. Oh no! Miko-sama's Fuinjutsu is extremely strong, true. She can even be regarded as the most proficient Fuinjutsu master currently alive, but that's the thing, Miko-sama is only good at Fuinjutsu, she is not a combatant like other shinobi. As such, if Akatsuki somehow managed to make their way past the enchantment barrier, then it would be impossible for just her and the ordinary soldiers to stop Akatsuki members. Thinking of this, Kuroto looked at Cheyenne with a guilty expression. Now even if he understands that there is no more possibility to save Miko-sama, and even if Miko-sama has instructed him to not come to the land of demons, Kuroto must go to the land of demons and confirm the situation. Thinking so, Kuroto asked Yui to take care of Cheyenne and Teruho and went to his study room. Coming to his room, Kuroto sent a small scroll to Shinichi with the help of Kasai. The scroll regarded few questions that Kuroto needed the answer to. If Akatsuki is really involved with the riots of Land of Demons, then Shinichi should have received some news. Chapter 289. Kuroto did not have to wait much as Shinichi's response came soon enough. Kuroto opened the scroll and read, "The missions we all are performing are different, so I do not have much information about the ongoing events in the Land of Demons. However, there was indeed a person by the name of Yomi among Shino and Hiriko's subordinates, but because he didn't seem of any value I did not bother inquiring any information about him." Looking at the message, Kuroto shook his head helplessly. During his time in Akatsuki, Shinichi has always tried to keep an eye on the movements of Pain and Obito, as well as other main members of the organization, and has also reported quite a lot of information to Kuroto that he finds to be useful or worthy of attention. But for inconspicuous and disposable subordinates like Yomi who have no importance, and don't even have the strength of a jonin, Shinichi never bothered to care about them. And Shinichi would obviously not bother to waste his and Kuroto's time by giving out information about people he doesn't even care about. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it, this is Shinichi's nature. Moreover, being a spy in an organization like Akatsuki is also not easy. If he is discovered, then there would be consequences. Anyway, from the information he received from Shinichi, many of the doubts in Kuroto's heart were cleared. Yomi is Shino's and Hiriko's subordinate, which means that he was somehow saved or probably revived by either of them. This means that the riots in the Land of Demons do involve Akatsuki, but one thing that Kuroto is glad about is that the riots probably only include Shino and Hiriko, not the entire Akatsuki. And the fact that Yomi can entice Hiriko and Shino to help him in this chaos is probably through Morio the demon who was sealed by Miko-sama. This is the best explanation since Shino has been creating an artificial bijou called Rabi. One of the biggest hurdles in creating an artificial bijou is to obtain a good enough source of chakra, and Morio is obviously a good chakra source if you ignore the dark chakra he has. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for Shino to be tempted. Moreover, Morio's dark chakra somehow works better for him because his Rabi project was based on dark emotions. And Hiriko is Shino's teammate. Since Shino helped him in his Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual, it won't be strange if Hiriko does the same for Shino. There is also the fact that Hiriko needs to gain combat experience, so Hiriko also probably participated in this action. And there was one more thing that became clear to Kuroto. Yomi was able to survive despite having his head beheaded must mean that he has mastered some sort of special healing or regenerative technique, and it is that very same special technique that Hiriko used during his Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual, which allowed him to survive even the disintegration and cell collapse. Anything else doesn't make much sense. With these things clear, now comes the pressing matter. Should I heed to Miko-sama's instruction and not go to the Land of Demons? Or should I go to the Land of Demons, despite Miko-sama's clear warning? Thinking of the debt he owes to Miko-sama, Kuroto did not need to think this more than once. I must go to Land of Demons, and I must go there as soon as possible. Before receiving clear news of Miko-sama's death, Kuroto could not sit back with peace of mind. As such, he must go to the Land of Demons. If it's possible to save Miko-sama, then save her, but if she is already dead, then she must be avenged at least. After making up his mind, Kuroto made all the preparations, told Yui to take care of Cheyenne and Teruho in his absence, and rushed towards Shirsui's home in the Uchiha clan territory. Shirsui, who was eating his meal, was taken aback by Kuroto's sudden appearance in front of him, and almost choked on his food. Unable to breathe, Shirsui beat his chest a little and immediately drank plenty of water to swallow down the food, and spoke after taking some deep breaths. "Kuroto-san, you almost killed me just now." Kuroto did not care about Shirsui's complaint, as he did not have time for that. He just passed a scroll to Shirsui and looked at Shirsui with a serious gaze. Shirsui realized the seriousness of Kuroto and asked, "Kuroto-san, what happened?" Kuroto did not speak much and stated simply, I am going to the land of demons. I will leave the village affairs with you. Shursui was shocked and asked, Wait, what? Did I hear correctly? You are going to the land of demons? But why? Kuroto said, Yes, you heard me correctly. This matter is very important and requires my attention. Although there is no news yet, Miko-sama's life is in danger, and the land of demons is probably in chaos. This news will most likely spread to the other villages soon enough and their respective forces will intervene, but that will still take too long. This matter also involves Morio, and we can't be careless when dealing with the ghost army consisting of hundreds of thousands of stone soldiers. The spies of various villages are obviously planted in all the countries, so it won't be strange if the surrounding countries become aware of the events that are happening in the land of demons. Shursui asked, Should I come with you? Kuroto shook his head. No, you stay in Konoha. The village lacks high-level combat personnel to deal with emergencies. Moreover, I am not even exactly sure of the exact situation that the land of demons is facing. There are also chances that Akatsuki might target Konoha, so if both of us are absent at the same time, then situation will only worsen. Shursui said, I understand. After instructing Shursui, Kuroto came to Sandaime-sama's office. Huga, Kuroto, I was wondering how long will it take for you to come? Sandaime said as he put down the document and looked at Huga Kuroto. Kuroto kneeled in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Please forgive me for making you wait, Sandaime-sama. Sandaime nodded and spoke, So what did the daughter of Miko of the land of demon had to say? Kuroto did not speak much, just took out a scroll and passed it Hokage-sama. Hiruzen took the scroll and read the information recorded in it. As he was reading the content written in the scroll, his gaze hardened and his brows twisted in a deep frown. He has already read the information from the scroll sent by Miko to him, but this here only makes the situation worse. So that's your conclusion about the events happening in the land of demons? Asked Sandaime. Kuroto nodded, Yes, Hokage-sama. Alright, and what do you plan to do now? Asked Sandaime. Since the life and death of Miko-sama is unknown, so the investigation must be carried out, and I would like to volunteer myself to go to the land of demons, said Kuroto after taking a deep breath. Sandaime was surprised and asked, And why do you want to volunteer? Moreover, what relationship do you have with Miko? As soon as her daughter came to Konoha, she was ardent to meet you. Why is that the case? Kuroto knew that there are some things that he can't hide forever, and this is one of those moments when he has to reveal some of his secrets. It was during Team 11's first mission that was at the land of demons. Back then, after our mission was completed and I was recovering from my injuries at the temple of Miko-sama, I asked for her guidance to teach me Fuinjutsu as I wanted to master it. And because Miko-sama was grateful to our team for helping her out in sealing Morio, so she agreed to accept me as a student and help me build up a strong foundation, which helped me to learn high-level Fuinjutsu. So Miko-sama is also my sensei, and I will have to make sure that I save her, and if saving her is no longer an option, then her death should at least be avenged. Sandaime considered Kuroto's words, and now he also understood how Hyuga Kuroto suddenly developed a high talent in Fuinjutsu that even rivaled and surpassed Yondaime Hokage. Of course, talent and hard work are necessary, but without a solid foundation, reaching such a level is not easy. Miko's Fuinjutsu proficiency is indeed famous, and receiving her guidance does make it possible. At the same time, Sandaime also looked at Hyuga Kuroto in a new light. To receive the guidance of Miko of the land of demons is not a joke. In terms of status alone, she is no inferior to the daimyo of a country, and the fact that Hyuga Kuroto is a disciple of such a person makes his background more difficult to be touched politically. Moreover, it was Team 11's responsibility to eliminate Yomi and his cult, but it appears that we clearly failed, so if something were to happen to Miko-sama, then the responsibility will fall on Konoha's shoulder. As such, we have to be hasty and make sure that we try our best to salvage the situation if possible. Sandaime nodded with a serious expression. In a situation where several missing ninjas of Konoha are causing chaos throughout the shinobi world, the last thing Konoha needs is the blame for the death of Miko of the land of demons. Sigh, you are right. But I am afraid that I won't be able to spare any manpower to follow you, Sandaime said helplessly. I am aware of the troubles that Konoha is facing, and I don't request any reinforcements. The situation of the land of demons is not clear enough, so it would be best that we hold back a little and let someone do some investigation and then resolve the matter using that piece of intelligence. Kuroto obviously knew this, and frankly, he doesn't really want anyone to come with him because that would not only slow him down but also be a burden. Sandaime groaned a little. It is not hard to judge that Hyuga Kuroto has grown quite strong in the past years. The kid is probably the strongest in the Hyuga clan, even surpassing the level of Hisashi and Hayashi, which means that he is already an S-class shinobi, so he should be safe unless he encounters a siege from members of Tatsukami or Akatsuki, right? Kuroto did not interrupt Sandaime while he was in thought, because he was confident that Sandaime would agree to his request. After a little deliberation, Sandaime nodded. All right, you are tasked with the investigation of the events of Land of Demons. Your priority will be to save Miko if possible, otherwise eliminate the person responsible for her death. While you are gone, I will arrange a temporary member to the Team 11 in your place to ensure the protection of Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama, Kuroto said, and got up to leave. As Kuroto was about to open the gate, Sandaime suddenly said, Hyuga Kuroto, I hope that you wouldn't disappoint me, unlike Orochimaru. Kuroto's steps came to a sudden halt as he was really surprised by the sudden words. He didn't look back, but asked lightly, what brought this on Sandaime-sama? Sandaime shook his head, and said, nothing. I just felt that the mistake I made in not being a proper guide to Orochimaru should not be repeated. You have proven yourself to be an excellent shinobi, and I hope that you will not lose yourself in the pursuit of power. The desire to be strong is not wrong, zealous in learning things and acquiring knowledge is not wrong either. There is nothing wrong with treading untraveled paths, but what one must always be careful is not to lose oneself for the sake of his pursuits. Otherwise, those pursuits are not worth it. The world we live in is cruel, and without a doubt, if one is not strong enough then he won't be able to survive, but that's no reason to give up everything for the sake of some perfunctory power. I hope you will keep these words in mind. Kuroto turned around, deeply bowed towards Sandaime, and said, I will always keep your words in my heart. I hope you do. Sandaime nodded and signaled him to depart. Kuroto nodded and without wasting any more time he left the Hokage building and went out of the village secretly. After coming to an isolated place and repeatedly verifying that he wasn't being followed, Kuroto activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and flew towards the Land of Demons. Kuroto's speed with the Tenseigan chakra mode was extremely fast and it only took him 4 days of day and night travel to arrive at the Land of Demons. When Kuroto sneaked into the village where the temple of Miko was located, he was surprised to find that the temple as a whole was intact, and it seemed as if no cruel or offensive battle took place here. But unfortunately, that was not the case with the rest of the country that Kuroto passed through on his way here, as it was razed by the Ghost Army. Countless corpses lied across various parts of the country, and several villages burned up. And although there was no damage to this particular village, there was a heavy bloody stench still lingering here. Moreover, there was also no enchantment barrier protecting the temple from outside intruders. Using his Byakugan, Kuroto looked into the distant temple and found that the guards of the temple were also different from the ones he remembered, as they all wore white cloaks with some symbols that symbolized Yomi's cult. Kuroto's face sank as he saw this. Honestly, Kuroto didn't really care about what happened to the rest of the Land of Demons and its people, but Miko-sama herself is very important, and Kuroto really hoped that Miko-sama was still alive, but the chances of such a thing happening are already too low. Seeing that there was not much hope left for Miko-sama, Kuroto did not rush to enter Miko's temple. What awaits him inside is a battle and it would be better to go there in his optimum condition, so Kuroto hid, and focused on recovering his chakra. Considering that in addition to Yomi, there will also be Hirako with his 5 Kekkai Jinkai, and Shino who might have already become a Jinchuriki by now, Kuroto has to be extra prepared. As the sun began to set, the night took over the sky, and Kuroto got ready to sneak into the temple. Chapter 290. Sitting cross-legged on top of a tree branch, Kuroto was cleaning his Kusanagi sword. Although his heart was filled with a sense of guilt and irritation, Kuroto was not influenced by these feelings and did his best to restrain his killing intent. Kuroto's face was extremely calm, similar to the light wind in which his half-kimono swayed, giving off a calm and peaceful aura. In this war-trodden shinobi world, blindness led by emotions and misjudgment because of the lack of knowledge are the two biggest enemies of a shinobi. No matter what one is doing, he must always have a clear goal in mind, and Kuroto's goal in coming to the land of demons is not to indiscriminately slaughter those cultists but to find the Miko-sama. Unless and until her situation is not confirmed, Kuroto would obviously keep a restraint. Besides, it's not like these cultists will be able to live to see the next sun, so Kuroto was patient, as he knew that these people didn't have much to live anyway. Looking in the direction of the temple, Kuroto's expression condensed. You'll find the origin of this content at N0 Velb, N. As the night fell, the village darkened, and rows of bright lamps that used to illuminate the Miko's temple were no longer there. Instead, there was gloomy red lights lighting the walls of the temple. Although the cultists are still patrolling through the walls and corridors non-stop, their vigilance was undoubtedly lower compared to the daytime, giving a perfect opportunity to sneak inside. But Kuroto still did not act rashly. He was patiently waiting for a better opportunity that he knew would present itself soon enough. As the night darkened, the patrolling formations began to disorganize. The guards at various outposts also yawned one after another. The quiet night, coupled with a colorless, tasteless, and odorless sleeping gas of extremely low potency that was flowing inside the temple with the night breeze, prompted the guards to drop their vigilance. "It's time," muttered Kuroto as he slowly got up and immediately disappeared from his position. Like an unnoticeable and untraceable shadow, Kuroto sneaked into the shadow of the outer wall, past the sleepy guards one after another, avoided some of the active ones, and in just a few moments he was already at the inner temple. Kuroto lived here for a few days at the time of recovering from his injuries. Therefore, even if he did not know the entire structure of the temple, Kuroto was more than familiar to move around the temple and also knew where to look for what he was searching. Passing through several corridors, Kuroto arrived near a broad passageway. Looking forward to the left turn that leads to the left passage, Kuroto muttered, "Miko-sama's residence is in the core areas of the temple. Let's start searching from there, as the most likely place where I will be able to find something should be in her private quarters." Walking through the broad passageway, Kuroto further walked through several corridors and arrived at the place he had to be. As for the reason why he was not stopped midway by anyone, it's easy. Kuroto simply used the transformation technique on himself to look like one of those cultists. The place he stopped was just before the corridor where Miko-sama's sleeping quarter was located. As for the reason why Kuroto stopped here, because there were about 16 cultists in this small passageway. Such tight security of her sleeping quarters? Is it possible that she is still alive and kept on house arrest in her sleeping quarters? Thought Kuroto. If that is true, then Kuroto must hurry. Thinking so, Kuroto observed the guards, then printed hand signs. Poof! 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 And subsequently, 4 shadow clones appeared next to Kuroto. Nothing was needed to be said. Kuroto just nodded towards the 4 clones and rushed into the small passageway as he drew out his Kusanagi sword. Whoosh! 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 Kuroto and his 4 clones rushed out at the very same instant, and with extremely high speed all 5 of them rushed towards their intended targets. Even before the enemy noticed them, 5 were already dead. As the enemy noticed the intruders and hurriedly took out their weapons, 5 more were dead, and the very next instant 5 more were dead. The last one of the cultists knew that he won't stay alive for much longer and tried to alert the other guards in the temple. "It's an inn," however, that was all he managed to speak as a sword that came flying towards him pierced him through his mouth, effectively nailing him on the wall, and he was dead all of a sudden. With all the guards neutralized, the 4 clones disappeared in clouds of white smoke, while Kuroto indifferently walked towards the last guard who was nailed on the wall. Without even looking at him, Kuroto drew out his sword from the other party's throat and walked past him towards the gate of Miko-sama's sleeping quarters. When he arrived in front of the gate, Kuroto noticed several fuinjutsu techniques printed on the gate. Kuroto studied their mechanism and their roles in split seconds, and since they were already deactivated, so Kuroto did not bother tampering with them and pushed open the gate. As the gate opened, Kuroto did not rush inside, but stayed outside and carefully observed the area with his Tenseigan. Aside from a simple regal residence, which includes furnishings and other things that were probably necessary for Miko-sama's living, there doesn't seem to be anything strange or out of the ordinary in the area. Strange, no one is here. But what confused Kuroto even more was that there was no one inside. So, what was the purpose of keeping so many guards here? Kuroto initially thought that even if Miko-sama is not imprisoned inside, he should at least find Yomi here, but it appears that Kuroto was wrong. Carrying his Kusanagi sword, Kuroto walked inside, but as soon as he entered inside, Kuroto noticed some miniature signs and looked up at the roof. The roof of Miko-sama's sleeping quarter was very high. By a mere estimation, Kuroto guessed that it was probably about 30 meters high. At the center of the hexagon-shaped roof was a beautiful crystal chandelier. And the minute chakra signs that Kuroto felt were coming from the crystal chandelier. If it was someone else, they may not notice these minute chakra signatures, but Kuroto with his Tenseigan easily noticed them. In the vision of his Tenseigan, the core part of the crystal chandelier contained energy, and this energy was a mixture of chakra and natural energy. It was similar to the Ryumyaku's gourd artifact that Kuroto keeps with him. Why-ish. Ads by PubFuture. Just as Kuroto was about to float upwards to further satiate his curiosity about that core crystal, a golden light suddenly lit the chandelier, and the very next moment, the shadow of a familiar figure came out of the core crystal. This familiar figure was none other than Moroku, the Miko of the Land of Demons. Staring at the translucent figure before him, Kuroto asked, "Miko-sama, your state?" Moroku nodded. "As you guessed, Kuroto-kun, this is part of my spirit body that I sealed inside that crystal chandelier." Right. After a nod, Kuroto's face had that guilty look, and he bowed towards her. "Please forgive me, Miko-sama, I failed in killing Yomi." The fact that Miko-sama's spirit body was before Kuroto clearly means that she is already dead. And this obviously made Kuroto sad. After all, the other party is like his teacher. And it was his failure that killed her. If he had killed Yomi, neither Miko-sama would have died, nor the Land of Demons would have been destroyed. Miko-sama saw Kuroto's guilty appearance and smiled gently. "You don't have to blame yourself, Kuroto-kun. Some things just cannot be changed." Kuroto asked, "Was it related to a prediction?" Miko nodded and said, "In the past few years I have delved deeper into future telling, and now instead of just predicting my death, I am able to see some other things too. For example, reactions influence my own actions in the attempts of trying to change the fate. And trust me, when I saw my death, I thought of many ways to change them, but every method had several other consequences, and they were much worse than what you see happening to the Land of Demons and me, so I choose death instead of cheating it anymore." "What?" Kuroto was shocked, and immediately asked, "Could you explain more?" Miko-sama shook her head. "From all of my research, I have come to realize that it's better to not meddle with time and fate until you become independent of it, or at least, strong enough to resist the passage of time and the lines of fate. So it is still not the right time for you to learn these things, Kuroto-kun. Maybe you will have a better opportunity in the future if you persevere." Kuroto was silent after hearing Miko-sama's words. At this time Miko-sama said, "Besides everything, I am still very happy. I was supposed to have died at that time, but you and that Uchiha child did not let me die, and I was able to be a part of Shine's childhood. Although I feel a little saddened leaving her now, I am still content with the time I spent with my daughter. So you do not need to blame yourself. If anything, I should be grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to watch over Cheyenne. You may not be able to imagine what this means to a mother, so I am telling you that this was something that I will remain eternally grateful for, and no amount of effort will ever be able to repay this favor." Moroku is very clear, even if Kuroto saved her as a part of a deal he made with her, but this still did give her the opportunity to spend a few years with Cheyenne, watch over her, and love her. Kuroto sighed. Parental love is unconditional. At this time, Kuroto said, "You left behind a part of your soul. Were you waiting for me?" Miko-sama nodded with a knowing smile. "Yes, I knew you will come." Kuroto asked, even after you sent that warning through the scroll? Of course. Miko-sama nodded, and said, I knew you will come regardless. Kuroto was with a curious expression. Was it also a prediction? Miko-sama shook her head and said, with Ryumyaku by your side, predicting your future is no longer possible. Kuroto was taken aback and asked, why is that? Chapter 291. Why is that? Asked Kuroto. Miko-sama thought a little and then said, although I am not exactly sure, it is probably related to the high amount of natural energy that Ryumyaku contains. Kuroto frowned. Because of natural energy? Miko-sama nodded. I am not certain, but that's the most logical explanation. Ryumyaku contains a very high portion of natural energy, and since you are something like a Jinchuriki of the Ryumyaku, so your state is very close to nature, and the predictions, prophecies, and future telling targets individuals, not nature as a whole. As far as I think, predicting the course of nature is not possible, so as long as you have Ryumyaku, predicting your future should be impossible. So, according to you, Ryumyaku makes me immune to all the prophecies, predictions, and future telling? Kuroto muttered. Miko-sama nodded and added, but that's just a hypothesis of mine. I have no conclusive evidence to be sure whether this hypothesis is correct or not. Then Kuroto asked in confusion, okay, I understand that, but then how are you so sure that I would come regardless of your warnings? Miko smiled. I did not send my daughter to be under your protection just for nothing. There is something we call trust and understanding, and as cliché as it may sound, you can say that I had faith that you would definitely come. Kuroto was embarrassed and said, when I learned that Yomi was not dead and launched a rebellion in the land of demons, I couldn't rest easy, regardless of your warnings. The Kuroto explained how he killed Yomi, beheaded Yomi the last time. Miko-sama had a thoughtful look after listening to Kuroto's words and explained, even if Yomi is not strong as a shinobi, he was blessed with many forbidden and dark techniques by Morio, so perhaps whatever technique he used to survive even after being beheaded must be through one of those techniques. Kuroto said, maybe that's the case, but regardless of everything, I will kill him this time without any error. Miko-sama sighed. He is present in the temple, and I would suggest you be very careful of him. I know you are strong, but still be careful. His state is completely different from what it used to be before. Kuroto frowned. Completely different? Miko-sama nodded. I am not exactly sure how, so just be careful. Anyway, my spirit form won't last very long. There are a few favors I want to ask of you, Kuroto-kun. I hope you can promise to fulfill them. Kuroto spoke. Favors? Please tell me. If I can, then I will try to what I can. Miko-sama asked, have you brought that scroll that I sent to you? Kuroto nodded and took out that scroll. Here it is. Miko-sama looked at the scroll in Kuroto's hand and said, follow me. Kuroto followed and arrived near a bookshelf that was half filled and half empty. Miko-sama said, place that scroll on the third empty shelf of the fifth row. Kuroto nodded and placed the scroll at the position where Miko-sama said. Based on the development of things now, something must happen. Kuroto was waiting in anticipation, but nothing happened. Kuroto was confused and looked at Miko-sama with a frown. Miko-sama seems to have noticed Kuroto's confusion and said, that was just the first step. Now I will tell you the order in which you have to arrange all the books and scrolls, and you will follow. Kuroto raised an eyebrow and a frown, but seeing that Miko-sama was serious, he nodded nonetheless. And the rearrangement process of the shelf started. Fourth scroll on the seventh shelf of the first row to the sixth empty shelf of the second row, ninth book on the fourth shelf of the fifth row, to 11th shelf of the eighth row, and so on. After all the rearrangement was carried the bookshelf, a cluck sound was heard. At this time Miko-sama said, open that cabinet. Kuroto nodded and opened the cabinet. What came out of it was not some secret treasure nor some kind of secret scroll. In fact, it contained nothing, but Kuroto's gaze was still on the cabinet as a pattern was drawn on the cabinet with the insignia of Miko carved at the center of the pattern. While Kuroto was studying the pattern, Miko-sama was silent. She believed that she didn't need to explain to Kuroto what that pattern is. After understanding the pattern, Kuroto turned towards Miko-sama and asked, few drops of your blood, as well as the name of the first Miko, will be 2 components required to complete the seal. Miko-sama nodded and said, pick out the 19th scroll from the last shelf of the bottommost row. Kuroto did as she said, unfolded the scroll. The scroll had a lot of text written on it, but what surprised Kuroto was that the text was of red color along with a light fragrance of iron coming off from the pages. This scroll is written from my own blood. Now I will show you a specific sealing pattern. You have to perform that specific pattern on top of the page, said Miko-sama, and performed the sealing pattern. Kuroto looked at the pattern, and after she was done, Kuroto printed the same sealing pattern on the page. As the sealing pattern was completed, all the red ink printed on the scroll came to life and started collecting at the center point. From the center point which soaked that part. But soon enough the red ink seemed to be defying gravity and started rising up, and soon enough a small drop of red blood was floating in the midair. It was constantly changing shape, like an ether. Now place your fingertip below that drop of blood and use it to complete the seal, said Miko-sama. Kuroto did as instructed, and put the drop of blood on the top of Miko's insignia printed at the center of the pattern. Next is the name of the first Miko, spoke Kuroto. Her name is Oinari, Miko-sama said. Kuroto was shocked, but calming himself, he drew Oinari's symbol to complete the seal. As the seal was completed, the crystal chandelier hanging on the roof dropped a scroll. Seeing the falling scroll, Kuroto used rain will attraction to draw it towards. As Kuroto caught the scroll, he looked at Miko-sama for further explanation. Miko-sama said, open it. Kuroto nodded and unfolded the scroll, and inside he was able to see several things stored inside, so this was a storage scroll. Kuroto did not have to wait for the explanation. As Miko-sama said, this scroll stores some items that I want you to pass on to Cheyenne at the right time. Kuroto nodded, okay, I think I can do that. Miko-sama pointed at one of the symbols and said, first is the crown of Miko. Cheyenne will be required to have it when she inherits the position of the next Miko. This crown will also help her better control her powers. You have to pass it on to her when she reaches adulthood. Kuroto nodded, all right. After that Miko-sama again said, second is the mystic bell. Please pass it on to Cheyenne as soon as you return to Konoha, and make sure to instruct her to always carry this bell with her. Although Kuroto did not know much about this crown of Miko, Kuroto did have some impression of this mystic bell. Kuroto vaguely remembers that Cheyenne was able to perform various techniques using the bell she carried with her. Curious about the mystic bell, Kuroto asked, if I am not wrong, this is a sealing artifact. Why does Cheyenne need to carry this with her? Would it not limit her Miko powers? Miko-sama nodded, yes, the mystic bell will seal her Miko power, but that's necessary. After my analysis, I have come to understand that Cheyenne is most definitely a child with the most potential. Her powers are too strong for her own good. Her powers are more of a curse than a blessing until she is ready to wield them, so in order to not inadvertently hurt others or cause a disaster for others, it is better to seal them until she is ready. Kuroto was highly surprised, but he decided not to ask too much for now. At this time Miko-sama said, third items are the scroll of Miko's Fuinjutsu. There are 5 scrolls. Pass them to her in the order of their numbering as per her progress. I have helped her build up the necessary foundation to master Miko's Fuinjutsu, so it should be fine to give her the first scroll immediately. And the last items are these vials of elixir. There are 5 vials stored inside. I have already given 1 vial to Cheyenne a few months back. Give one of those vials to her when she is 10 years old, and the second at the age of 14. As for the last 2 vials, you can use them as you see fit. I give them to you as a gift, said Miko-sama. Kuroto nodded and then asked, what is the role of these vials of elixir? Miko-sama explained, this elixir has been passed down in the Miko's lineage, and it is necessary to help us activate and enhance our bloodline sealing abilities. It also helps us develop an understanding of nature as well as allows us to gain a passive control over the natural energy. Kuroto was stunned, and exclaimed, does that mean that as long as someone takes this elixir, he can master how to use Senjutsu chakra? Understanding nature, controlling natural energy, learning to use Senjutsu chakra are all necessary steps to master Sennin mode. And once someone masters Sennin mode, he can directly step into the realm of a Super Kage. Even in the original series, Uzumaki Naruto, who had just learned Sennin mode, was able to combat Rakudo pain. Miko-sama laughed. For the descendant of Miko lineage it is indeed possible, but for other people. What about for other people? Kuroto asked eagerly. Miko-sama said, for others, the effects will mostly be limited. At most it will help them improve their perception of natural energy. As for whether those individuals can control natural energy is another matter altogether. An elixir will not play any role in that, but it will have a passive strengthening effect and maybe improve their talent towards nature to some degree. But that's just it. After hearing Miko-sama's explanation, Kuroto sighed. Is that all? Sigh, it seems there are no shortcuts to master Sennin mode, muttered Kuroto while folding back the scroll and putting it inside his shinobi bag. Miko-sama said with an apologetic tone, I know that a ninja of your level doesn't care about monetary things, so I did not bother to prepare those. I hope you don't mind. As soon as he heard Miko-sama say this, Kuroto opened his mouth like a fish, but no words came out. He did not even know what to say. Kuroto is too poor now. What he lacks most and needs most is money. Because of lack of money, all his experiments have also come to a halt, and he is left with no choice but to make do with the female fire clone. Tap, tap. Miko-sama was confused by Kuroto's sudden change, but before she could ask anything, sound of footsteps approaching came from the outside. Kuroto frowned and activated his Tenseigan. Miko-sama said anxiously, It's Yomi, he must have noticed that you sneaked in here. Kuroto also noticed that it was Yomi, and his lips arched in a cold smirk. Just right, now I wouldn't have to bother searching for him. Miko-sama anxiously said, There is one more thing you need to know. A man named Shino has swallowed Morio, and he must be on his way toward Cheyenne now. If he is allowed to swallow the powers of Miko from Cheyenne, then he will gain unimaginable power, so you have to protect Cheyenne from him. He must not be allowed to get near Cheyenne. Kuroto asked, All right, I will rush out as soon as I kill Yomi. And what are you going to do, Miko-sama? Miko-sama said with a bitter expression, The chakra that my spirit contains won't stay much longer. Time is running out for my spirit, Ev. Before Miko-sama could finish her words, the gate of this room was pushed open and a gloomy voice came, I knew you will come, Yama. I have been waiting for you. Now come, and be prepared to die. Who are you? The gloomy voice stopped midway, and looked at Kuroto with a confused expression. Wait, I recognize that face. You are Hyuga Kuroto of Konoha, right? What are you doing here? Wait, are you Yama? Kuroto did not bother to answer, as there was no need to. Chapter 292. Kuroto-kun, please be careful, and please also tell Cheyenne that her Oka-san will always be with her, spoke Miko-sama. Kuroto said, Don't worry, you will have at least one last opportunity to talk to Cheyenne, so tell this to her yourself. As Kuroto said, he started printing hand seals, and instantly a heavy chakra pressure filled the entire room, and heavy winds surged like a storm. Instantly, cyan chakra flames erupted around Kuroto's body and wrapped around him. Miko-sama subconsciously raised her arms over her face to protect herself from the pressure winds. Honestly, she was rather surprised by the sudden change. This is because the changes happening here different from what she expected. Moroku always thought that Ryumyaku is Kuroto-kun's greatest reliance, but according to what is happening here, Kuroto-kun doesn't seem to be relying on Ryumyaku, and yet such intense chakra pressure? Fortunately, Kuroto's Tenseigan chakra was very peaceful and gentle compared to the overbearing and violent chakra that most have, so even though raging wind pressure covered the room and the surroundings, it was not uncomfortable or scary for her spirit to withstand this pressure. As the winds calmed down a little, Miko-sama asked, What did you mean by the last chance? I am already dead. Even my spirit won't be able to stay here for much longer. It is impossible. Kuroto said, I have a solution for that. This gourd can isolate chakra pretty well, and I have created a small opening. Enter inside the gourd and I will close the seal. Then after I solve Yomi and the rest of the cultists, I will go back to Konoha, and you will have the last opportunity to have a conversation with Cheyenne. Miko-sama was silent for a while, then nodded and rushed into the Ryumyaku gourd. After that, Kuroto looked coldly at Yomi, who was standing on the other side. Even Yomi was shocked by the sudden chakra pressure. He obviously did not expect Hyuga Kuroto to have such an ability. Kuroto said coldly, "The last time you somehow managed to survive despite losing your head, it was your luck and my carelessness that I did not destroy your entire corpse, but this time it won't happen again." Yomi's look was gloomy upon being reminded of their last battle. He suddenly laughed wildly. "Bwahaha, idiot, do you think I would be unprepared? Ever since last humiliation, I have been preparing. I have been waiting to finally find you again and give you the same death that you tried to give me. So don't think that you will ever be able to escape from here, because I am not the only person who is after you." Kuroto's lips arched in a mocking smile. "Oh, is that right? So why don't you just call Hirako Nad Shino here so that I can be done with you, and go back home to deal with the other pressing matters which are more important than taking care of some mob-class villains who don't know when to give up?" Yomi's expression changed. How do you know about those two? Does it really matter? Now, why don't you call them?" Kuroto took a pause here, and seeing that Yomi did not come out of his shock, Kuroto spoke in disdain. "Why don't you call them? Don't tell me, are they not here any longer? Because if that's the case then just dealing with you would be too boring." Yomi roared in anger. "Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Who gives a damn if they're not here? I don't need either of their help anymore to deal with you." Thinking of what Miko-sama said, Shino has already swallowed Morio, and his next goal seems to be Miko's power, and since Miko-sama herself is dead, so Morio's next goal is Cheyenne, and since Cheyenne is in Konoha right now, then that means Shino is headed to Konoha. And since there is nothing more left in the land of demons anymore, so it is likely that Hirako is also headed towards the Konoha. It is difficult for Kuroto to know their exact positions, but Kuroto has to somehow understand how long will it take for either of them to reach Konoha, and since Yomi is his only source of information, so Kuroto tentatively spoke, "Both of them went to Konoha, huh?" Yomi grinned. "Even if you guessed it, now it's already too late. Counting the time, both of them would have already arrived at Konoha by now, but you do not need to bother with that Yama. You will die here. No, to be exact, you will become a part of me. I will swallow you, becoming stronger than ever, and more close to creating Sennen Okoku." Yomi said and spread open his arms. In the blink of an eye, his body swelled up, completely losing the human form, and turned into a large monstrous appearance with several eyes, faces, limbs, and so on. Chimera technique. With just a glance, Kuroto judged that Yomi had used chimera technique to swallow many individuals, and judging from his disgusting appearance, it seems as if he has swallowed quite a lot of individuals, thus making him even more disgusting than the most disgusting creatures. Nevertheless, Kuroto had to agree that Yomi's chakra volume was skyrocketing, easily surpassing the chakra level of a high-tier Kage. He has at least swallowed a few hundred people. Damn, is this guy crazy to swallow hundreds of people? This is suicidal. Kuroto really couldn't understand Yomi's suicidal behavior, but upon thinking a little, Kuroto shook his head without a care in the world. It didn't really matter to him. With what Yomi has done, killing him has only become easier. Just one blow is needed, and Kuroto can guarantee that even with everyone Yomi has swallowed, he would no longer be able to bear the burden. Roarer. At this time, Yomi, or whatever that thing is, let out a roar. Ads by PubFuture. And immediately following which a dark and hoarse, at the same time a maddening voice sounded, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I have covered up the entire temple inside an enchantment barrier. This place is sealed off and you won't be able to escape from here." Listening to that thing, Kuroto chuckled. "Just perfect. Now I can deal with you at once. There would be no issue of chasing and hunting everywhere." Yomi was speechless by Kuroto's comment and shouted loudly, "Die!" Followed by Yomi's shout, a whole lot of flesh that was in a semi-solid state, much like the leech used for chimera technique, pounced on Kuroto. Not only was the speed of this fleshy substance extremely fast, but it was also extremely strong, because of the weight this fleshy substance carried. But Kuroto did not panic. Kuroto just drew his hand, and instantly a golden sword appeared in his hands. Golden will reincarnation explosion. The dazzling chakra sword seemed to have instantly illuminated the entire temple. And with just a simple swipe, the golden chakra sword easily cut through the fleshy thing coming towards him, but that was not the end, as the golden sword easily chopped Yomi's swelled-up body into 2 parts. Puff! As soon as Yomi's body was split into 2, blood, intestine, gut, colloidal fluids and who knows what not splashed out of his body and scattered on the floor, making the whole room stinky as hell. Even Kuroto had to hold his breath for a moment as it smelled too disgusting to be able to bear. He was afraid that he would die of this rotten smell. Anyway, the attack not only mutilated Yomi into 2 parts but also disrupted his chakra. In just a few short breaths, the adverse effects of chakra disruption appeared. Looking at the changes, Kuroto said indifferently, "Other people's chakra is other people's after all, even if you forcibly swallowed it, it won't ever be yours." Yomi, who had long lost his appearance, tried to stop things from escaping, but seeing that he was unable to do anything, he whined intermittently, This is impossible, how could it be?" Kuroto snorted, "That's what happens when you do things the wrong way." Yomi never expected that he would lose, not to mention lose so fast and so thorough. It doesn't seem to be any different from the last time he died at the hands of Yama. All the effort, all the preparation were all meaningless. That's what happens when you try to do things that you just aren't capable of. Chapter 293. The original disgusting appearance of Yomi was beyond recovering after being cut into 2 pieces by the golden chakra sword. Kuroto couldn't even bother to look at him, as he felt nauseating despite the resistance he has towards seeing gross things. This thing was way past the level of something bearable. Unable to bear any more, Kuroto dispersed the golden chakra sword, and was now in the process of preparing Azure Will Reincarnation Explosion to completely shred this thing into uncountable fragments. Although Yomi is dying slowly, the faster he disappears the better, and because this guy knows Kuroto's secret of being Yama, so Kuroto doesn't want this thing to ever come back, therefore, Kuroto wants to be extra sure. And just when the Azure Will Reincarnation Explosion was near completion, Yomi, or whatever sanity was left of him, seemed to have instinctively felt the danger coming from that azure spiral ball in Kuroto's hand and shouted, "Damn it, even if I am going to die, I will take you to hell with me." Kuroto's face sank, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Boom! 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 As soon as Yomi's voice fell, the entire temple was engulfed in a series of destructive explosions. And because the temple was surrounded by an enchantment barrier, forming a confined space, therefore, the impact of the explosion did not disperse to the surroundings, so the village where not even a single soul was alive anymore was not damaged, but because the energy of the explosion could not be distributed, so the waves and waves of explosion continued, repeatedly destroying everything. And this increased the power of explosions dozens of times. It was only after a few minutes that the explosion stopped, and the earth stopped trembling. As the entire temple was destroyed, so was the Fuinjutsu destroyed with the temple. As such, the enchantment around the temple also began to wither away, and finally dissipated completely. And as the enchantment dispersed, smoke, dust, fire, and heat finally escaped out of the enchantment barrier and spread in the surroundings. After a while the scene finally became visible. And the place where the once magnificent and ancient temple stood was now nothing more than a ruin. There was hardly a single wall standing. And at the center was a deep pit that spread for hundreds of meters in horizontal radius and about 100 meters depth. And at the very center of the pit lay a sphere pitch black in color. There was not even a single crack in the black sphere, its surface extremely smooth. Click! At this moment the sphere suddenly disappeared, to reveal Kuroto's figure. If Yomi were to look at Kuroto's current state, then he will be shocked and completely out of his mind. That's because the explosion did not even touch Kuroto's clothes, much less kill him. Coming out unscathed, Kuroto observed his surroundings. Truth-seeking orbs undoubtedly protected him. It must be known that the temple was protected with tens of thousands of seals, and if such a temple could not withstand the explosion, it can be understood just how much damaging they were, if not for the defensive power of truth-seeking orbs that protected him from the explosions. Otherwise, Kuroto would have been a goner. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to sneak here at night, Otherwise, if I sneaked here in daylight and Yomi was able to sense me, then I wouldn't even have had the chance to have a talk with Miko-sama's spirit, much less retrieving those items that have to be passed to Chien-chan," muttered Kuroto with a relieved sigh. Under such an explosion, Miko-sama's spirit wouldn't have survived, Kuroto can be sure of this. After scanning the surroundings, Kuroto can only sigh at the destruction. The temple, which has been standing here for over a millennium, was destroyed. The temple had unprecedented historical value, knowledge of several generations along with countless other things which also included thousands of years of inheritance were also destroyed along with the temple. And Kuroto will never have the chance to learn about them, and this made him sad. Shaking his head helplessly, Kuroto focused on the matter at hand, and after carefully confirming that this time every trace of Yomi was really gone along with the explosion, he too disappeared from the ruins. Kuroto has bigger troubles to solve, so he can't waste his time crying over the spilled milk. From Yomi's words, it has been confirmed that Shino and Hiriko have long left towards Konoha and should be arriving or have probably arrived there, and if they have arrived in Konoha, then things are going to be too troublesome for Shisui to deal alone. The thought of Yui and Chien being present at his home, and Shino going towards them there to swallow down Chien really scared him. Kuroto rarely feels anxiety about something, but thinking of what could happen to Yui if Shino reached his home really terrifies him. Rushing all the way, Kuroto arrived at a forest in the land of demons. After a bit of groaning and observation, Kuroto nodded, "This place should be fine. The distance from here and Konoha is too much, and no matter how fast he rushes or flies all the way using the Tenseigan chakra mode, it would take at least 48 hours for Kuroto to reach Konoha, and he does not have so much time at his hands." Ads by PubFuture. Therefore, Kuroto decided to make a bold attempt and use soul travel to Konoha. All he has to do is to use Tenseigan soul descend and transfer his soul to one of his clone bodies kept inside his secret laboratory. Because the soul travels in the form of chakra, so the speed will be extremely fast. Moreover, ordinary people won't be able to see his soul, so there wouldn't be any need to avoid commercial routes, villages, and towns, just fly towards Konoha in a straight line. But this kind of soul travel is not without its own problems. While his soul is gone, Kuroto's body will be unprotected and will be vulnerable. It could be discovered by other passing by ninjas, or may even become breakfast or dinner for some animal. After groaning a little, Kuroto bit his finger, printed the hand seals, then pressed his hand on the ground, summoning technique. Poof! With a cloud of white smoke, a huge figure appeared in front of Kuroto. "What? How did this pig become so big?" exclaimed Kuroto, looking at Okinabuta, whose body was easily over 10 meters, and this shocked Kuroto. While Kuroto was shocked, Okinabuta looked at his surrounding with a blank face. He shook his huge head, trying to figure out how he suddenly appeared here. "Oi, Okina, here," Kuroto shouted, "look below, below." Prompted by Kuroto's call, Okinabuta lowered his head and saw Kuroto with a confused expression, wondering how Kuroto became so small. Kuroto has suddenly become so small, so Okinabuta hesitated to step forward because he did not want to crush Kuroto into a meat paste. Kuroto asked, "You recognize me, right?" After a bit of groaning, Okinabuta bent his head and carefully sniffed Kuroto's scent. After confirming that it was indeed Kuroto, Okinabuta nodded. Kuroto sighed and used his sword to cut a big hole inside a nearby tree. The hole was of the size that could accommodate his body inside, and Kuroto did not forget to add several sealing techniques to conceal the hole. After doing this, Kuroto said, "Guard my body here, don't let any beasts come near the tree." Okinabuta nodded and sat next to the tree. With Okinabuta's nod, Kuroto entered the tree hole and used Tenseigan soul descend. Suddenly Kuroto's soul came out of the body and hovered in the air above Okinabuta's body. Then Kuroto in the soul form closed his eyes and tried perceiving various chakra reactions. Kuroto found that he was able to sense that in addition to the Tenseigan chakra present in his body hidden in the tree hole, and the light Tenseigan chakra present inside Okinabuta that was very difficult to perceive, Kuroto was also able to sense the Tenseigan chakra sealed inside the Kazekage puppet present inside his secret laboratory. And this Tenseigan chakra became Kuroto's beacon light that will guide him to Konoha. Chapter 294. Konoha. Looking at the stable and prosperous knight, the masked man who stood on top of the Hokage mountain muttered to himself, "This kind of prosperity is false and fragile. I only need to touch it once to ruin it. This false world is not even worth nostalgia. So then, let's begin." After speaking this, the masked man's body disappeared into a spiraling void. A few seconds later, the same spiraling vortex appeared inside Uzumaki Naruto's home. Walking out of the spiraling vortex, the masked man looked coldly at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sleeping on his bed. Uzumaki Naruto was peacefully sleeping, dreaming of once again eating Ichiraku ramen. The slumbering Uzumaki Naruto was completely unaware of the sudden intruder who can forever take him away from his Ichiraku ramen. After looking at Uzumaki Naruto for a few seconds, the masked man looked outside the window. He was aware that the Umbu Team 11 is responsible for the protection of Uzumaki Naruto. In Team 11, Uchiha Shisui is the only one that masked man thinks would be difficult to deal with. The opposite party has Manjikyu Sharingan, and the dojutsu that Shisui has is not known to him. But considering that it is a Manjikyu Sharingan, and it is awakened by none other than Uchiha Shisui, the most genius of the Uchiha clan, so the Manjikyu Sharingan ability cannot be underestimated. As for the others, the masked man didn't really care about either of their presence. There is Hatake Kakashi, but Hatake Kakashi is no threat to him. As for Hyuga, Kuroto, and Might Guy, masked man even disdains them. When he learned that people like Hyuga, Kuroto, and Might Guy were part of the Umbu Black Ops that only recruits elites, the masked man was a bit surprised, but more than surprised, he was disdainful towards the village. The fact that weaklings like Hyuga, Kuroto, and Might Guy have become part of the Umbu only proves that the village is rotten to the core and lacks talented individuals. Converging his thoughts, the masked man focused on the thing he was here for. Lifting his hands, he stretched them towards Uzumaki Naruto. Ads by PubFuture. Suddenly a few shurikens were shot into the room from outside the window in an attempt to intercept the masked man's hand. The corners of the masked man arched in a disdainful smirk, and the movement of his hands did not stop. It seemed as if he was completely unaware of the incoming shuriken. Tuck! 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 The shurikens that were supposed to stop the masked man directly phased through the masked man and nailed at the bed and walls of the room. And the very next moment, 4 figures jumped into the room from the window. The 4 of them are obviously the members of the Umbu Team 11, which included dog, cat, monkey, and eagle. But their arrival was a moment late, as the masked man had already caught Uzumaki Naruto and dragged him into the spiraling whirl. Seeing that the masked man wearing an orange spiral mask somehow made Uzumaki Naruto disappear into thin air, the 4 Umbu shinobi were surprised. Dogmasked Umbu asked sternly, "Who are you? And what do you want to do with that child?" The masked man chuckled, and spoke in a deep voice, "I will take away that Kyuubi's Jinchuriki." After saying that, the masked man broke the window on the other end of the room and jumped out of it, disappearing into the night. Monkey fired the emergency signal flare, and we will immediately chase after him. He may be a member of Akatsuki, but we cannot be sure of that as his disguise is different. Regardless, we must stay alert and recover Uzumaki Naruto. Ordered Dog. Yes. All the 3 nodded, and went after the masked man, and Monkey also fired the emergency signal flare exclusive to Team 11. Hokage Building. It's late at night, but the Hokage office was still brightly lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura, Udatain Koharu, and Shimura Danzo, the 4 elder executives, were sitting in the Hokage office, discussing the 2 anonymous letters delivered to the Hokage building. According to the first anonymous letter that was delivered to the Hokage building about a month ago, there was only one sentence that stated that the missing Ninhiriko of Konoha Sannin's generation is conspiring to attack the village. While according to the second anonymous letter that was delivered to the Hokage building yesterday, it was stated that the Uchiha clan is planning to launch a coup d'état within the next 2 days. Looking at the 2 letters, Udatain Hamura asked Sandame, "Was there any result about the investigation of the creditor of the first letter?" Sandame shook his head, Itachi, Kakashi and Might Guy of Umbu Team 11 were tasked with investigating, but there was no result. It seems that the creditor of the first letter seems to be very cautious and did not leave behind any clue for them to follow. Udatain Koharu asked again, and what about the second letter? Sandame shook his head. Team 17 was responsible for the investigation, and they are still busy doing it, but no result up until now. Ads by PubFuture. Mitokado Hamura said, I suspect that the creditor is from the village and knows the basic layout of the Hokage building. As such, he or she may be someone close by, possibly even a guard. Udatain Koharu compared both the anonymous letters and said, given that the handwriting of both the letters is completely different, so we can assume that the creditors who send these letters are different. Hiruzen, did you instruct the Umbu to try to match these handwritings with the exam papers of graduating shinobi? It's possible that we can find some clue from there. Sandame nodded. That has already been done. I reached the same conclusion and instructed the Umbu to compare the handwriting with the papers of all the graduating shinobi, but the handwriting is completely different, not even a single character matched. Hirako, muttered Udatain Koharu, and said, I do have little impression of this person. If I am not wrong, he was conducting unauthorized experimentations, and you sent Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru to catch him, but he managed to flee, right? Sandame nodded silently. Even now, Sandame cannot forget the fervent gaze that Hirako gave him when he was selecting disciples from the Shinobi Academy. Because of Hirako's mediocre talent, Hiruzen waited a little and chose Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who according to Hiruzen had greater potential, and did not choose Hirako. Mitokado Hamura asked bluntly, Hiruzen, do you think Hirako can be a threat to the village? Sandame groaned a little and said, his strength should at most be at the level of a Jonin, so individually he cannot be a threat, but given that the kind of experiments he was doing, adding the rumors of him joining the Akatsuki, then he can pose a threat if he succeeded in his experiments and if Akatsuki plans to support his revenge on Konoha. After a little bit of thinking, Udatain Koharu pushed the first anonymous letter aside, and focused on the second anonymous letter. And what do you think about this one? When the matter of the second letter came, Shimura Danzo, who has been silent up until now, was the first to speak. The threat that the Uchiha clan poses to the village is not unknown. Regardless of the credibility of this letter, we should focus our attention on the Uchiha clan. I propose that the monitoring of the Uchiha clan that has been withdrawn should be started again, and Root should be responsible for this task. Sandame did not immediately agree or disagree with Shimura Danzo's proposal, but had a conflicted look and he hesitated. The Uchiha clan has been somewhat calm in the recent period. The disappearance of Uchiha Hideki, Uchiha Ryota, and Uchiha Hiragi has been a shame for Konoha. Their disappearance has indeed diverted the Uchiha clan's attention from coup d'etat against the village to hunting down Akatsuki. But the fear of Manjikyu Sharingan engraved by Uchiha Madara is not so easy to let go, and even if it is Professor of Ninjutsu Hiruzen Sarutobi, he can't fully compel himself to trust the Uchiha clan. What's more, there is always a probability that another Uchiha has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. And this anonymous letter says that the Uchiha clan will launch coup d'etat within 2 days. Even if this is hard to believe, Sandame must take this seriously. But if the Uchiha clan is again put under full monitoring, and it turns out that they did not intend to launch coup d'etat, and this anonymous letter is false, then that would again increase the tension between the village and the Uchiha clan. But if he did not put the Uchiha clan under monitoring and it turns out that they were really planning to launch a coup d'etat, then the consequences would be disastrous. And if what this anonymous letter says is true, then he can't leave this matter alone. What to do? Shot. Bang! While Sandame was having real trouble figuring out which option to choose, suddenly a loud popping sound resounded, following which a whistling sound and then an explosion was heard all over the Konoha. Sandame immediately stood up and looked out of the window with a solemn expression. Chapter 295. The loud sound of the signal flare immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the 3 consultant elders as well. Mitokado Hamura, Udatain Koharu, and Shimura Danzo all got up following Sarutobi Hiruzen and hurried to the window. Looking at the eye-catching light of the signal flare, everyone's faces were tense and gloomy. As per the regulations of the village, if it is not a matter of immediate urgency, then firing signal flare in the village is not allowed, as doing so would arouse tensions and panic among the civilians, which would lead to chaos in the village. And in such a case, if a signal flare is fired, means that the matter is of utmost urgency. At this time, an Umbu appeared in the Hokage office and reported, "Hokage-sama, the signal flare outside is exclusive to Team 11. As soon as he heard this, Sandame's face was gloomier. Even the other 3 elder consultants were shocked. As the members of the Elder Council, they are naturally aware of the secret mission that Umbu Team 11 is responsible for. Now that Team 11 suddenly fired the emergency signal flare must mean that something has gone wrong with the Uzumaki Naruto, that is Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Danzo immediately said, "Hiruzen, it can only be the work of Akatsuki, let me deal with the situation." Sandame groaned a little and then nodded, "All right, make sure that Uzumaki Naruto remains safe." Kyuubi was at stake. Sandame originally wanted to go in person, but considering the anonymous letter about the Uchiha clan's planned coup d'etat, Hiruzen must sit back in the village just in case this matter had something to do with the Uchiha clan. So Sandame agreed and allowed Shimura Danzo to go after the Kyuubi. Ads by PubFuture. With the approval of Hiruzen, Danzo immediately led a few members of the Umbu, including the rude shinobi, and left in the direction from where the emergency signal flare was fired. Standing by the window, looking at the ninjas rushing in the night, Sandame sighed. He did not want the night of the Kyuubi's attack to repeat again. With the departure of Shimura Danzo, only Sandame and the other 2 consultants were left in the Hokage office. Udaten Koharu said, "Hiruzen, Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is attacked. We must issue emergency in the village. The attacking party could be anyone from the Uchiha clan, or Akatsuki, or probably even Akatsuki, but if it's the Uchiha clan, then..." However, before Koharu had finished her words, a figure suddenly broke through the window of the Hokage office and entered inside. His speed was so fast that even before anyone could react to the sudden arrival of the intruder, he had already rushed towards Mitokado Koharu. His attempt was to pierce Mitokado Hamura's throat, as a result, killing him in just one blow. "You are..." The intruder's speed was too fast, and Mitokado had no time to fully counter the sudden attack, but he still managed to lean back a little as a result, avoiding the kunai piercing his throat, but it still pierced his shoulder, spreading blood. But now Mitokado was already prepared, and he instantly leaped backward. Held his left shoulder with his right hand to stop the blood flow. He didn't really care much about his injuries. What he cared much about was the identity of the intruder. Even if the attacker is wearing a mask, Mitokado recognized those scarlet eyes with 3 black tomos spinning within them. And because he recognized those eyes, which is Sharingan, so he understood the meaning of this attack and immediately warned Sandame, who was not far away and already preparing to kill the intruder, "Be careful, Hiruzen, he has Sharingan." The attacker did not care about Mitokado's words, and he also did not stop his attack and again pounced on Mitokado. Whyish! 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 At this time, Sandame had already thrown shuriken, hindering the intruder from attacking Mitokado. Listening to the sound of incoming shuriken, the intruder halted and immediately dodged the shuriken. With the gap created between the intruder and Mitokado, Mitokado flashed from his position and appeared on the other end of the Hokage office to block off the intruder's escape route. While Udaten Koharu stood at the third end, effectively surrounding the intruder in a 3-way siege, Sandame looked at the intruder and asked coldly, "Who are you and what do you want to accomplish by attacking the members of Konoha Advisory Council?" Udaten Koharu stated, "With that height and body shape, along with that incredibly fast speed and the pair of Sharingan, are you Uchiha Shursui?" Ads by PubFuture. Uchiha clan indeed has many top-level shinobi even after losing 4 of their elites, but there are only a few handful Uchiha strong enough to be able to hurt Mitokado Hamura, who is undoubtedly one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha. It must not be forgotten that if not for his civilian status, Mitokado Hamura might have also been a candidate for the position of Sandame Hokage along with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Trained by Nidame Hokage, and having experienced the first, second, and Third Great War, Mitokado is obviously not some run-of-the-mill shinobi. Even if his strength is not at the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he is still a very powerful shinobi with his strength reaching close to the level of a Kage level. And in Udatain Koharu's impression, this intruder with his speed and Sharingan was able to injure Mitokado, and based on his height and body shape, he has to be Uchiha Shursui. Otherwise, which other Uchiha can match all the other characteristics? And this also explains the sudden problem related to Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Sandaime had also guessed this possibility when he heard Mitokado mention that the intruder has a pair of Sharingan. He didn't really want to believe that Uchiha Shursui would betray the village. But the opponent's speed is too fast, and only Shursui is that only Uchiha known to have such a speed. The security of the Hokage building was breached and the intruder managed to break into the Hokage office, so the alarm sounded in the Hokage building, alerting the present Umbu guards. Hokage guards specifically responsible for the protection of Hokage immediately rushed into the Hokage office. Their intentions were to protect Sandaime-sama as well as the two advisor elders. With the clear advantage of number and the fact that the intruder was surrounded, Sandaime said with a cold tone, "Take off that mask of yours and surrender. You have no chance of escaping." The attacker was silent for a while. He seemed to be analyzing the position of all the shinobi here and trying to find an escape route. Everyone also understood what he intends to do. And just when everyone thought that he is planning to escape from here, the attacker, contrary to their expectations, leaped forward, exploding into his top speed, disappeared from his position, and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the incoming assailant, and the tree-black Tomo spinning in his Sharingan wheel, Sandaime did not panic, and still had a calm and collected look, much to the displeasure of the assailant. However, the speed displayed by the attacker this time was far more superior than previously, and before anyone could react to such ghostly speed, he had already passed through the Umbu teams and pierced through Sandaime's chest with a kunai. Shit! Hokage-sama! Everyone was taken aback. And just when the attacker thought that he had succeeded in assassinating the Sandaime Hokage, the body of Sandaime suddenly turned into mud. The mud wrapped around the attacker's body, effectively trapping him. And then one of the Umbu members on the other end of the room transformed back into Sandaime, and said coldly, "Since you don't want to surrender willingly, then don't blame this old man for what's about to come." Seeing that Sandaime was completely fine, and in fact, even reversed the situation, everyone was relieved. Chapter 296. The whole body of the attacker was wrapped in mud, and the more he struggled to break free the tighter the grip of the mud became, so much so that all his movements were restricted. Not to mention printing hand seals, even finger movements were not possible. But even with the movements of the other party restricted, Sandaime did not dare to be careless. He understood very well that if the attacker is indeed Uchiha Shursui, then he won't be vulnerable with such a simple technique. After all, Uchiha Shursui has Manjikyu Sharingan, and Manjikyu Sharingan allows the user to use Susanoo. And Uchiha Shursui's Manjikyu Sharingan allows him to use Kodo Amatsukami, so Sandaime was especially careful of the attacker's Jinjutsu. As Sandaime walked closer to the attacker turned his head and stared at Sandaime with a gloomy expression. Hiruzen's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "He intends to use Jinjutsu?" There are many ways to deal with Jinjutsu attacks, and being the professor, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally very proficient in dealing with Jinjutsu, so any simple Jinjutsu attack won't be effective against him. But if it's Kodo Amatsukami? However, the expected Jinjutsu attack did not happen, but what Sandaime saw was just a gaze filled with hatred and spitefulness from the assailant's eyes. Seeing those eyes filled with malice towards him, Sandaime was a little dazed, and the mud binding technique that he was controlling to keep the attacker trapped lost its activity. The attacker immediately realized that the mud binding technique was weakened, and immediately broke free of the mud binding. He looked to the left, then towards the right. Seeing all the shuriken and kunai coming towards him, the attacker immediately leaped backward and broke through one of the other glass windows and disappeared into the night. Whoosh! 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 Sandaime did not need to order. Two Umbu teams immediately pursued the attacker. With everything calmed down, Udatain Koharu used Iryo Ninjutsu to treat Mitokado's shoulder wounds, and said to Sandaime, "Hiruzen, we can't hesitate anymore. we must act immediately, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Sandaime thought a little and immediately raised his hand. In an instant one of the Umbu still left in the Hokage building appeared in front of the Hokage and asked respectfully, "Hokage-sama, your order?" Sandaime picked up his tobacco pipe that lay on the Hokage table, and said, "In the name of Hokage, I declare a state of emergency in the village, summon all the clan heads, including the Uchiha clan patriarch, as well as the elite Jonin for an emergency meeting." "Yes, Hokage-sama," nodded the Umbu shinobi and disappeared. He was surprised that Hokage-sama even asked to summon Uchiha Patriarch, but he did not question Sandaime's words, as he believed that Hokage-sama must have said so for some reason, maybe to confront Uchiha Patriarch for what happened just now in the presence of all the other Patriarch and elite Jonin. Regardless, his job is to follow Hokage-sama's order and he must do so. With that Umbu member gone off to complete the order, Sandaime looked at the captain of the Hokage guard who stood next to him, and ordered, "You lead the rest of the team and follow Team 11. Check Uchiha Shirsui's state. If you find something abnormal with his state, then immediately subdue him together with Danzo and Hatake Kakashi, and if there is nothing normal, then notify Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shirsui that I have summoned them. Make sure to not injure him at any cost if not necessary." "But Hokage-sama, then your safety." An assassination attempt was made on Hokage while in the Hokage building, the most secure place in entire Konoha, under the eyes of all the Umbu, and yet they were unable to do anything. Even if the attacker failed in the end, the Umbu members were still horrified, and obviously had a lot of pressure because there is no guarantee that this will be the end of it. However, Sandaime thought differently. "Go, don't worry about me, Kyubi and Uchiha Shirsui are more important." Seeing that Sandaime still insisted, the captain of the Hokage guards nodded and left the Hokage building. At this time, Udatain Koharu asked with a frown, "Hiruzen, was the attacker just now not Uchiha Shirsui?" Based on the orders given by Hiruzen, it wasn't difficult to understand that Sandaime believed that the attacker was not Uchiha Shirsui. Sandaime exhaled smoke and nodded. Elder Koharu was confused. "Why? All the information they have up to now points towards Uchiha Shirsui, and yet Sandaime says that it wasn't Uchiha Shirsui?" Koharu can't help but be confused by this. Mito Kato, whose injury has been taken care of for the time being, asked, "Hiruzen, did you notice something?" Sandaime was silent for a while, and then said, "From his eyes." Both Elder Hamura and Elder Koharu looked at each other with confusion clearly apparent in their eyes. "From his Sharingan?" Hiruzen shook his head, "Not the Sharingan, but his eyes. I would like to believe that whether Shirsui chooses the Uchiha clan over the village or he chooses the village, his eyes will never have that spiteful look filled with hatred. There may be some guilt, but hatred? Never!" And yet the eyes of the attacker had deep hatred towards me, that it was clearly apparent from his eyes. It seemed as if he hates Konoha from every fiber of his being, so he cannot be Uchiha Shirsui. Shirsui is Kagami's grandson, and I know that he has the same love towards the village as Kagami. Even if the attacker's performance was impeccable throughout the attack, so much so that even Sandaime had no choice but to think that he may be Uchiha Shirsui, but it was that hatred-filled look that gave away the truth, which made Sandaime realize a possible conspiracy theory. Uchiha clan grounds. An Uchiha Jonin hurriedly rushed towards the Patriarch's mansion and reported all the news to Uchiha Fugaku. "We have received news that a while after the emergency signal flare was fired, Sandaime had declared that the village will enter a state of emergency, and he has summoned the patriarchs of all the clans as well as the elite Jonin." Uchiha Fugaku frowned upon hearing this sudden piece of news, and his drowsy state was immediately gone. He asked, "Has there been any confirmation about why the village has entered a state of emergency? Was it because of some sudden attack from Akatsuki? Or any other shinobi village suddenly declared war on Konoha?" Sandaime declared the village to enter a state of emergency and summoned all the clan heads as well as the elite Jonin in the middle of the night. Such measures are only used when the matter of utmost seriousness, and probably a war has been declared on the village. There has been no confirmation as of yet, as nobody seems to know the exact reason. The Uchiha Jonin shook his head, and said, "But there was no order convened to us, neither to the Uchiha clan nor to the Konoha military police force." Fugaku frowned and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Issue an immediate summoning order to all the special jonin and above. If the village were to enter a state of emergency, then Hokage will without a doubt inform the Konoha military police force, as the public security of the village is under the jurisdiction of the Konoha military police force. It is completely impossible to not notify the Uchiha clan that has the greatest number of jonin shinobi. But it seems that Sandaime has forgotten the Konoha military police force, which is too abnormal, and there is only one plausible explanation. Even if Fugaku doesn't want to believe in that possibility, he must at least take the necessary security measures. The Uchiha jonin nodded and immediately went out to convene the summoning order. And Uchiha Fugaku immediately walked to his room. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto, the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, has already woken up, and seeing the tense face of her husband, she asked, "What's the situation?" Fugaku said, "Things are going." However, before Fugaku could finish his words, a voice from the other side of Fusuma came. "Ado-sama, what happened? Why was the emergency signal flare fired?" Fugaku turned towards the source of the voice. "Itachi, the village is in a state of emergency. Your mother and I are going out for a while to check the situation." And Uchiha Mikoto continued, "You will stay at home and take care of Sasuke in our absence." Itachi nodded. He wanted to ask more, but before he could speak, both Fugaku and Mikoto had already walked out. Looking at the dark sky and the bright full moon, along with the noisy courtyard, Itachi was suddenly reminded of the night of the Kyuubi's attack a few years ago. And he had an ominous feeling that tonight is going to be a very long night. On Team 11's side, dog, cat, eagle, and monkey all stopped suddenly. Because on a tree not far away, Uzumaki Naruto, whose hand and feet were tied, mouth gagged, was hung on a tree. He was currently struggling to break free, but to no avail. The captain of the team, Dog, did not rush to rescue the tied-up Uzumaki Naruto, but asked the eagle while looking around vigilantly, "Eagle, try to sense the traps here." Chapter 297. Konoha. Standing on top of the roof near the Uchiha clan, two figures quietly observed all the movements of the Uchiha clan, without giving away their positions. These two are not ordinary bystanders, and if Hyuga Kuroto was here, he would have recognized these two as Shino and Oto Yumi. Looking at the noisy Uchiha clan territory in the distance, Oto Yumi licked her lips in anticipation and said with a smile, "It seems that your plan worked. The Uchiha clan is in a restless state now." Shino chuckled softly and said, "Not mine, Orochimaru, but theirs, the Akatsuki's. Their plan worked. I am just here to take advantage of them." Like Orochimaru, Shino has also never regarded himself as a member of the criminal organization Akatsuki. There are only two reasons why he joined the Akatsuki. Firstly, because he didn't have any other choice when he was found by the two members of Akatsuki. The second reason was the resources he could use by staying in the Akatsuki, and Shino did use all the resources that Akatsuki can provide him for his research, to obtain the techniques that he needed and to facilitate his future actions. In Shino's mind, only the revival of Land of Sky is his supreme pursuit, and only with the power of Land of Sky will he be able to rule the entire shinobi world. And he is really grateful to Akatsuki. His plans have started to come to fruition much before than his initial preparation, and Akatsuki is a major reason for that. So, it's about time he kicks away the Akatsuki and focuses on reviving the Land of Sky. Oto Yumi, or better yet, Orochimaru, glanced at his side with a cold expression. Although there was no change of emotion on his face, he was a bit unhappy by the way Shino referred to him. It goes to show that after devouring the demon Morio, Shino's strength has increased a lot, and with the increase of his strength so has his confidence and arrogance. So much so that even when talking to Orochimaru, Shino no longer refers to him respectfully. The change in the method of speaking implies that Shino is no longer afraid of Orochimaru, and he no longer puts himself in an inferior position. Feeling the traces of surging dark chakra being emitted from Shino, Orochimaru was quite depressed. Once upon a time, whether it was Shino or Hiriko or many other shinobi for that matter, were all below him, could be abandoned at any time, not even worth his attention if they were not useful for him. But now, whether Shino or Hiriko or even Hyuga Kuroto, have all turned into powerhouses against whom even Orochimaru has to be very careful. Ads by Pub Future. This makes him very depressed, as he is still at a standstill. He has not made much progress since he left Konoha. Shino seemed to have noticed Orochimaru's emotional fluctuation, and said with a smile, "Do not worry, Orochimaru, you should be able to obtain what you are here for tonight." Orochimaru said in a slightly regretful tone, "Unfortunately, I have not been able to find her until now." Shino shook his head casually. "Why worry? There is still Uchiha Itachi, a very genius shinobi." Orochimaru sighed and shook his head. "He is too young. Although Itachi is undoubtedly a talented child, he is still too young, not even in his teenage. Therefore, Orochimaru is not sure whether it would be a good idea to use living corpse reincarnation on Itachi." Shino thought a little and said, "Uchiha Tsukihai is Uchiha Shinichi's subordinate spy, so I think it's better not to pursue her, because if you do so, then there are chances that the Akatsuki will come after you more strongly than ever." "Humph, as if I care what Akatsuki wants. My reason for pursuing Uchiha Tsukihai is different." Orochimaru snorted. To be honest, Orochimaru is not the kind of narrow-minded individual who would bear hatred because of 1 or 2 defeats. To him, his interests matter most. But it is still hard for him to accept being humiliated and led by the nose by a mere 16-17-year-old kunoichi, even if she is an Uchiha. What irritated Orochimaru even more is that after he had passed Uchiha Tsukihai's information to Shimura Danzo, and asked him to collect more intelligence about Uchiha Tsukihai, but Danzo dared to tell him that there is no female Uchiha who matches this description, neither of the same age nor of a different. Shimura Danzo has no sincerity to maintain a cooperative relationship. Repeatedly annoyed, Orochimaru wanted to get Uchiha Tsukihai's body more and more. Orochimaru is sure that Uchiha Tsukihai's basic strength surpasses what Tsunade had at the same age, and this is a big thing to say considering just whose granddaughter Senju Tsunade is. Orochimaru feels that Uchiha Tsukihai is a bit different from the rest of the Uchiha. The same is the case with her Sharingan, which seems a bit different from the rest of the Uchiha. This is his serpentine intuition, making him feel that the Sharingan in Uchiha Tsukihai's eye sockets is even more attractive than Uchiha Shinichi's, who has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Is it possible that Uchiha Tsukihai's visual prowess is superior compared to Uchiha Shinichi's, and if it is, then does that mean there is even a superior visual prowess than the Manjikyu Sharingan? Was his thought. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku led the assembled Uchiha shinobi and rushed towards the Hokage building. Watching Fugaku lead the most elite Uchiha, Shino said, "The hurdles are gone, it's time for you to act." Orochimaru did not speak anything and disappeared from his position. Followed by him, Shino also disappeared from the roof of the building they were hiding at. It didn't take long for Orochimaru and Shino to sneak inside the Uchiha clan. And since the elites of the Uchiha clan were taken away by the Patriarch Fugaku, the two intruders easily managed to make their way to the Patriarch's mansion. However, as soon as both of them broke inside the courtyard of the Uchiha Patriarch's house, several shuriken were shot at them. Ads by Pub Future. After dodging a few of the shuriken, Orochimaru then directly reached out his hand and caught the other shuriken by his hand, while Shino easily avoided all the shuriken. The shurikens were naturally shot by Itachi, who was still at his home. He looked at the two people, and his gaze lingered on Shino a bit longer, as if realizing something. He asked with a calm face, "You are Shino?" Itachi has only once met Shino, which was during the first mission that he took with Kuroto-san, and yet he recognizes Shino perfectly. Shino said with a smile, "Uchiha Itachi, I did not expect that you would remember me from that time." Then Itachi's gaze landed on the kunoichi next to Shino, and he was able to sense a cold aura from her. Even the shuriken she held made her bleed, but it seemed as if she did not care about the wound at all. Yumi took out the shuriken without any care for the wound and said while licking the blood on her hand, "Uchiha Itachi, it seems that you have grown quite a lot from the last time I saw you. You were able to sense both of our arrivals so early." Itachi frowned. "Last time I saw you? Have I met her before?" Itachi did not have much time to think when suddenly the sound of running came from the back corridor. Itachi's eyes widened. he suddenly panicked, "Sasuke, don't come here." With only him and Sasuke left in the house, it wasn't hard for anyone to figure out that the person running here was Uchiha Sasuke. Oto Yumi's eyes narrowed at Itachi's sudden panic, and she immediately rushed towards Itachi. At the same time, Shino also took the advantage of Itachi's distraction and rushed towards the direction of the sound of footsteps. Ding! Ding! Clang! Oto Yumi fought with the young Itachi in the courtyard of the house, and the kunai of the two repeatedly clashed with each other, producing a harsh metal clanking sound. At the back corridor, Sasuke's voice was heard abruptly, "Who are you?" and ended abruptly amidst the muffled sound of fist hitting flesh. Only a few seconds later, Shino returned with an Uchiha Sasuke held in his hand. His younger brother caught by the enemy, Itachi was more agitated, but he understood that he is not allowed to panic, because if he were to panic, then Sasuke would be in more danger, so calming down his restlessness, Itachi asked with a gloomily cold voice as his Sharingan was activated and the three tomo were rapidly spinning, "What do you two want with us?" Oto Yumi looked at the pair of scarlet eyes and said while licking her lips, "I want you, Uchiha Itachi." Itachi was startled. "Me? But why would a kunoichi who I have never even met want me?" was his thought, but calming his surprise, Itachi immediately said without any trace of hesitation, "Let Sasuke go, I will come with you." Shino chuckled, "It seems that your love for your brother is even more than we expected. Since that is the case, then we can't let your brother go." Oto Yumi nodded, and immediately took hold of Sasuke from Shino, and said with a smile while licking her lips that almost made her look like a nymphomaniac, "I am giving you two options, Uchiha Itachi. Either you come with me without any resistance, or send Uchiha Tsukihai, your choice, choose fast." Chapter 298. I am giving you two options, Uchiha Itachi. Either you come with me without any resistance, or send Uchiha Tsukihai, your choice, choose fast, said Oto Yumi. Oto Yumi wanted Itachi to choose the second option in exchange for Uchiha Sasuke's life. Hearing the unknown name, Itachi frowned. "Uchiha Tsukihai?" This is the first time he has heard this name, so Itachi was a bit confused as to who is this kunoichi referring to, but after a bit of thinking, Itachi also wondered if she is talking about Hosan. But this was only momentary speculation, and Itachi was not even sure. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke, who was unconscious, also regained his consciousness. The first person he looked at was Itachi, and realizing the peril he was in, Sasuke cried, "Nisan, help me." Even if Itachi had put up a calm face, he was still anxious about Sasuke, and Sasuke's cry for help only made him more restless. He seemed to be in a desperate situation, and the tomos in his Sharingan were spinning faster and faster. Oto Yumi smirked at Itachi's helplessness. She did not stop Sasuke's cries. For her, the more this Uchiha brat cries for help, the more panicked Uchiha Itachi will become, making him prone to accepting any and all conditions to ensure the safety of his dearest Otudo. And she can feel that this approach is working pretty well, as even with the mask of that calm face, there was deep restlessness hidden within. Shino folded both of his arms over his chest and calmly watched the situation unfold. He was like a spectator. He did not care about the end result, but he was indeed looking forward to the choice that Uchiha Itachi will make. It did not take Itachi very long to think, and after weighing out things a little, he shook his head and said, "I am sorry, I do not know of any Uchiha Tsukihai. As long as you let go of Sasuke, I am willing to follow you without any resistance." Oto Yumi was already aware of the importance of Sasuke for Itachi, and taking out a kunai, she pressed it over Sasuke's neck, and said, "I have changed my mind. Now I want both you and Uchiha Tsukihai." With his eyes fixed on the blade of the kunai that rested over Sasuke's throat, Itachi's chakra fluctuation started to become erratic and violent. Oto Yumi's heart shuddered after sensing those chakra fluctuations, but she still had a smile on her face. "Calm down, Uchiha Itachi, or would you rather want your dearest Otudo to die here?" As she said that, Oto Yumi put some strength in her hand. As a result, the blade of her kunai which touched Sasuke's skin started to cut through it, resulting in traces of red blood flowing out of the cut. Saying that Sasuke was scared would be an understatement. He was literally horrified by what was happening to him, tears rolled down his eyes, he had a pitiful look. But being the person that he is, Sasuke tried his best to suppress his wailings due to several reasons. First is that he understood the situation to some extent. If Itachi gave away information about this Uchiha Tsukihai that these two want, then that would be a betrayal to the clan and the village. But if Itachi did not give away that information, then there is a possibility that he will die tonight. If Itachi were to sacrifice himself for the sake of his Otudo, then Sasuke would not be able to bear that, but if Itachi does not sacrifice himself for the sake of his Otudo, then Itachi would not be able to bear that. And last of all, Sasuke understood that Uchiha must never cry, so if someone saw him crying, then he would be looked down upon by them. But he is still a child, and the fear still acted upon him, causing slight drops of tears to roll down his cheek. Itachi tried his best to pass a reassuring smile, and said softly, "Do not be afraid, Sasuke, I will definitely save you." Sasuke could not nod, because if he did, then the blade of kunai would cut a deeper wound, but his eyes became firm after he heard Itachi's words, and he gritted his teeth to bear the worst because he had faith that Nisan would definitely save him. "My, what a touching brotherhood bond we have here," mocked Oda Yumi as she licked her lips, and continued, "But Uchiha Itachi, are you really sure you can save your Otudo? My patience is limited, and I want your answer now. I want information on Uchiha Tsukihai." Itachi stared at Oda Yumi coldly. "I do not know of any Uchiha Tsukihai. There is no one in the Uchiha clan with this name. You can verify this information through all your means, but it won't change anything. If someone does not exist, then they do not exist." Oda Yumi's expression darkened. Shimura Danzo said to Orochimaru that the Uchiha clan does not have anyone with the name Uchiha Tsukihai, and now that Itachi has also said so, then it's possible that Tsukihai is a pseudonym or a fake name. Thinking so, Oda Yumi described the physical feature of Tsukihai as well as some of her abilities, and then asked again, "Now answer me." Ads by PubFuture. "She is really after Hosan," was Itachi's thought, but even if he understood this, Itachi still shook his head. No one in the clan matches this description. And what Itachi said is not a lie. There is really no one within Uchiha clan in Konoha who matches the description. This was the moment Oda Yumi was out of patience, and said coldly, "If you want your Otudo back, you will bring Uchiha Tsukihai to me." After dropping these words, Oda Yumi did not wait for Itachi's reply, and just disappeared from her position along with Sasuke. Itachi looked at Shino for a second, and seeing that he has no plans to act, Itachi ignored him and jumped forward to pursue the kunoichi. When Itachi passed by him, Shino noticed the merging pattern in Itachi's eyes. At a glance it seemed to form the shape of 3 spiraling curves around the pupil, and an eerie aura was oozing off of Itachi's body along with palatable chakra fluctuations. You'll find the origin of this content at N0velb. It seems Orochimaru is going to be in big trouble. Such an idea took birth in Shino's mind. Shaking his head, Shino soon let go of this thought. For one, Orochimaru is a Sannin, and you know what that means. And secondly, Shino doesn't care in the slightest at what happens to Orochimaru. The savvy snake could die for all he cares. With that out of the way, Shino closed his eyes and tried to perceive the thing for which he came to Konoha. After a while, Shino opened his eyes and turned his head in the direction of the Hyuga clan. "Is she there?" muttered Shino. There are only 2 reasons why he sneaked into Konoha this time. The first is to repay Orochimaru's favor, and the second is to find the daughter of Miko and devour her. This is the most important part. After becoming the Jinchuriki of Morio, Shino has obtained a lot of knowledge, and he has also learned that Miko and Morio are 2 halves of the same being, which made him understand that as long as he swallows the power of both Morio and Miko, he would gain the powers of both Miko and Morio, as a result transcending into a greater being, perhaps even superior to Pain, who has the eyes of Rakuto Sennin. But when he reached the land of Demon and broke into the palace of Miko, he found out that Miko had already passed on her powers to her daughter, and sent her away, and also placed some kind of Miko-specific Fuinjutsu on her daughter which hindered Shino's perception of Cheyenne. Well, after that Miko was killed by them, and with her death, the sealing technique she placed on her daughter also started to disappear. As a result, Shino was able to perceive the approximate location of Cheyenne. Looking in the direction in which he perceived Cheyenne's position, Shino did not delay any longer and hurried over. He did not tell about his objective to anyone in the Akatsuki, so he wants to swallow Miko's daughter as early as he can without alerting anyone. Chapter 299. Shiver. Shiver. For some reason, Kuroto suddenly started to feel this sudden cold feeling. Currently, he is in a spirit body form, and logically speaking it should not be possible for him to feel any kind of coldness or warmth, as it simply doesn't make any sense. At least, not with the absence of thermoreceptors that only a physical body can have. Flying such a long distance in the soul state is a first-time experience for Kuroto. As his first impression, Kuroto felt that traveling in a soul state is indeed somewhat advantageous, as the speed is unreasonably fast. Even if Kuroto is used to the extremely fast speed of Tenseigan chakra mode, he still felt that the soul state travel might as well be the second fastest mode of travel in the shinobi world, right after spacetime techniques. And since Kuroto knows that he has no way of mastering spacetime techniques for now, so he feels that such a mode of travel is also a very viable option, considering its advantages. But soon, Kuroto started to feel discomfort. And this discomfort appeared in the form of the sudden coldness he started to feel. Logically speaking, Kuroto should not feel warmth or coldness in the spirit body form, and yet he does. Why is that? He tried to think of the possible reasons, and the first possible reason Kuroto can think of was fast consumption of chakra. When traveling in soul form, the rate of chakra consumption is indeed very high. Moreover, in this state, Kuroto has no access to Ryumyaku chakra, nor can he condense more of his chakra, so whatever chakra he already has is rigorously being consumed. And the second likeliest reason is the strength of spirit. For a myriad of time, Kuroto has pondered as to why was his genetics weaker compared to the rest of the Hyuga. Before awakening Tenseigan, Kuroto still doesn't have any possible explanation, but there is one possibility, and that is the strength of his soul. Adds by PubFuture. For condensing chakra, both physical body and spirit body are essential, and the strength or weakness of either affects the other. From the time he has started to use Tenseigan's soul descend, Kuroto has figured out that his soul is way weaker than the indigenous people of this world, and that had somehow affected his physical body too. And even after he has awakened the Tenseigan, which has increased his soul body's strength significantly, it is still nowhere near ready to perform such long-time separation from any physical body. And that's why the chakra consumption is very very high for Kuroto, at least very very high compared to Miko-sama, who is able to remain in the soul state even after losing her physical body for nearly a month if not longer. Well, Miko's specific powers and Fuinjutsu might also be a cause behind this, but who knows? Although he doesn't think that his current soul body is weaker than Miko-sama, he does know that compared to Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura, Kuroto is indeed incomparable. After all, their souls have still been staying in the shinobi world to this day. As for Rakuto Sannin, there is nothing to even speak about. Someone who can give his chakra to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke such that both of their strength reached such a high level is simply unreasonable, and Kuroto couldn't even begin to fathom just how strong would his soul be. It can only be described as a major qualitative gap of several levels. Damn, I have to hurry, or else. Gradually, Kuroto felt that his consciousness has begun blurring. This is obviously not a good sign. It undoubtedly means that the chakra volume was at a limit, and he has to hurry. Fortunately enough, he is already very close to the village, otherwise, Kuroto would be in serious trouble. Increasing his speed, Kuroto rushed full throttle towards the direction of the village and soon arrived. At this moment, the village seems to have fallen into a chaotic state. Many ninjas were gathered near the Hokage building, and many others were busy evacuating the villagers into the emergency shelter. Seeing such a state, Kuroto can't help but wonder, has the situation gone so worse? Did Akatsuki launch a full-scale attack on the village? No! That's not possible, because if it really happened then Konoha would have been destroyed already, so that's unlikely. But then what is the reason? Kuroto was puzzled, more so because even with the chaotic state of the village, no fighting seems to be happening around, so what is happening that has prompted Sandaime-sama to issue emergency evacuation? While Kuroto was wondering, he also noticed another spirit body that flashed past the Hyuga clan territory and disappeared. Kuroto frowned. How can there be another spirit body here? Is it possible that someone in the clan is inquiring about the situation in the village in the spirit form? Because Kuroto can only remember one Konoha shinobi who used to use a soul transfer technique, and that Kato Dan, the only user, is long dead. Does that mean that someone else has also mastered such a technique? When thinking so, Kuroto also thought of the possibility that this person may be the traitor that betrayed the village to Kumo by passing secret intel. Ads by PubFuture. And this really makes sense, because if this traitor has mastered such a technique, then he can easily pass on the information about the layout of the Hyuga clan to others, guide them to the Hyuga clan, and even lead the culprit to sneak into the sleeping quarters of Hyuga Hinata. I don't think that he noticed me, and I think that I need to find a way to figure out who exactly that person is and then get rid of him as soon as I can, muttered Kuroto. Currently, Kuroto doesn't have time to pursue that person, as Kuroto was having difficulty maintaining concentration, but in the near future I will try to investigate. After nodding to himself, Kuroto did not stay here anymore and rushed in the direction of his secret laboratory. Entering his secret laboratory after bypassing all the barriers, Kuroto came to the room where 2 nutrition tanks were stored. Looking at the 2 nutrition tanks in front of him, Kuroto groaned for a little. These 2 nutrition tanks contained his Suijin clone and Homosubi clone, and Kuroto was considering which option should he choose. After a while of weighing the situation a little, Kuroto decided and transferred his soul into Homosubi clone. Since he won't have access to Ryumyaku chakra right now, so the battle potential of the Suijin clone will be somewhat limited, and it would be hard to deal with the likes of Shino in the Jinchuriki state and Hiriko. Moreover, ice release is too conspicuous to act in a covert. So Homosubi clone is a better option, although the base strength is still not as good as Suijin clone. The presence of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan makes up for that. And there is also a possibility that Shino can perform high-level Jinjutsu with the powers of Morio, so the visual prowess of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan coupled with Dekokuden would make up for all the shortcomings and even give some advantages. When Kuroto transferred his soul into Homosubi clone, the Sandaime Kazekage puppet helped in draining the solution inside the nutrition tank, and he can finally come out of the nutrition tank. After coming out of the nutrition tank, Kuroto did not even bother about the wet body, and the first thing he did was take a deep breath to relieve the pain and coldness he was feeling earlier. The feeling of your spirit body being on the verge of collapse really makes one uncomfortable. But there is also no other alternative. Strengthening of the spirit body can only be done through adaptation, and that takes time and effort. Regardless, Kuroto doesn't have time to ponder over such issues as he must hurry to ensure Yui and Shine's safety. Chapter 300 The attacker who dared to attempt Sandaime Hokage's assassination and escaped from the Hokage building was extremely swift. After just a few ups and downs, he has already left the Hokage building far behind, leaving the central area of the village. The trailing Umbu members did not give up their pursuit because of this. The Umbu shinobi would never show mercy on someone who would dare to assassinate the Hokage, as such they spared no effort to increase their speed and closely followed the attacker. Humph! Idiots! The attacker snorted coldly after looking at the trail behind him, and deep killing intent appeared in his heart. Deciding so, the attacker turned around the corner and stopped at the center of the intersection. Currently, the streets were very noisy, and the villagers were leading their families to take refuge. No one knew what the exact reason was for announcing an emergency so suddenly, so the people were a bit panicked and there was restlessness around. The attacker quietly stood waiting for the Umbu shinobi to arrive. He did not care about the presence of evacuating villagers. Whoosh! At this time, the Umbu members that followed him suddenly started to appear, their figures scattered around on the road, on the sidewalls, on top of the roofs of different houses, effectively forming a siege circle surrounding the attacker in the center. The collective appearance of so many Umbu immediately alerted the evacuating villagers, and they understood that something was wrong here. Many of the villagers are family members of shinobi and have also been shinobi themselves at some part of their lives, As such, they understood that fighting is very likely to break out here, and at once fled without hindering Umbu shinobi. Now only the attacker and the Umbu members were left in the immediate vicinity. The attacker swept his gaze over the sieging circle, and he chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Only 12 of you have caught up?" The Umbu shinobi looked at each other after hearing the attacker's contemptuous words. 12 Umbu means 4 Umbu teams, and considering that they are dealing with only one enemy here means that this number is already quite high. While the Umbu shinobi were looking at each other, the attacker also looked at them. According to Zetsu, intelligence on his own identity and abilities must not be revealed in this operation, therefore, the attacker was acting covertly. But now that he is surrounded by a few teams of Umbu shinobi, there is only one thing he can do to make sure that no intelligence of his identity and abilities are revealed. Once all of them are killed, no one would find any intelligence. And without further ado, he raised his arms and started printing the hand seals. The surrounding Umbu would obviously not sit back and wait for death. When the attacker started printing hand seals, they also started their offensive to eliminate the attacker. Earth release, earth bind. Fire release, flame bullet. Wind release, great breakthrough. Instantly, the Umbu used a combination technique, the earth-style jutsu bound Hiriko, while the fire-style and wind-style combined together, resulting in much enhanced compound ninjutsu that was shaped like a large fire dragon, and it came towards the attacker as if it would eat him alive and burn him into dust. However, the attacker did not even try to dodge or counter these subsequent offensive attacks. All he did was just simply stretch out his hand. Why-ish. With a sizzling sound, the combined ninjutsu that had an extraordinarily great momentum simply disappeared. It was mysteriously sucked inside the palm of the attacker. At the same time, the earth-style jutsu that has risen a few moments ago on the ground also collapsed. He was able to absorb our ninjutsu. Is it possible that he is using dark release? But he is an Uchiha, and Uchihas do not have dark release. Then maybe he has Manjikyu Sharingan, as they grant a user some tricky abilities. It is possible, but I would say that's not the case here. Look at his eyes, they are still at a simple 3-tomo state. The attacker chuckled at the confused state of the Umbu shinobi, and without waiting for them to recover from their shock, he suddenly disappeared from his position at an unreal fast speed. Whoosh! And the next thing you know, he was standing behind one of the Umbu shinobi. Just how? This Umbu only felt was something coming out of his chest, and looking down he noticed a black arm sticking out from his chest and carried his still beating heart in its grip. Cough! Spurt! Plop! Fell on the ground and died. Everyone was shocked, but that did not stop them from launching the next set of offensive, as the 2 nearest Umbu members nearest to kill the attacker. One of the Umbu brandished a special sword, while the other one had a kunai in each hand. Seeing 2 Umbu members rushing toward him, he shook his head lightly. He did not bother to dodge. And at the moment when the sword's blade and the kunai were supposed to kill him in a pincer attack, the attacker just raised his hand to block both the weapons. You'll find the origin of this content at N0 N. Both Umbu members frowned upon such a reaction. Because this was not an instinctive response from the attacker, it was a controlled action, and they felt that blacking blades with hand was unreasonable unless and until someone is completely confident in his ability to do so. And their doubts soon became a reality as the moment both blades touched the attacker, a loud sound of metal clacking echoed. Immediately afterward, cracks started to appear on the sword and the kunai. Before either of them could react to such an incomprehensible change, both of their chests were also pierced by the attacker and their beating hearts were gouged out and crushed by him. Losing their hearts, both of them coughed out blood and fell on the ground, as blood kept flowing out of their hollowed chests. By now, the other Umbu shinobi were already covered in cold sweats. His body is. No doubt about it, that one is steel release. Close combat is useless against him. Ninjutsu also seems to be ineffective against him. Taking advantage of speed also doesn't seem to be an option. He also has Sharingan. It is unlikely that Jinjutsu would work against him. The captain of one of the teams stated, "Do not panic, use Fuinjutsu to trap him and limit his movements." With just a few words of the captain of one of the team, all the Umbu ninja regained their confidence and redeployed their tactics. However, the attacker did not give them enough time to execute their tactics, as he flashed from one position to another. Every time his figure disappears, one of the Umbu members would lose his or her life, and within just a few short moments 6 more Umbu members fell to the ground in the pool of their own blood with their crushed heart lying next to them. We are no match for him. Retreat. At least the intelligence on his abilities must be passed back. With on 3 members of the 12 remaining, one of the Umbu members issued the order for retreat, and immediately following the order, the 3 Umbus separated and started running away in 3 different directions. The purpose was obviously to increase the possibility of survival of at least one of them. Ha ha ha, you want to run away? Do you think you can? With a loud laugh, the attacker stretched out his palm in the direction of the shinobi who issued the order, Dark Release, Judgment. And immediately light blue flame sprouted out of the attacker's hand, burning the shinobi into dust. The very next moment, his figure flash disappeared and appeared next to the second shinobi. Tell me, do you think that you can? And immediately he again stretched out his hand, Dark Release, inhaling Ma. Followed by his action, the running Umbu shinobi's chakra was absorbed into the diamond symbol. My chakra. Urea, LLY have, Dark Really, ASE Kek, Kego, NK, AID, O, NT. Y, O, O. Was all he spoke before falling to the ground like a dried-up raisin, and soon lost his breath. But the attacker did not hear this Umbu shinobi's dying words, as he has already flashed disappeared and rushed towards the last one. While chasing after the Umbu shinobi, he again stretched out his hand. But this time, neither were there any blue flame nor was any chakra absorbed. But long white bandages extended out of his hands and rushed towards the Umbu at a speed faster than that of sound. The bandages soon closed the distance between the two, and entangled the Umbu's hands, legs, and neck, making him not be able to go any further. With the Umbu shinobi captured, the attacker grinned. He also controlled the bandages and dragged the Umbu shinobi backward. Now, the Umbu shinobi was already lying on the ground, and while keeping his one foot on top of the head of the Umbu shinobi, the attacker said, "You are weak, and so you know what is the sin of a weak." Although the Umbu shinobi was very much alive, he did not care about the words of the attacker, nor did he respond to the attacker. The attacker chuckled, and then put force in his leg to crush that head like some watermelon. Kacha. The entire scene was like a gore painting, and the attacker appreciated his art by nodding to himself. After having painted Konoha, he did not stay in this place anymore and disappeared. Sometime later, he appeared within the forest region outside the village. With the attackers, a green bud sprouted out of the ground and soon revealed its figure. This person was none other than Zetsu. Looking at the attacker, Zetsu asked, "Hirako, did you complete your part of the mission successfully?" The attacker who attacked Sandaime Hokage, Mitokado Hamura, as well as killed many of the Umbu ninjas was none other than Hirako, who has gained 5 distinct and powerful Kekkei Jinkai, and has already mastered their combined use at a primary level. Not looking at Zetsu, yes, as asked, a shinobi with Sharingan, with his body structure similar to Uchiha Shursui and speed as fast as Uchiha Shursui of the body flicker, attempted to assassinate Sandaime Hokage. Although failed, he did manage to injure one of the elder advisors. Hirako said as he removed the mask and tore off the black disguise that he wore. Zetsu nodded and curiously watched Hirako. At this time, Hirako's muscles and skeletal structure squirmed and transformed back into his own skeletal structure. Zetsu said with an impressed look, "This technique of yours that alters body structure is better than simple transformation techniques." Hirako smiled in glee. Chimera technique grants him various passive abilities other than the 5 Kekkei Jinkai he absorbed, and being able to alter his body structure is one of those abilities. After changing back to his original body structure, Hirako looked around his surroundings and asked curiously, "Where is Shino? Shouldn't he be here waiting for me?" "In the village." Plop! With a muffled sound, a Hyuga Chunin was knocked and hit the wall severely. Shino dusted off his hands and went further. Currently, he was no longer the old Shino, after having used the body revival technique in combination with the dark chakra from Morio to increase his strength, Shino underwent a great physical change. His hair and beard have grown wild and much longer, as well as blackening under his eyes. His eyebrows became thicker, and his muscles greatly expanded. All this made him look much younger and more physically fit. Even the creases under his eyes and the dark bags around them also seemed to have disappeared. Overall, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he is now terrifyingly strong. Chapter 301. Glancing at the Hyuga ninja who has lost his breath in just one punch, Shino clenched his fist. Feeling the strength his body contained, he smiled in ecstasy. This is the perfect body. Shino felt the changes within his body and felt that his current body contained endless power. Even just a casual punch can exert a terrifying level of power to the extent that it can kill a Hyuga Chunin with little ease. Such a thing was completely unimaginable in the past. Moreover, the amount of chakra he had access to also felt endless, like an endless sea, and Shino can't help but marvel at this. So this what it feels to be like to be a Jinchuriki. At this time, another Hyuga Chunin, who was responsible for the evacuation of the villagers, found out Shino and asked vigilantly, "Just what are you do in G-H-E-R?" The Hyuga Chunin did not get to finish his words, as a punch in the chest stopped his words midway. His eyes bulged, body arched backward, the sound of ribs cracking was clearly heard, and saliva and blood were coughed out by him. And the next moment he collapsed on the ground. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. Shino smiled and then proceeded forward, completely ignoring the two dead Hyuga ninjas. With the previous punch, Shino has damaged the heart and lungs of the Hyuga Chunin, a result causing internal bleeding and lack of air in his lungs. Even he did not receive emergency medical treatment within 10 seconds, then he would die without any question. Walking forward, Shino focused on the exact location from where he felt the power of Miko resonating with Morio sealed inside him. Finding it, Shino slowly walked forward and soon arrived near the house of Huga Kuroto. Looking forwards, Shino saw that a kunoichi, a little girl, and a normal human carrying bow and arrow were running somewhere, possibly towards the emergency shelter that the other shinobi were also going towards. Shino chuckled, and immediately exerted strength in his leg, and jumped forward, crushing the floor below his feet, and took a high leap into the air. And traveling at fast speed, he soon covered up the distance between them and landed in front of the three while crushing the road below his feet with an exploding sound. Boom! The sudden appearance of this person immediately alerted Hyuga Yui, Cheyenne, and Teruho. Yui immediately stood before Cheyenne and Teruho, with her Byakugan activated, took her battle stance, and asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" Although Cheyenne has never personally seen Shino, because of her intuition and disposition as a Miko, she felt resonance with the Morio sealed within Shino and also had an innate resistance, fear, and disgust towards Shino. Teruho drew out his bow and arrow and guarded the shivering Cheyenne. Shino did not look at the Hyuga kunoichi, his gaze was directed towards the young girl shivering at the back, and he smiled contemptuously. Similar to how Miko can sense Morio, so can Morio sense Miko, and Shino being the current Jinchuriki of Morio, he can obviously sense what Morio can sense. So, with just a glance he knew that the little girl shivering at the back of these two soon-to-be-dead people is his target, even if he has never seen the little girl before. After confirming his target, Shino transferred his gaze towards the young kunoichi who protected the little Miko and observed her eyes and battle stance. Maybe it was because he felt that he held the situation in the palm of his hand, so Shino was in a good mood, and felt like playing a bit. "Oh, another Hyuga, a kunoichi at that. Say, now that I think about it, I want to ask you something. Do you know of someone with the name Hyuga Kuroto? He should be about the same age as you, I suppose. Is he after Kuroto-kun?" Yui's gaze immediately changed, from a vigilant look to a fierce one, and she immediately spoke with a gloomy and murderous tone. "What do you want with him?" Shino didn't seem to notice the Hyuga kunoichi's dark tone, or maybe even if he noticed, he didn't seem to care, and chuckled. "Want something from him?" No, you misunderstand me. I am not interested in some lowly Hyuga of the branch division, who is nothing more than a slave to his rotten clan. the reason I am asking about him is that I worked with him a few years ago. It was part of a mission that he took a few years ago, along with Uchiha Itachi, but anyway it doesn't really matter, I am here for Miko's daughter." Speaking so, Shino took a step forward. The mere thought of swallowing the power of Miko and become an existence beyond the level of Bijou, reaching the realm of Super Kage level made Shino extremely excited. Teruho immediately drew an arrow, and warned, "Stop, don't take a single step forward." But Shino completely ignored Teruho's warning. Will Shino even be deterred by mere bow and arrow? Shaking his head with a chuckle, Shino did not even glance at Teruho and took another step forward. Teruho did not speak anything but directly shot the arrow. Shino still did not bother to look towards the coming arrow, and merely tilted his head to dodge and said, "Don't put unnecessary resistance, it will only make things difficult for you. Accept your destiny." Yui has already observed Shino's state. She can see extremely dark and evil chakras surging like a volcano within Shino. She has never seen something like that, or maybe she has, the QB, but that was only from a distance, but now was different. Was she scared? Well, yeah, anyone would be. But she has no intention of running. Why? Firstly, this person is after Cheyenne. The little girl is under Kuroto-kun's protection, and since Kuroto-kun has gone to the land of demons to check the state of Cheyenne's mother, so Yui must protect Cheyenne. This is her responsibility as Kuroto-kun's significant other. And secondly, this person dared to mention Kuroto-kun, which means that he will also target Kuroto-kun if left alone, and how can she let such a thing happen? She knows that Kuroto-kun is strong and won't be defeated so easily, but this does not mean that she will simply walk away knowing that this person will sooner or later go after the person she loves more than anything in the world. Yui did not look back and said to Teruho, "Teruho-san, take Cheyenne-chan and leave, I'll hold him." Shino raised his eyebrow and laughed, "You think you can stop me?" And immediately his figure flashed and approached Yui. His speed was extremely fast and his fist was already positioned to directly kill the Hyuga kunoichi with just one punch. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. However, his fist did not connect with the Hyuga kunoichi, as a high-pressured air thrust suddenly stopped him midway and then blew him with a tremendous force before he even realized that he was hit. Blown away by this sudden attack, Shino severely crashed to the sidewall, causing it to immediately collapse. Body revival technique. As the dust settled, Shino got up and dusted himself, as his muscles wiggled, bulged, and strengthened. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised. He did not think that any random kunoichi would be able to do so. But he wasn't really worried, it only made this hunt a bit more interesting. After getting up and dusting himself, Shino again rushed towards the young Hyuga kunoichi. Yui did not move from her position. As the enemy came closer to her, suddenly 2 metal chakrams slid down from the sleeves of her kimono and were held by her in both of her hands. The moment Shino's fist was again about to hit her, she leaned her head back and bent her back backward. Her body formed a D shape, and using both her hands, she lifted both her legs, kicked Shino on the lower chin with her left leg, then using the same momentum she did a flip and threw both chakram towards Shino, one after another. Shino, who was sent backward with the kick in the chin, immediately noticed 2 chakrams that were spinning at a very high speed coming towards him, and he immediately drew out kunai to deflect the 2 spinning chakram. While he tried to deflect the 2 chakram, the trajectory of both the chakram changed, as a thin metal wire was connected to both of them and it allowed Yui to control their trajectories. So, both the kunai were cut, and along with it, both of his arms were also cut. Body revival technique. With this, the battle should have come to an end, but actually, it did not. Shino did not seem to care about his severed arms, and rushed towards Yui. While he rushed towards her, the tissues around his severed arm wiggled and suddenly started to expand, and started growing, and instantly they had already regenerated. Yui was shocked seeing such a scene, regenerating severed arms. However shocked Yui may have been, this did not affect her reactions as a taijutsu battle broke out between Shino and Yui. Each of Yui's attacks caused internal damage to Shino, but for some reason, all of them continued to be healed. It seemed as if Shino was not suffering any injury. And as the battle progressed, Yui's advantage started to fall, and Shino started to gain the upper hand. Revival Fist. Shino gathered dark chakra into both his hands and unleashed a powerful shockwave towards Yui. Yui was horrified and she had no confidence to be able to dodge this pressured shockwave that would cause tremendous internal damage. Yui Wani-chan! Cheyenne, who was not far away, exclaimed, but it didn't seem that her scream would have much effect. As Shino's fists approached Yui, suddenly a shadow leaped down the street at an extremely fast speed, grabbed Yui, who was not able to move much, and disappeared. Boom! And the dark chakra that exploded from Shino's fist caused a loud explosion. As the dust settled, the view became clear. Shino frowned because he didn't see the collapsed figure of the Hyuga kunoichi. At this time, a female voice reached Shino's ears. "Hey you, what is your name?" "Hyuga." "Hyuga Yui," answered Yui, who was held in the arms of this kunoichi. "So, Yui-san, do you think you will be able to stand?" asked the kunoichi. Yui immediately nodded. "Yes. Yes, I am able to stand." The kunoichi nodded and helped Yui stand on her feet. Then she turned to the teenager with bow and arrow in his hand, and asked, "What is your name, kid?" "Teruho," answered the boy. Ads by PubFuture. Yui nodded and said, "Can I trust you to escort the little girl and this injured kunoichi here to the evacuation center?" asked the kunoichi, who was dressed in black kunoichi vest with an Uchiha clan crest in the back. But what about him?" questioned Teruho. "Don't worry about him, he won't be hindering you," answered the kunoichi. Teruho thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." The kunoichi nodded. "Good, now when I signal the three of you to go, then go." "You!" Shino frowned when he saw the kunoichi, as she was none other than Uchiha Tsukihai. Hearing Shino's shout, Uchiha Tsukihai turned and looked at him with a murderous gaze. If Uchiha Tsukihai, or Kuroto, arrived here even a moment late, then Yui would have been seriously injured by Shino, and thinking so, Tsukihai's heart was almost raised to her throat. Shino didn't seem to care about Tsukihai's gaze and asked with an irritated expression, "Why are you obstructing me, Uchiha Tsukihai?" Tsukihai did not answer, but leaped forward slightly, and said to Teruho, Cheyenne, and Yui, "Now go, lead him to me." Hyuga Yui looked up and down at Uchiha Tsukihai. Her intuition is telling her that this Uchiha kunoichi is quite familiar, but even after trying to remember as to who she is, Yui was sure that she has never seen her or heard the name, not personally, not from someone else. As such, Yui asked with a frown, "Who are you?" Uchiha Tsukihai's gaze did not shift from Shino, as she replied to Yui, "It does not matter who I am. What matters is that the three of you have to get out of here before this place becomes a battlefield. Remember the task that you were entrusted with and focus on that objective. Lead him to me." "Yui, I will be going to the land of demons. Please try to protect Cheyenne in my absence," was what Kuroto-kun asked her to do. From her battle with the enemy, Yui has come to realize that this person uses some unknown jutsu which allows him to regenerate all his injuries, again and again. Therefore, it would be hard for her to kill him so easily. And this kunoichi seems to know Shino and is confident to hold him back to secure a retreat for them, so there is a possibility that she has some way to deal with his regenerative abilities, so it's best that she deals with him. Thinking so, Yui did not hesitate any longer, and led Cheyenne and Teruho away from here. Shino did not blindly chase after the three, but asked, "I am going to ask this once again, why are you obstructing me, Uchiha Tsukihai?" Tsukihai said, casually, "Because I feel like it. But you can think of this as a payback for sending Oto Yumi after me." Shino frowned, and he didn't really have an answer here, because even if he says that Oto Yumi came after her on her own accord, it wouldn't be believable as Oto Yumi was introduced as his subordinate. Since he did not have any answer here, Shino said coldly, "I understand, but I will say this: if you have even slight attachment to your life, then you would better step aside, because I will not spare your life just because you are Uchiha Shinichi's subordinate." Uchiha Tsukihai giggled, and did exactly the opposite of what Shino asked her to do. Instead of stepping aside, she blocked Shino, started walking forward, as well as held the katana at her waist. Seeing that Uchiha Tsukihai does not have any intention to follow his words, and the fact that this bitch completely ignored his warnings, Shino shouted in rage, "How dare you look down on me? Damn Uchiha bitch, so proud of your bloodline? I will show you today what real power is." With that, Shino let out a loud scream. Instantly, dense blackish violet chakra vapor, visible to the naked eye, burst out of his body. Under the influence of these chakra vapors, the already bulging muscles of Shino further wiggled, bulged, and strengthened. Ha ha ha! With a frantic laugh, Shino shouted, "Do you see this? This is real power, real strength. You Uchiha should be ashamed of yourselves, always relying on the power of Kekkai Genkai." Tsukihai's expression shrank. At this time, the chakra reaction on Shino's body was extremely strong and dark, giving off a feeling that she stood in the presence of a full-fledged Bijou-class being. Damn, fighting him without Ryumyaku will be extremely tough, not to mention that I can't openly reveal my eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This battle will be extremely tough. I have to play this out with wit instead of pure brawn, thought Tsukihai. Suddenly Tsukihai said, "Is that the best you can do?" "Well, I am not surprised. Shinichi-sama did say that you are the second weakest in the organization, just after Zetsu, who specializes in collecting intelligence, isn't that right?" Shino chuckled, and just as he was about to answer, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Pierce! Suddenly there was a sound of something breaking past the speed of sound which reached Shino's ears, and then the next thing he understood was that something pierced his chest from the back. Shocked at this sudden change, Shino looked at his back and found an Uchiha Tsukihai standing at his back, with her Sharingan activated. Shino was confused. He looked at his front only to see that nothing stood in front of him. Shino was stunned for a moment and reacted, "Jinjutsu." Uchiha Tsukihai giggled in a mocking tone. Sure enough, just as Shinichi-sama said, "You are pathetic, aren't you?" Chapter 302. With the success of the sneak attack, Tsukihai was about to weave the hand signs to launch a fire-style jutsu, but upon noticing that the dark chakra coming off from Shino had suddenly intensified, and his muscles have again started to wiggle, Tsukihai immediately stopped and withdrew backward. Trip! 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 As the katana was suddenly pulled out of Shino's chest, some blood sprouted out of the wound, as well as from Shino's mouth, and dripped on the ground. But it soon started to heal. However, Shino was angered, and covering the still healing wound, Shino spoke with a gloomy tone, "How dare you?" He didn't expect that he would be affected by a Jinjutsu even with Morio sealed inside him. Tsukihai did not care about Shino's gloomy tone. She just casually waved her katana to get rid of the blood on it, and without saying a word, she was analyzing Shino's changes, especially how his injury was being healed rapidly. This attack was just a preemptive one, as Tsukihai needed to understand the degree of Shino's regeneration. It must not be forgotten that the secret technique of physical regeneration that was passed on to Kuroto by Orochimaru was obtained from Shino, so Shino must know how to use that technique perfectly. There is also a possibility that Shino is also using the Chimera technique, and coupled with the fact that he has also swallowed Morio, so it is understandable killing him won't be an easy task. And as expected, within just short few seconds, the stabbed wound on Shino's chest completely disappeared, but the muscles on his body were still squirming. Tsukihai squinted, immediately turned around, and ran away in the opposite direction to of Yui, Cheyenne, and Teruho. Want to escape? Shino's eyes were already red by now, and his expression was full of anger. The stab wound a moment ago did not cause any substantial damage to his body, but the fact that his damn Uchiha bitch has repeatedly annoyed him angered Shino, especially when he was immersed in the feeling of infinite power. Ads by PubFuture. And seeing that this damn bitch now wants to run away, how can Shino allow such a thing to happen? Smash. Boom. Break. Crack. The angered Shino completely disregarded the houses and walls, and like an uncontrolled bull, rushed straight towards Uchiha Tsukihai. Everything that came in his path was demolished, causing loud sounds to reach even the far end of the village. Uchiha Tsukihai, who was running in the front, glanced back, and for a while she was stunned by Shino's physical strength. Being able to demolish houses so easily is not a joke, you know. But what made Tsukihei more surprised was Shino's stupid behavior. It's true that demolishing houses so easily is not a joke, but it's not that big of a deal either. But the fact that Shino is doing so is pure foolishness, because doing so will only attract the attention of others here, which is obviously not conducive to his objective. Is his mentality somehow affected by Morio? A momentary thought appeared in Tsukihei's mind. Because this is indeed a possibility. Tsukihei can be sure that the dark and evil chakra of Morio is significantly higher than the mere Rabi that Shino used in the canon, and Morio is pure evil, and it is impossible that there would be no complications of swallowing Morio. At least, ordinary people should not be able to resist the spiritual erosion caused by Morio, and considering the foolish behavior of Shino, it is very likely that his mind is being passively affected by Morio. But looking at all the houses collapsed by Shino, Tsukihei noticed one common thing: each house was empty, which means that all the residents have evacuated somewhere. Tsukihei can't figure out the exact reason for Sandaime to issue such an order. This is because such an order of emergency evacuation is not issued unless the village is in existential crisis, and Tsukihei can't figure out what exactly happened that prompted Sandaime to issue such an order. It couldn't be that some other shinobi village launched a surprise attack, because there are no noises of fighting anywhere. What exactly happened in the village in my absence? Muttered Tsukihei. After some thinking, Tsukihei thought of one possibility: is it somehow related to Uchiha clan launching a coup d'etat? Considering Shino's daring infiltration within the village, there is also a possibility that Akatsuki planned all this and put all the blame on the Uchiha clan. On the side of Team 11. As Kakashi, who was still in his dog Umbu gear, waited for the response, the Umbu who wore the eagle mask said, "It most likely is a trap. I am not 100% sure, as there is something hindering with my perception, Captain." Dog frowned. "Most likely?" Cat quickly said in a low whisper, "Captain, let me rescue him. If it is me, then even if it is a trap, it won't be effective on me." Dog glanced at the young kunoichi who was wearing the eagle mask and had purple hair, then turned to Cat and nodded, "All right, but be careful." With the captain's nod, Cat's figure disappeared and instantly appeared on the grass about 4 or 5 meters away from the tree on which Uzumaki Naruto was tied up. When Uzumaki Naruto saw the sudden arrival of this ninja who wore a strange cat mask, he tried to struggle more and tried to speak many things, but for some reason, no coherent sound came. Cat activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and observed his surroundings. No traps were present nearby, but that simply doesn't make sense. With a doubtful look, Cat turned towards Naruto and still saw that there were no traps. At this time, Cat was a bit confused, but regardless, he cautiously walked towards the tied-up Uzumaki Naruto, and just when he tried to cut the rope through which Uzumaki Naruto was tied, he suddenly heard the sound of exploding tag burning. Hiss! Suddenly hearing the sound of exploding tag being lit, Cat did not care about his own safety, hurriedly cut the rope, removed Uzumaki Naruto's jacket, threw it upwards, and immediately shielded Naruto. Boom! 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 In an instant, a series of violent explosions engulfed the area where Cat and Uzumaki Naruto were present. Dog was shocked and worried. The 3 tomo in his Sharingan were spinning, and he rushed forward, trying to check out Cat and Uzumaki Naruto's situation. At this time, a spiraling whirl appeared behind the eagle-masked kunoichi, and a hand stretched out from the spiraling whirl. 1 solved, 3 more to go. Chapter 303. The moment that hand was about to touch the should of eagle-masked Umbu, monkey-masked Umbu suddenly came out of nowhere, caught her, and flashed away. Chirp! And the very next instant, the sharp sound chirping of thousands of birds was resounded in the forest, and with dangerously dazzling thunder wrapped around his hand, the dog-masked Umbu, who had turned back a few moments ago, quickly rushed towards the masked man. "If it isn't the long-lost Chidori," whispered masked man to no one in particular while looking at the lightning wrapped around the right arm of dog-masked Umbu. Dog-masked Umbu didn't seem to notice the masked man's fluctuating emotions. His speed was extremely fast, and in just an instant, he had already arrived in front of the masked man, but the fact that the masked man did not even attempt to dodge, retreat, or block the attack made him feel confused. Whoosh! Dog's eyes shrank. The attack that was supposed to kill, or at least injure the masked man, did not even touch him. In fact, it just phased right through him, as if what was standing before them was nothing more than a projection. "What sort of ninjutsu is that?" muttered Dog in confusion. But before he could reanalyze things, he suddenly felt a harsh kick on his waist, and with just one blow, Dog was blown away and severely crashed on the nearby tree. The masked man muttered in anger and disappointment, "Pathetic, useless as always, can't stop anything, can't save anyone." At this time the dust on the opposite side cleared, and Katambu, who had a dark green skeletal structure covering him, was revealed. His back was covered in small burns, but nothing too dangerous. He also saw the weird scene where Captain's attack phased right through the body of the masked man, and to be honest, he even with his Manjikyu Sharingan was unable to figure out the exact mechanism. He was certain that it wasn't due to some sort of genjutsu or mirror image projection. The masked man is indeed standing there, but the attack still phased right through him. This was strange. He understood that they have encountered a powerful enemy with strange abilities, so he did not dare to be careless, and said to the panicked Uzumaki Naruto, who was held by him, "I and my teammates will deal with him, meanwhile you will run in the direction of the village. Can you do that?" Cat knew that the reinforcements from the village will be on their way, so as long as Uzumaki Naruto runs in the direction of the village, he will soon meet up with them, and thus will be escorted back to the village safely. Although Naruto is a kid, and he was unaware that this masked shinobi was secretly protecting and watching him for months now, but he saw the scene where this masked shinobi did not hesitate to risk his life in order to save him just a few moments ago. He was still touched. And with the calm and gentle tone he spoke to Naruto, Naruto instinctively nodded. For some reason, Naruto felt that this person was different from the rest of the villagers. He was like Hyuga Kuroto, yeah, like Hyuga Kuroto, and Ramen Guy. So out of trust, Naruto nodded, and as soon as the cat-masked shinobi put him down, he ran away. Ads by PubFuture. It's just that the ignorant kid did not know the right direction at all, and although he ran extremely fast, he did not run in the right direction. Cat looked helpless, but at this time it was already too late to stop the kid, so Cat could only sigh and look at the captain. Dog nodded towards the cat, then glanced at Eagle, "Go after the kid, and make sure that he reaches the village safely." The eagle-masked Umbu hesitated a little, but looking at the resolute eyes of three of her seniors, she nodded and disappeared in the direction Naruto went. The masked man did not stop her, he just lazily stood in the center of the three Umbu. With Naruto and Eagle gone, Cat asked with a sharp tone, "Just who are you, and what do you want with that kid? I don't believe you are from Akatsuki." The masked man did not even bother to look at Cat, or any of the other two members of Team 11, from beginning to end. His gaze was on Uzumaki Naruto and the Eagle Umbu that went after Naruto. To be honest, the Jinchuriki kid wasn't really his target. Bringing Naruto here was just part of his plan, and letting him escape was also part of his plan, so he did not have any intention of stopping Naruto from beginning to end. At this moment, sudden noise was heard, and from the looks of it, a large number of shinobi were on their way here. The masked man chuckled loudly, "It's about time," and immediately activated some strange technique. As soon as the technique was activated, his figure distorted and disappeared in a spiraling whirl. The second part of his plan has just begun. Confronting Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi wasn't really necessary, as such the masked man tacitly disappeared, because his objective was achieved. "Damn, it's a space-time jutsu again," muttered Cat with a frown. No matter how much either of three thinks about it, there doesn't seem to be a way to counter this technique. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of breaking past wind, several figures, led by Elder Danzo, arrived at the battlefield. Shimura Danzo looked at the state of the battlefield, and with just a glance he figured out some things. Then he turned towards the captain of Umbu Team 11, and questioned, "Where is the attacker? Where is the Jinchuriki?" Dog pointed in the direction Uzumaki Naruto ran in, and said, "The attacker just escaped using some sort of space-time jutsu, and Uzumaki Naruto ran in that direction. Eagle of our team went after Uzumaki Naruto, and we were going to go after him as well." "Stop!" Shimura Danzo ordered and stopped the three of Team 11 to chase after Uzumaki Naruto. His gaze was flickering as if he was preparing for something. Cat asked doubtfully, "Danzo-sama, is something wrong?" The dog looked at Shimura Danzo deeply and then signaled something to Monkey. Unlike Cat, who was really worried about the safety of Uzumaki Naruto, the keen captain of Team 11 noticed the strangeness of Shimura Danzo's expression. At this moment, the captain of the Hokage guards along with the rest of the Hokage guards also arrived, came next to Dog, and whispered lightly, "Someone tried to assassinate Hokage-sama. We suspect that the culprit of the attack is Uchiha Shisui." The dog was shocked and immediately denied, "It's impossible, Uchiha Shisui has been under my watch from beginning to end, it cannot be him." The fact that Hatake Kakashi denied it made Shimura Danzo's determination stronger. He instantly used the body flicker technique and instantly rushed towards Uchiha Shisui without any warning or questioning. With his crutch pointing towards Shisui. Ads by PubFuture. Uchiha Shisui did not expect Elder Danzo to attack him so suddenly, for seemingly no reason, and that too at such a critical moment when the life of Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was at stake. As a result, he was highly shocked. But even if shocked, Shisui still managed to directly use Jinjutsu to subdue Shimura Danzo instantly. Instantly, Shimura Danzo, who had rushed towards Shisui, came to a halt, his head bent down, and it seemed he has lost consciousness. With Shisui's Jinjutsu mastery, he managed to instantly subdue Shimura Danzo even with hastily launched Jinjutsu. And just as Shisui wanted to figure out why Elder Danzo suddenly attacked him, the figure of Danzo standing in front of him suddenly disappeared, and this disappearance was so strange that neither was there any smoke nor any signs of other techniques being used. It was as if Shimura Danzo wasn't even present there. Shisui's eyes widened. "This is Iza," was all he could speak when Shimura Danzo suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere and fiercely struck his crutch on Shisui's spinal cord. Shisui wasn't able to avoid this attack. He had barely managed to avoid being hit at the spinal cord, but he was still in severe pain, and weakly asked, "Why?" Shimura Danzo said coldly, "Humph, you Uchiha Shisui, dare to collude with the Uchiha clan and plan the assassination of Hokage-sama, and you dare to question me why?" While Shisui lost his consciousness, Danzo did not wait any longer, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to rip out that oh-so-powerful pair of Manjikyu Sharingan from Shisui's eye sockets, so that he can finally have the ultimate Jinjutsu technique Kodo Amatsukami in his hands and make good use of it for the sake of the village. Just as Danzo's fingers touched Shisui's eye sockets, some sort of seal hindered Danzo to move forward and rip out those eyes. And before he could figure out what in the hell was this, two figures simultaneously appeared before Danzo, one of whom heavily kicked Shimura Danzo in the chest, while the other picked up the unconscious Uchiha Shisui. Both of them acted in tacit cooperation, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the crowd while carrying the unconscious Shisui. Shimura Danzo, who was kicked heavily in the chest, collided with a tree, but it didn't seem that he was injured. However, he was deeply angered, and that rage was clearly visible on his face. Looking at the two figures who disappeared with soon-to-be his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth in frustration. Hatake Kakashi. My guy! He was only a step away from Manjikyu Sharingan, and the fact that these two interfered with his plans angered him. In rage, he immediately ordered the shinobi around him. Umbu Team 11 colluded with the Uchiha clan and betrayed the village by participating in the assassination attempt of Hokage-sama. For their crime, I, Shimura Danzo, declare them to be rebels. Immediately start hunting. The loyal shinobi of the root subunit did not hesitate to chase after the three Umbu of Team 11, while the shinobi that were not part of the root subunit looked at their respective captains. They were not sure what to do. Team 11 is undoubtedly the most elite and strongest team of the current Umbu department, and their respect is extremely high within the Umbu department. As such, they were hesitant to act as per Shimura Danzo's orders. The captain of Hokage guards stepped forward and said, "Danzo-sama, Uchiha Shisui is only one of the suspects. He is not proven to be a convict as of yet. Moreover, Hokage-sama ordered that Uchiha Shisui must be brought back without any injuries, so directly declaring them as a rebel is a buy." Shimura Danzo interrupted his words midway, and said sternly, "I will explain things to Hokage-sama myself. Now Uchiha Shisui is an extremely dangerous person and he is on the loose. Moreover, I suspect that the rest of Team 11 is under his control, so they must be immediately neutralized, and Uchiha Shisui must be eliminated as early as possible, otherwise the danger he poses to the village is too much. Speaking so, Danzo did not care about the opposite party's words and immediately rushed in the direction of Itachi, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Seeing Shimura Danzo's reaction, the Hokage guards, as well as other Umbu shinobi, looked at each other helplessly. They were not sure what to do. The captain of the Hokage guard pondered for a moment and said, Hokage-sama tasked us with bringing Uchiha Shisui back safely, and we have to also see that the Jinchuriki is safe, so from here we are going to be divided into 3 teams. One will go after Team 11 to ensure their safety, one will go in the direction pointed by Captain of Team 11 where Uzumaki Naruto went, while the last will go back and inform Hokage-sama. Is that clear? Yes. Everyone responded. The captain nodded, and immediately divided the teams to follow the orders. Chapter 304. On the side of Uchiha clan territory. 2 figures, one after another, were running up and down in the forest. Bathed in the cold moonlight, their figures rising and falling from one tree to another, their speed extremely fast, so fast that ordinary shinobi wouldn't even be able to keep up with their figures. After a long distance of travel, the figure who was in front finally came to a stop. She quietly stood on the branch of a tree, holding a young kid, who was not being honest within her grip. The child was panting, heaving, and struggling to break free, but all this to no avail. The kunoichi is undoubtedly Oda Yumi, while the child struggling in her grip is Uchiha Sasuke, who is taken as a hostage by Oda Yumi to force Uchiha Itachi to reveal everything he knows about Uchiha Tsukihai. Just a few short moments later, the latter figure that was chasing after Oda Yumi landed on the canopy of a tall tree, staring Oda Yumi with a gloomy look. Naturally, this was Uchiha Itachi. The canopy of the tree on which he stood was a lot higher than the branch on which Oda Yumi stood, so to look at Uchiha Itachi, Oda Yumi had to look up. And looking up, Oda Yumi saw that the figure of Uchiha Itachi overlapped with the full moon in the sky, giving off a noble and mysterious vibe. Oda Yumi frowned. For some reason, she felt very upset when looking at this Itachi. But she suppressed her doubts within, as she knew that she is very close to obtaining the perfect body. I commend you, Uchiha Itachi, for chasing after me so hastily, but do you honestly believe that you can defeat me and save you, dear little Atudo? Itachi pulled out the sword strapped at his back, and said, I feel that I would forever regret it if I don't try at least. Asterisk giggles asterisk, is that so? Saying that, Oda Yumi tightened her grip, her long nails piercing through the skin on Sasuke's neck. She licked her lips, and spoke with a cold smirk, my condition is very simple. As long as you are willing to give all the information about Uchiha Tsukihai to me, I am willing to let go of both of you brothers. Humph, why don't you simply say that you are after her Manjikyu Sharingan? Itachi snorted disdainfully. Oda Yumi's eyes shrank suddenly. Ads by PubFuture. Itachi's momentary disdain did not escape her eyes, and for some reason, Oda Yumi believed that Uchiha Itachi indeed knows of someone with the name Uchiha Tsukihai. In other words, there is indeed a young and genius kunoichi within the Uchiha clan. As soon as Yumi realized this, her tone became vicious. Uchiha Tsukihai in exchange for the life of your dearest Otudo, what do you say? Otherwise, you can do everything you want, but nothing would stop your brother from turning into rotten meat in the belly of a snake. And further increased her grip, almost choking Uchiha Sasuke. Ha! Ha! N-I-S-A-N. The bare amount of air that Sasuke was getting in also disappeared, and he could no longer breathe. His struggle increased, he struck his fists violently, but to no avail. His face was red in desperation, kicking his feet wildly, struggling for even the slightest amount of air, but he was not getting anything, and he started to get weaker and weaker. The resistance he was putting also started to die down. Looking at Sasuke's state, Itachi felt that he was being choked, his heart was thumping rapidly, he was nervous, desperate, he wanted to save Sasuke. This desire was repeatedly being resounded in Itachi's mind. For Itachi, his family and friends are his bottom line, nobody is allowed to harm them. And most of all, his Otudo, Sasuke, is the most sensitive, who should be under his protection, so someone is harming Sasuke means not only is he angering Itachi, but in fact, is seeking death. If Kuroto was here at this time, then he would have definitely teased Orochimaru for messing with the Uchiha Itachi, especially in regards to Sasuke. But alas, Kuroto is not here, and Orochimaru would soon find out what happens when you offend Uchiha Itachi. While Itachi's emotions were flaring, Oto Yumi also noticed Itachi's strangeness. But before she could react, the figure of Itachi in front of her disappeared. Oto Yumi's expression shrank. This is because her perception was unable to keep up with the shadow. Oto Yumi can be sure that Uchiha Itachi is not so fast, so what increased his speed so much, so suddenly? Soon, she realized that her perception of time was altered by a Jinjutsu, and therefore, her eyes were unable to keep up with Itachi's speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Even if affected by a Jinjutsu, being a Sannin, she still managed to react and retreated backward with the use of the body flicker technique. His visual prowess has suddenly risen to such an extent. Yumi no longer had her previous calmness. Already having been subdued by Hiriko with a Jinjutsu, Yumi understands that as long as the visual prowess of the Sharingan is enough, it would be difficult for her to resist the Jinjutsu. And she also understands that because of using living corpse reincarnation to change her body several times and devouring the souls of their targets, the strength of her own soul is no longer as strong as it used to be. This is one of the major reasons she is trying to obtain the body of an Uchiha. If she also gains Sharingan Kekkai Jinkai, then this problem can be solved. While Yumi was shocked, Uchiha Itachi did not even bother to look at him. He squatted on a tree and said to someone, "Sasuke, follow this crow, it will lead you towards the village." Cough cough, but what about you and I-san? Questioned Sasuke with a panicked look. Ads by PubFuture. Itachi flicked Sasuke's forehead and said as gently, "Don't worry, Nisan will be fine, I will quickly take care of her and then join you back at home, alright?" Sasuke hesitated, but looking at that gentle smile of his Nai-san, he nodded repeatedly and ran away, following the lead of the crow. Oto Yumi frowned and looked at the Uchiha Sasuke in her hand. Caw. Caw, caw. As soon as Yumi looked, the figure of Sasuke broke into countless crows, surrounding her. Crow substitution technique. Yumi was stunned, then looked at Itachi and said, "You can actually use crow substitution techniques, Uchiha Itachi. Now I am sure that you have some connection with Uchiha Tsukihai, however times you may say otherwise, but I am certain. But putting that aside, at such an immature age you managed to trick me with your Jinjutsu. Uchiha Itachi, it seems I was underestimating your potential." On Uchiha Sasuke's side. Putting his hand over his face, Sasuke hurriedly followed the crow. Because of being under excessive tension and fear only a few moments ago, his nerves were very tight, and he was feeling slightly dizzy. He was also unable to make out many of the things within the forest. All he wanted was to get as far away from that witch as possible and as soon as possible. Smash! Plop! Because of the darkness, Sasuke didn't see the thing before him, ran into it, and suddenly fell to the ground. Oh, it's you, but what are you doing here at this time? It's too late, you know," came a voice in annoyance. Sasuke, who fell down to the ground on his but suddenly heard a familiar voice, and he immediately looked up and said, "It's you. I should be asking you that same thing, what are you doing here?" The person with whom Sasuke collided was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, who was rescued by Uchiha Shisui. Hearing other parties' question, Naruto put his hand on the back of his head, and said nonchalantly, "I don't know what's going on, someone with a mask suddenly kidnapped me, and I was brought outside the village, then another person with a mask rescued me, and told me to go towards the village. By the way, why are you crying? Who is bullying you?" Crying! Sasuke was shocked and confused. He immediately turned around, wiped away his tears, and said stiffly, Nonsense, I am not crying at all, it's too dark and you are seeing things." Naruto walked around in front of Sasuke, squatted down, and pointed out after carefully staring at Sasuke's face, "Obviously you are crying." Sasuke immediately blushed. "No, don't tell anyone." "What?" Fugaku was taken aback now. Such a revelation was beyond what he expected. Sandaime continued, "From the disguise of the assassin he didn't seem to be a member of Akatsuki, and from his height and several other features including his speed made it seem as if he is Uchiha Shursui. To make the matters worse, the other party were probably his comrades deliberately led Shursui away from the village by kidnapping the Jinchuriki. By doing so, the witnesses of Shursui's presence were only the other 3 members of that team, and the blame will inevitably fall on the Uchiha clan. So overall, the situation is pretty messed up. It is hard to figure out whether the other party is targeting Kyuubi, or they are trying to induce infighting within the village, or maybe both. And that's probably the reason why the Umbu shinobi who was responsible for passing my order to the Uchiha clan never reached there, as he might have been eliminated by these interested parties. It could be the work of Akatsuki, but I think that this time the enemy is not Akatsuki. This is not how they operate. It is very likely that the culprit of all this is Akatsuki, but we don't have any solid proof yet. During the time when the emergency was announced, Sandaime was able to figure out most of the situation, and also explain the ins and outs of the matter to the 2 elders too. Of course, the prerequisite of all this is that his guesses are not wrong. Fugaku's face was uncertain when he heard all this. He did not expect that so many things to happen on such an ordinary full moon night. Thinking of the intention of the people inducing them, Fugaku can't help but shudder. If Sandaime hadn't figured out all this, then it is very likely that the village would have already been engulfed in a war. And if the war did happen, then Konoha would have been ultimately destroyed. Fugaku can't help but worry at just how much trouble Konoha is facing. At the same time, he felt a bit of pity for Sandaime to have to shoulder so much. Sandaime noticed Fugaku's worry, and patted his shoulder in reassurance, then said, "I have dispatched the Umbu to help the Team 11 with Kyuubi, and also to ensure the safety of Team 11, so I don't think that we will have to worry about that, but there has been no news about the assassin who had the Sharingan and posed as Uchiha Shursui, so we have to take that matter seriously for the sake of the village." Fugaku nodded with a serious expression. "RORRRRR." Boom! Suddenly there was a loud deafening roar from the direction of the Hyuga clan. Followed by a loud roar, a loud explosion occurred, and the earth shook. It felt as if an extremely large monster was ravaging the village. Could it be Kyuubi? Don't speak such ominous things. If Kyuubi went on a rampage, then the village will suffer irrecoverable wounds. Sandaime's expression shrank immediately because this incident indeed reminded him of the night of Kyuubi's rampage. When everyone turned to look in the direction of the Hyuga clan, they found a behemoth-sized creature, muddy purple in color, with several heads, and dark chakra raging around and demolishing the houses. That's not the Kyuubi. Yeah, what in the hell is that thing? Hey, his chakra is so dark and evil. Damn that beast. My house is in there, and the loan has yet to be paid. The ninjas present here were suddenly agitated, and no one could turn a blind eye to such a monstrous existence raging within the village. At this moment, a chunin who held his shoulder to temporarily stop the bleeding rushed over to the Hokage building and reported the situation to Sandaime. "Hokage-sama, one of the squad captains of the Konoha military police force is resisting that monster. Please, you have to send someone for support, else it would be impossible to that monster suppressed any longer." The captain of the Konoha military police force? Sandaime was taken aback, and immediately turned towards Fugaku, who was standing next to him. Fugaku also had a confused expression. The Konoha military police force is under the control of the Uchiha clan, and all the squad captains are present here with him, and there are no other squad captains. Fugaku can be sure of this, as he, himself, is the leader of the Konoha military police force. What's more, such a large monster cannot be suppressed or resisted by just any shinobi. Kage level strength is minimum. The injured chunin did not seem to notice Fugaku's confused expression, and said to him, "Fugaku-sama, this time thanks to the squad captain of Konoha military police force, many lives were saved, and the people present around also had the opportunity to retreat as fast as they can, otherwise a lot of casualties would have occurred." I am afraid that none of our teams would have survived. So, please accept my heartfelt gratitude." Fugaku could only nod with an awkward expression. Sandaime jumped on top of the roof of the adjacent building and shouted, "Let's set off. Firstly, drive this monster out of the village 30 degrees south from position Alpha, and the sealing class will prepare to seal that monster." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Everyone, including Uchiha Shinobi, nodded with a serious expression. The Uchiha were especially serious. The appearance of this monster has clearly indicated that there is a third party involved in the matter tonight, so everyone understood that someone was inducing infighting, and they were angered. This debt has to be repaid. The Uchiha clan has been under tremendous pressure for a while now, and now that they see the opportunity to let loose, they are pretty eager to beat the hell out of that punching bag. So under the leadership of Hokage-sama, a large number of shinobi rushed towards the rampaging monster. Chapter 306. On the devastated street, Uchiha Tsukihai swiftly moved from one point to the other, her glowing katana dancing in her hands, cutting and severing tentacles that were trying to grope her. At this time, Shino has completely liberated Morio, or better yet, artificial Bijou Morio. Therefore, his size was gigantic. Shino's entire body was covered in muddy purple chakra that seemed to be extremely corrosive in nature. And this muddy chakra seemed to also have its own consciousness as it was hunting the unlucky and weak bystanders on its own. Tsukihai has repeatedly confirmed this, as she saw many Konoha shinobi who were caught off guard and swallowed were later puked out in the form of an unrecognizable mass of rotten flesh. "Everyone, retreat!" Tsukihai shouted while dodging one of the several heads of Morio that tried to eat her. The Genins or Chunins present here are of no use, even if they have the will to fight this monster without a care for their lives and sacrifice it if necessary, it is of no point. Their attacks are not doing any damage to the enemy, only increasing the number of meaningless casualties. So, it is better that they retreat and let the ones who have the capabilities do their job. Listening to the shout of the Uchiha Kunoichi, the ninjas around hesitated a little, but they also understood that their presence is not doing anything and chose to retreat one after another. As they have long realized that with the level of their abilities it is impossible to participate in the battles of such level. Seeing that they started to retreat, Tsukihai sighed in relief. Fortunately, the resident villagers of this block have already evacuated, and she has also led Shino outside the Hyuga territory. Whoosh! Using the body flicker technique again, Tsukihai avoided another one of Morio's attacks and landed on one of the semi-collapsed walls. Currently, she was panting for breath, and tried to analyze the methods she can use to take down the enemy. Since Shino has completely liberated Morio, so Sandaime must have noticed Morio raging in the village, and he would have no choice but to leave whatever he was doing and come here to deal with him. Therefore, Tsukihai knows that as long as Shino is stalled for a while longer, backup would arrive and she would be able to retreat from here. While Tsukihai pondered, one of Morio's dragon heads approached her and spoke arrogantly, "Uchiha Tsukihai, do you see this? This is my power, superior to you Uchiha." Ha ha ha. Hearing Shino's voice, Tsukihai's eyes shrank, and she muttered, "How did he completely dominate Morio's consciousness? Was it because of the Chimera Jutsu? For a Jinchuriki, liberating the Bijou means losing oneself. Therefore, only perfect Jinchuriki who have reached a deeper level of understanding with their Bijou sealed within them can liberate Bijou without any worry. Others all are not capable of this without losing their consciousness, so they would rarely resort to such a measure." "Oh, I remember, there is one more trick," Shino said while laughing loudly, and immediately the corrosive chakra on Morio's body skyrocketed. Whyish! 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 As the chakra on Morio's body soared, the surrounding earth and stones suddenly came to life and soon took the shape of stone soldiers. Shit! 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 Tsukihai suddenly panicked as soon as she saw those soldiers of the Ghost Army, and quickly weaved the hand signs, fire release, great dragon fire technique. Instantly, a dragon-shaped fireball that covered a large part of the sky rushed towards Morio. But as soon as the dragon-shaped fireball arrived closer to Morio's body, the corrosive muddy purple chakra on his body started corroding the fire-style jutsu, and within just a few short breaths the jutsu disappeared. "Damn it!" Tsukihei muttered in frustration. From this scene just now, Tsukihei discovered that in addition to hunting bystanders and unlucky individuals, this corrosive chakra can also act as a protective covering to protect Morio's inner body and Shino within it. The number of attacks Tsukihei can use is limited because of the absence of Ryumyaku. What's more, to deal with Bija-class monsters, ordinary ninjutsu attacks are of no use unless you are Uchiha Madara, who can make any random B-class ninjutsu and display its power as strong as or probably even stronger than S-class attacks. I don't have any good way to deal with so many stone soldiers at once. Sandaime will have to order his shinobi to take care of them," muttered Tsukihei with a gloomy look. Being aware of what the ghost army is capable of, Tsukihei understands that cutting off the main chakra source is the only effective method to get rid of these stone soldiers. There is no other effective method to stop them, and they might even cause large-scale damage to the village. Even the civilians and other shinobi will suffer under the siege of the ghost army. I guess I will have to accelerate the battle to reduce the damage and casualties. Making up her mind, Tsukihei put back the katana inside the sheath strapped around her waist and slowly walked towards the head of Morio. Shino seemed to be surprised by Uchiha Tsukihei's sudden actions, and spoke with a smile. What is this am I seeing? In the face of absolute strength, have you finally decided to give up, bow down, and beg me to spare you? Is that it?" Tsukihei shook her head and said, "No, I am already bored of this pathetic fight, so I decided to get rid of you sooner rather than later. You hateful Uchiha bitch, you think you can stop me? I will kill you, swallow you, and then destroy this whole village," Shino roared in anger. This time, all the dragon heads of Morio cursed at the same time, so the sound spread all over the village, making every Konoha villager and shinobi look at each other in amazement and surprise. It was only now that they realized that the person who was openly resisting and suppressing the monster from rampaging all over the village is a kunoichi of the Uchiha clan. After the roar, Shino ignored everything, and directly drove all the heads of Morio towards Uchiha Tsukihei, who stood completely defenseless. Looking at the wide-open jaw with countless large teeth, Tsukihei smirked, and the Sharingan within her eye changed into the complex pattern of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Boom! Smash! Chomp! Swallow! To those watching from a distance, it seemed as if the Uchiha Kunoichi enraged the monster and was instantly swallowed. While Shino on the other hand laughed loudly, after realizing that he had successfully swallowed the damn Uchiha Tsukihei. So what if you are an Uchiha? So, what if you have the Sharingan? At the end of the day, it's all the same after being swallowed by me, we'll just turn into my pre-dash. Ha 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 ha. Stop that, ha ha ha. I said stop that, ha ha ha. But suddenly his voice came to a halt, and he suddenly felt that something was tickling him from within his stomach. Clutching his stomach, Morio started to roll madly in laughter. All the onlookers had their eyes turn into buttons in shock. Just a moment ago they felt sorry and sad for the death of the brave Uchiha Kunoichi, and now they don't even know what to make out of the sudden turn of event, but they did feel pity for this poor monster to have to go through such a horrible experience. Ha ha ha. Ah. Hot, 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 it burns, it burns. Ah. And suddenly the monster's laughter turned into a terrible cry for pain. At this time, Uchiha Tsukihei, who was swallowed by Morio, was under the protection of the basic ribcage Susanoo. According to her plan, the moment she was swallowed, she activated the Susanoo to protect herself from turning into rotten meat, but because of the lack of Ryumyaku, she only used the first stage Susanoo. Looking at her surroundings, Tsukihei smirked. Now you will understand that not everything you swallow will become the same in the end. Then began the process of taking down Morio, started with tickling the insides, then using the golden flames of Susanoo to burn the insides of Morio's body. Although the golden flames of her Susanoo armor are not as strong as Itachi's infamous Amaterasu, they are also a force on their own, with the best ability of the golden flames being able to burn chakra. So even it is a bijou, it doesn't have many ways to protect itself from these golden flames. And now that these golden flames have been lit within the stomach of Morio, Tsukihei can be sure that Morio won't be eating anything in the future. Chapter 307. Aerg. It burns! Morio's cry can be heard all over the village as he rolled and wailed in pain. With his humongous size, even ordinary steps were capable of shaking the surroundings, not to mention his current rolling and wailing in pain. Within just a few moments the entire block turned into a pile of rubble. Hee. It seems that these golden flames are really doing the wonder, giggled Tsukihei. To be honest, she was a bit surprised as she didn't really expect that these golden flames would be so damaging to this corrosive chakra, and it seems that up until now she has seriously underestimated the power of these golden flames of Susanoo. And since the effect is so good, so Tsukihei would obviously not stop. As such, she increased her effort and worked harder, spurring the golden flame with all her strength, as a result turning the entire abdominal cavity into a sea of golden fire. And just as intended, soon the wailing and cry became weaker and weaker, and the movements of the body gradually stopped. Seeing that Shino was almost defeated, Tsukihei projected a chakra blade from her Susanoo and cut off one of Morio's dragon heads. Then she deactivated her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, dispersed the Susanoo, and finally jumped out of that stomach. As soon as she came out, the first thing she did was to look at her surroundings, and she noticed that no one was present in the immediate vicinity, which was a good thing. Next, all the stone soldiers of the Ghost Army also seemed to have crumbled and collapsed. At the same time, Morio's gigantic figure started disappearing, and along with it the golden flames also went out. Soon, there was only her and unconscious Shino were present here. It seems that I went a bit overboard, muttered Tsukihei with a light chuckle. Caw. Caw. At this time, a crow flew down and landed on Tsukihei's shoulder. This crow was used by Tsukihei to keep a watch over the surroundings, and now that the crow has landed on her shoulder, this indicates that a large number of shinobi will soon be approaching here. So, Tsukihei glanced at the unconscious Shino for one last time, and after thinking over it a little, she decided to leave him here. Although this opportunity to take away Shino is good, however, if Shino disappears here then it will be revealed that the Uchiha Kunoichi fighting him is still alive, which is something Tsukihei doesn't want everyone to think about. She wants everyone to think that the Uchiha Kunoichi fighting Shino was swallowed by him, and then as a last resort, the Kunoichi used some sort of kinjutsu that killed her and also defeated Shino. Doing this has many benefits. First and foremost, the reputation of the Uchiha clan will increase, as one of their shinobi sacrificed herself for the sake of the village. Many Konoha shinobi have already witnessed her fighting Morio, so this is a good thing. After all, if Uchiha Fugaku is asked as to who she is, he wouldn't really have any explanation. So, her being dead is better, as he will be able to make up a fake identity if necessary. Secondly, it will save much trouble for Shinichi. And thirdly, Orochimaru would stop eyeing her. With Uchiha Tsukihei dead, he wouldn't be able to do anything more to obtain the perfect body. As for how to obtain Chimera technique, Tsukihei has thought about it, and finally figured out a method that would work perfectly if it is executed well. Moreover, if Tsukihei guessed correctly, Shino is not the only individual currently present in the village. More members of Akatsuki are also present here, probably. So, if Shino were to suddenly just up and disappear, then that would be somewhat troublesome. As such, taking him away is not worth the risk. Tsukihei has better plans to make use of Shino. With everything clear, Tsukihei once again watched the surroundings to make sure that any trace of her still being alive is not left behind, and with that confirmation, she used body flicker technique and disappeared from this place. On top of the Hokage rock, Hiriko with both of his hands over his chest watched the fully liberated state of the artificial bijou gradually shrinking and finally disappearing, and shook his head with a bit of disappointment. Sigh, what a waste. By his side stood Zetsu, who said helplessly, "Oh, the entire plan was ruined by fool Shino, and now he also seems to have lost." The appearance of the giant monster in the village directly gave away signs of the presence of a third party. And with Sandame's wicked nature, it would be very easy for him to make out the entire situation and understand that a third party intended to cause chaos within Konoha by inducing internal conflict. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Shino's indiscriminate behavior and rampage completely ruined their plan. Hirako said, "Since the plan failed, I will go and see if he is still alive and bring him back." Zetsu looked at the distant moon, the eye on his half-black flickered for a while, and he said with a smile, "Please do so." Although Shino completely disrupted their plan, he is still a member of Akatsuki. Moreover, his strength this time also showed that he will be quite useful in the future. And because Shino also knows too much important information about Akatsuki, so he cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of Konoha, whether dead or alive. Otherwise, too much information about Akatsuki will become common knowledge among the 5 great shinobi villages. And this is unacceptable for the leader of Akatsuki. Hirako nodded and disappeared from his position. A while after Hirako disappeared, the air near Zetsu distorted into the shape of a spiral, and the masked man walked out of it. After taking a glance at Konoha, he questioned in a deep tone, "What happened? Why did the plan not work as intended?" Zetsu sighed and explained everything, from the moment of disappearance of Uzumaki Naruto to the appearance of Shino's artificial bijou, his battle with Uchiha Tsukihei, and then Uchiha Tsukihei's self-destructing move to take down Shino. Hearing everything, the masked man frowned. "Why did Uchiha Tsukihei fight with Shino?" Zetsu replied, "I am not sure, but it is probably because of some personal enmity between the two. We will have to confirm it later." "Is that so?" Masked man muttered, "And according to you Uchiha Tsukihei is now dead?" Zetsu nodded, "Yes, she was swallowed by that monster, and it appears that she used some self-destructing ninjutsu to take down Shino in a last-ditch attempt, and died along with it. Such a waste." The masked man sighed, "Such a good opportunity wasted. Anyway, that aside, how did Hirako play out?" "His strength seems to have improved compared to the time of his battle against Uchiha Tsukihei and Oto Yumi." Zetsu nodded. His abilities seem to have improved somewhat, especially in terms of speed. I reckon that soon he will be as fast as the Reikage himself." Hearing Zetsu's words, the masked man groaned a little and said, "This guy regards himself as a hardcore follower of Nagato. I must find a way to bring him under my command." After all, it was the masked man himself who convinced Pain to support Hirako's Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual. Hirako does not know of the existence of the masked man and thinks that it was Tendo Pain with the eyes of Rakudo Sanin, who valued him and thus used the power of the organization to support his plans. Therefore, Hirako is eager to be recognized and regards himself as a hardcore follower and supporter of Pain. This is also why, when attacking Konoha this time, Hirako did not argue but directly disguised himself as Uchiha Shisui and attempted to assassinate Sandaime Hokage. Because this was Pain's order. Otherwise, how could Hirako agree to remain such low-key after completing his Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual? While Masked Man and Zetsu discussed some things while observing the village, the ninjas led by Sandaime arrived at the scene of battle. Looking at the originally bustling neighborhood has now turned into a destructed site with not even a single building standing intact. Everyone felt extreme anger. At this point, one of the Umbu following the team spotted the figure of unconscious Shino, and said, "Hokage-sama, this person seems to be a member of Akatsuki organization." The 5 great shinobi villages may have not established a united military front, but they are still willing to exchange all the information about Tetsukami and Akatsuki. So Konoha has quite a lot of information about the members of the Akatsuki organization, at least much more when compared to Tetsukami. After all, the members of Akatsuki do not wear masks and cloaks that hinder perception. Moreover, they also have some or other background or origins, which is not difficult for various villages to figure out, unlike the members of Tetsukami who seems to pop out of nowhere. Upon hearing that it was a member of Akatsuki, Sandaime's expression was gloomier. He walked closer to Shino and asked, "Is he the guy wanted by Kumo for stealing their kenjutsu?" "Yes, Hokage-sama, this is him." The Umbu member nodded immediately. With that confirmed, Sandaime turned his gaze towards the leader of the sensory department, who immediately understood the signal and focused. After a while, he looked at Shino and said with a serious face, "He is that monster." Sandaime frowned after hearing this, and at this moment he suddenly remembered Cheyenne, the daughter of Miko of Land of Demons who came to Konoha a few days ago. Because of the lack of manpower, Sandaime has been unable to send any team for an investigation into the territory of the Land of Demons. So only Hyuga Kuroto was sent to figure out the state of that country and confirm whether Miko is still alive or has already died. But now that this monster is present here, Sandaime can't help but wonder, was that monster the same one that Miko sealed a few years ago, because the description of that monster matches very well with this one? Thinking so, Sandaime suddenly turned towards Shino, and muttered, "If my guess is correct, then I am afraid that he has become a Jinchuriki to that monster, but it really makes me wonder as to how was he defeated so quickly even after liberating the demon?" Chapter 308. With a curious expression, Sandaime squeezed a smile, turned towards Uchiha Fugaku who stood on his side, and asked, "I want to meet the squad captain of the Konoha military police force who was fighting Shino." Before Fugaku could answer, another group of shinobi who were previously watching the battle from a distance arrived here and reported what they saw to everyone. After hearing their report, Sandaime was shocked, that is to say, the Uchiha Kunoichi who was fighting the monster was swallowed by him, and then she probably used some sort of technique as a last desperate measure to defeat the monster along with destroying herself? Yes, Hokage-sama. We saw this happening. As soon as she was swallowed by that monster, the monster started struggling. She was probably doing damage from within his stomach," said one of the Chunin. Sandaime was more surprised. Any shinobi or kunoichi sacrificing himself or herself for the sake of the village is worthy of honor, but to give that honor it must at least be known who exactly is that person. Not only Sandaime, even the other ninjas including the patriarchs of various clans, the elite jonins, as well as the elites of the Uchiha clan looked at Fugaku with inquisitive gazes waiting for his answer. Everyone was obviously curious about this Konoha military police force squad leader who was capable of defeating that Bijou-class monster. Feeling those inquisitive gazes upon him, Fugaku fell into an embarrassing situation, because he, similar to everyone else, was also very curious about the identity of this kunoichi, who was a so-called squad leader of Konoha military police force. If not for the monster to openly curse with the name Uchiha, then he might have even wondered if it was someone pretending to be an Uchiha. Therefore, in Fugaku's view, the kunoichi who fought Shino here just a few moments ago, although not a squad leader of the Konoha military police force, might still be a kunoichi of the Uchiha clan, but who exactly she was, he is not sure about it. Who could it have been? Thought Fugaku. If they said that the person fighting Shino was a shinobi, not a kunoichi, Fugaku might have thought of it being Itachi for a second, even though he knows how ridiculous that sounds. Itachi may be an unmatched genius, but he is only 11 years old. But still, considering just how much of a freakish talent his son has, it is possible that it was Itachi, but because it was a kunoichi so it can't be Itachi. Unless Itachi has habits of dressing as females? No, that not possible. Itachi is my son, he does not have such habits. Fugaku immediately erased that thought. But then who? Because Fugaku can't think of anyone. Seeing Fugaku's silence, Sandaime frowned. Although the Konoha military police force is under the control of the Uchiha clan, Sandaime is still very much aware of the identities of all the squad leaders of Konoha military police force. Because of this, he is even more curious about the identity of this kunoichi because he couldn't remember any kunoichi being squad leader in Konoha military police force. Although curious, he did not pressure Fugaku too much. It was possible that Fugaku was sad because of the death of this kunoichi. So, to give Fugaku some time to recover from his sadness, Sandaime did not disturb him, and this information can be confirmed at some other point. Right now there are more important things that they must take care of. Ads by PubFuture. With that understood, he turned towards the Yamanaka patriarch, Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi stepped forward. Yes, Hokage-sama? Sandaime instructed, read his memory. I want to know all the information we can gain from him, from Akatsuki's goal of attacking Konoha to all their lineup, everything. Yes. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded and immediately walked towards Shino. Yamanaka clan is known for its mind-related techniques. and they specialize in reading through others' memories to extract out all types of intelligence stored within their target's mind. In terms of mind arts, no other clan can outmatch the Yamanaka clan. Just as Yamanaka Inoichi squatted down to read Shino's memory, feathers started to fall from the sky. Huh, why are so many bird feathers falling? Look, their ends are burning! As soon as one of the Konoha shinobi discovered this, everyone understood that something was wrong. Nobody was required to be reminded of the possible danger, as safety methods were immediately deployed. Boom! 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 Suddenly, these burning feathers exploded like an exploding tag. Everything was covered in a series of violent explosions. The earth shook because of the vibrations, smoke, and dust rose covering the surroundings. Whoosh! While the surroundings were covered in dust and smoke, a huge bird flew over the battlefield. This huge bird is none other than the synthetic bird that was created by Hirako with the help of the Chimera technique. And it is capable of much more than just flight. Being able to destroy villages by using those exploding feathers, which are as powerful or even more powerful than exploding tags, is one of those abilities. Hirako stood on top of his synthetic bird, arms crossed over his chest, and a smile on his face, happy to see the destruction of this oh-so-detestable village. Rather than pretending to be an Uchiha shinobi and attempt to assassinate Hokage to provoke internal conflict within Konoha, Hirako prefers a simple and direct approach to destroy Konoha to exact his revenge over this hateful village. Taking advantage of the cover of smoke and dust, Hirako jumped down and firmly landed beside the unconscious Shino. Since Shino is an important source of intelligence for the village, so Konoha Anbu made sure to protect him from the attack just now. Therefore, although the explosions just now were violent, Shino, who was under the protection of several earth walls, was still safe. Ads by PubFuture. Hirako looked at the earth walls, then stretched out his hand and pressed on the earth wall. Immediately the chakra that was maintaining the earth walls was absorbed into the red diamond-shaped symbol in his hand. And with chakra support gone, the walls cracked and soon collapsed into a pile of dried-up sand. The nearby Anbu, who used the earth-style jutsu to protect Shino, immediately realized that something was wrong and instantly rushed here with his kunai drawn out. As soon as he saw this person, he took the stance and fiercely slammed the kunai in his hand on the lower waist of Hirako. Ding! The expected splashing of blood did not come, nor was there any feeling of cutting through human flesh and bones. Instead, there was a loud metal collision sound. This. The Anbu was confused and shocked, and feeling the numbness in his arm, he felt as if the person who he intended to kill was not made up of flesh and bones, but of steel and iron. Humph, as if the likes of you will ever be able to hurt me. Hirako snorted. He turned around, and with a grinning smile directly drove his arm into the Anbu's chest. And when he pulled it out so abruptly, he had something in the palm of his hand that seemed to be beating. The last thing the Anbu shinobi saw before his not-so-surprising death was a beating heart being crushed by this person. Plop! And he collapsed. Although there was still smoke and dust covering the site, but none of the people present here were ordinary, they instantly noticed the death of a Konoha Anbu. Understanding that an enemy is here, some of the shinobi immediately used wind-style jutsu, blowing away smoke and dust to ensure a clear view of the battlefield. By the time smoke and dust cleared, giving everyone a clear view, Hirako has already walked over to Shino. Sandame, who stood not far away, squinted upon noticing this person, and questioned with an unsure tone, You are Hirako? Because the plan had already failed, Hirako was no longer maintaining a disguise, but was in his original appearance. It's just that after having completed the ritual, he was no longer the same as he used to be. He has changed a lot, both in terms of appearance and body shape, which is completely different from the Hirako Sandame remembered. As such, he was a bit unsure whether this person is really Hirako as he guessed or not. When he heard Sandame's uncertain tone, a trace of anger flashed on his face. Gritting his teeth, he said, Why? Was I such a disappointment that you do not even remember who I was, Hokage-sama? Sandame did not care about Hirako's words, as his gaze was more focused on Hirako's eyes. Those eyes filled with hatred towards him reminded of that assassin that came after him a while ago, and realizing so, he questioned sharply, The assassin who attacked me was you, am I right? Mitokado interjected with a confused expression. How could it have been him? That assassin had Sharingan. Oh, Sharingan, was it? With a cold smirk, Hirako activated the pair of Sharingan in his eye socket, and said, "This pair of Sharingan was generously given to me by a guy named Uchiha Hiragi after I tortured him to death, and I am making a pretty good use of these eyes. His soul will forever be glad that his death resulted in me getting stronger, or maybe not, as his soul has already ceased to exist." As soon as the term Sharingan was mentioned, and the name Uchiha Hiragi was voiced out, the hairs of all Uchiha clan members stood up in anger, more so with the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, whose murderous aura was unrestrained. "You will atone for your crime now." Speaking so, he rushed towards Hirako. Hirako instantly lifted unconscious Shino, threw him on the back of his synthetic summon bird, then greeted Uchiha Fugaku with excitement and fervor clearly apparent in his eyes. Ding! 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 Bang! Boom! Smash! And instantly, two people, one Fugaku and the other Hirako, fought. Their speed so fast that only sparks and sounds of collisions from time to time allowed the spectators to judge their positions. Chapter 309. As the battle between the two progressed, each of them realized the other party's horror. "His speed is so fast," muttered Fugaku in amazement. "The inside of Manjikyu Sharingan and 3 Tomo Sharingan is very different. Even the inside of a pair of Sharingan that has already evolved into Manjikyu Sharingan is also superior to ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan." And therefore, Fugaku was highly surprised that even with his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, he was having quite a bit of difficulty in capturing the figure of Hirako. This is obviously different from his expectations. And Hirako's line of thinking wasn't much different. "Uchiha Fugaku can keep up with my speed. Is his insight so strong?" muttered Hirako. Similar to Fugaku, Hirako was also highly surprised at this moment, as he did not expect Uchiha Fugaku to be so strong, and Hirako is also really glad that he has Sharingan, otherwise he would have fallen prey to Jinjutsu several times already. Hirako did not expect this. According to him, Uchiha Fugaku didn't seem to be so extraordinary. Not in the time when he was still in the village. There was some reputation during the Third Great Shinobi War, but compared to the terror of Yellow Flash, Wicked Eye was not so much. Even the information that the Akatsuki has of the several Kage-level shinobi also did not state much about the Wicked Eye Fugaku. But with this fight, Hirako has found out just how much difficult it is to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's speed is extremely fast, top-class Shurikenjutsu mastery, extreme proficiency on fire chakra nature, Kenjutsu master, and most of all, Jinjutsu specialist. Udatain Koharu observed the two, and then said with a frown, "Hirako can match up to Uchiha Fugaku? This is surprising. In my impression he should not have such capabilities." Mitokado Hamura added, "And he also managed to transplant a pair of Sharingan. Just what kind of experiments was he doing, Hiruzen?" Mitokado and Udatain were surprised because under Naidame-sama's era of power, Konoha also conducted a lot of human experiments, among which the most famous ones were transplantation of Shodame-sama's cells to cultivate a shinobi capable of using the legendary wood release, and transplantation of Sharingan. However, these experiments were unsuccessful and did not produce any satisfactory results. Although transplantation of Sharingan was much easier when compared to Hashirama cells, it was still very restraining upon a shinobi. In fact, only Hatake Kakashi, whose Sharingan was gifted to him by his teammate Uchiha Obito, is the only shinobi known to have Sharingan. And even Kakashi with his incredible talent is able to barely keep up with a single Sharingan. If someone was to transplant a pair of Sharingan, then it is very likely that that person will die of the amount of burden Sharingan puts on a non-Uchiha. For this very reason, even though many people covet the power of Sharingan, there are not many left alive who have acquired that power. So the fact that Hirako has acquired that power, not to mention without being restrained by it, is highly surprising. Perhaps his being able to acquire a pair of Sharingan indeed has something to do with the type of research and experiments he was doing. As far as I know, before he defected, Hirako was researching a Kenjutsu that would allow the user to plunder others' Kekkei Jinkai. Ads by PubFuture. When Utatane and Mitokado heard Sandame's words, both of them were extremely shocked. Judging from Hiriko's current performance, it seems that the kenjutsu he was researching and experimenting with was been successfully completed. And this is not a good thing for the shinobi world. It means that a bloody storm is about to come if the information about the existence of this technique is released. This means that while he pretended to be Uchiha Shursui, he used swift release and dark release. Sandame paused here, then continued, and then there is Sharingan. I am afraid that he has already plundered 3 or more Kekkei Jinkai. At this time, the situation on the battlefield has changed. Hiriko insisted on defeating Uchiha Fugaku, so printing his hand signs, he shouted, "Storm Release Secret Technique, Demon Dragon Storm." Instantly, a massive thunder cloud capable of absorbing chakra to grow in size, strength, and ferocity covered the sky above the battlefield. And as per Hiriko's command, which he gave using different hand signs to summon multiple red pillars of chakra and lightning raining, Fugaku immediately realized the danger and retreated far away from Hiriko. By now Fugaku has concluded that defeating Hiriko without using his Manjikyu Sharingan would be almost impossible, but at the same time, Fugaku also feels that Hiriko lacks in the experience department. Whether it is his attacking moves, or defensive moves, or the overall rhythm of battle, what he seriously lacks is proper coordination and flow, which allowed Fugaku to make some extra moves, but because of that damn dark release and steel release, he couldn't completely exploit it to kill Hiriko at once. Genjutsu from simple Sharingan is not working on Hiriko. Should I use my Manjikyu? Such a thought emerged, but he immediately shook his head. Entire senior staff of Konoha is present here. If I use my Manjikyu Sharingan, it won't go unnoticed by them, and now that the situation of Uchiha clan has started to improve, I don't want to take any risk. That would again increase distrust between Uchiha clan and Hokage faction, especially now that Amatsukami and Akatsuki are waiting to destroy us at any moment. While Uchiha Fugaku considered many thoughts and possibilities on how to take down Hiriko without the use of his Manjikyu Sharingan, Sandame muttered, "It seems that Hiriko has also plundered Storm Release and Steel Release." Realizing how much of a threat Hiriko has become, Sandame continued, "Hiriko with 5 Kekkei Jinkai is difficult opponent even for Fugaku. Let's take action together and resolve him at once." Elder Mitokado and Elder Utatane nodded. At this time, Hiriko, who was raining lightning all over the battlefield, laughed out loudly and spoke, "Why, Okage-sama, do you regret your decision now?" Sandame, who has summoned his adamantine staff, Enma, looked at Hiriko and said in a deep voice, "Hiriko, do not make mistakes, again and again. It is already too late for you to look back." Mistakes? Again and again. Hiriko muttered in a daze, his face twisted in anger upon hearing Sandame's words, and he roared, "Why does everything I do is wrong, huh? Is it because I am unwilling to be ordinary like most?" It seems that the thunderclouds in the sky were affected by Hiriko's mood and became more violent. The rain of lightning from the thunderclouds became stronger and more frequent. Standing at the center of the thunderclouds, Hiriko glanced at all the Konoha shinobi around him and said viciously, "Today, I will make you realize just who is wrong." Speaking so, Hiriko increased the amount of chakra supporting the thunderclouds, thus further increasing the radius of thunderclouds and rain of lightning. Everywhere lightning fell, fire would be lit, and things would evaporate. Some of the shinobi even suffered heavily from the lightning and instantly lost their breath. At this moment, Sandame signaled Fugaku, who instantly understood Sandame's intentions and rushed forward to engage in a battle with Hiriko. "Haven't had enough, huh?" Hiriko roared, and violently waved his steel hands that were covered in lightning. With Hiriko engaged in battle with Fugaku, Sandame also rushed towards Hiriko with his adamantine staff. With just a step forward, the length and girth of Enma increased, and it seemed to be ready to slam Hiriko into a pulp. Seeing the staff coming towards, Hiriko grinned madly. He decided to not dodge that incoming staff, and shock Sandame just how hard is his steel release. Heavily kicking Uchiha Fugaku in the gut, Hiriko stood straight, with his arms open wide, and said with a smile, "Any of you attack is meaningless against me." Smash. Crack. Break. Just as his voice fell, and Sandame's staff smashed on his waist, and instantly his face changed from a mocking look to a shocked and painful look. Boom! 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 Before he could react, Hirako flew out and collided with several walls far away. He broke through the first 4 walls and stooped at the 5th one with half his body buried inside that wall. As the dust and smoke cleared, Hirako got up. This time he no longer had his previous arrogant look, but a painful one filled with embarrassment and anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Although the staff only broke a few of his bones, what hurt him more was that his pride was broken. Embarrassed in face of Sandame Hokage, the fact that he flew out so easily made him lose his face, and the last thing he wants now is to lose his face in the face of oh so detestable Hokage. Just as Hirako wanted to fight back, several chains that were wrapped in some sort of shadow appeared out of the ground and instantly restricted his movements. His feet bound to the ground, and his hands restricted by the chains too. But the chains wrapped in shadow did not stop there and started coiling around him. At the same time, he felt someone invading inside his consciousness and had to severely resist not to lose himself. Trying to resist mental invasion made Hirako's face twist in pain. But that wasn't it. The very next moment, Miyokado appeared behind Hirako. He was carrying a very large scroll, and putting the scroll on the ground, he made hand signs and tapped on the ground. After having completed the ritual, Hirako's perception has obviously increased very much, and sensing the chakra fluctuations coming from his back, he suddenly felt a great threat. He knows that if he doesn't do something immediately, then it is very likely that he will die here. So, Hirako immediately looked up. The synthetic bird that was being bullied at the hands of Hyuga brothers, a Kimichi patriarch, and several other shinobi instantly swooped away from them and went towards him. With the arrival of the synthetic bird, Hirako's hands and legs suddenly exploded, breaking away the shadow chains, as well as his 4 limbs. Now with all of his limbs gone, the leech stored within his body instantly took the empty place, and he leaped high up using those make-up limbs, landed on the half-injured bird's back, and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly go!" As soon as he landed on the back of the synthetic bird, he immediately ordered it to go and did not even dare to look back. Boom! Just as he was going, the back of the synthetic bird suddenly exploded, but thankfully it wasn't that damaging and the bird could still continue its flight. Hirako never expected that even after having absorbed 5 Kekkai Jinkai, he still couldn't manage to hold his own against those people, and had to retreat at the cost of sacrificing his 4 limbs. Chapter 310. Outside Konoha Village. Might Guy carried unconscious Shursui on his back, and followed Kakashi as they galloped through the woods. Behind them were a large number of Umbu of the Root subunit led by Shimura Danzo. He was at a loss at this moment and muttered, "How did things turn out like this?" "Sigh, I don't know." Kakashi's face gloomy. Although he has yet to figure out the whole situation, he has keenly noticed that their Team 11 has become prey to a certain conspiracy. Guy asked, "Do you think that the mission Kuroto is assigned to has something to do with what's going on here?" Kakashi wasn't sure. The mission that Kuroto was suddenly assigned was unknown to the other members of the Team 11. And Yuzuki Yugao, who was temporarily assigned to Team 11 as a replacement for Kuroto's absence, was sent to watch over Uzumaki Naruto by him. Hopefully, she will safely bring Naruto back to the village. But there were more important things they have to consider now, which was the information about the assassination of Sandame-sama. Whether that is true or not, what do you think about the information about Sandame-sama's assassination? Guy glanced at Shursui and said, "We know that it wasn't Shursui, so there is no doubt about that." Kakashi nodded. "Right, it wasn't Shursui, and I don't think that the Uchiha clan would choose to do anything of the sort at this point, so the only other possibility is a comrade of that masked man. He did have Sharingan, so it is possible that his other comrades also have Sharingan, and this attempt was likely either related to Akatsuki or Tatsukami. Sigh. I hope that Hokage-sama is safe, otherwise the situation could turn worse for the village." Guy said, "Do not worry, Kakashi, we must trust Hokage-sama, he will be safe." Kakashi helplessly shook his head at Guy's optimism, then glanced backward at the chasers that were following him, and muttered with a frown, "If this goes on, we will be overtaken by them sooner or later." Guy asked, "So what do you suggest?" Kakashi thought a little and said, I will hold them, and you will take Shursui to Team 11's fourth rest house. After I lead them away, I will meet you there. Because Anbu shinobi have to perform several secret missions, so almost all Anbu have certain hideouts spread throughout the country as they can't interact with general shinobi or common folks during any mission. Guy hesitated a little. Kakashi, you alone. Before Guy could finish speaking, Kakashi has already turned around facing the shinobi coming towards them. He did not glance back at Guy but said, That's an order. Treatment of Shursui's injuries cannot be delayed. Go, I will meet you at the hideout as discussed. After speaking that, Kakashi did not wait for Guy's response and rushed towards the crowd of shinobi, as a very familiar chirping of thousands of birds rang throughout the forest. Looking at the determined back of Kakashi, Guy nodded. Do not die, Kakashi, you are my eternal rival, you are not allowed to be defeated by others. Leaving that sentence, he did not hesitate anymore and rushed towards the hideout. Kakashi shook his head helplessly after hearing Guy's words, but he had a smirk under that mask. In Konoha village. Currently, everyone had a gloomy expression as Hirako managed to escape with the help of his synthetic bird. At the last moment, Hirako so decisively sacrificed his limbs, which somewhat shocked everyone. Nobody considered the possibility of his limbs being able to suddenly explode. But that aside, now they have to consider the threat of Hirako several levels higher than he used to be. Hirako's strength, although not fully displayed in the battle against Fugaku, still showed what he is capable of should he gain enough experience in using all the 5 Kekkai Jinkai in perfect combination. Dealing with Hirako in a one-on-one battle has already become impossible, and who knows what kind of monstrous existence will he become in the future. It would require at least a team of shinobi with very high group strength and perfect coordination to be able to deal with Hirako. And nobody knows whether it would be possible to defeat him even in that situation, so defeating him currently when he is still not at his 100% potential was a diamond opportunity. If they had gotten rid of Hirako just now, then not only they would have managed to eliminate a shinobi who harbors deep hatred towards Konoha, but also destroyed Chimera technique, as well as also obtained internal intelligence of Akatsuki. But unfortunately, the chance was missed, and now it would be extremely difficult to kill Hirako next time. With broken fragments of chains remaining in her hand, Elder Udatain walked towards Sandaime and said, Hiruzen, Hirako is too dangerous to be left alive. We must notify all the other shinobi villages about his existence and work together to eliminate him. No village will allow a shinobi who can plunder others' Kekkai Jinkai to stay alive. Elder Mitokado with the scroll in his hand also walked here. From the Kekkai Jinkai he has used, we can now confirm that all the 4 shinobi other than Uchiha Hiragi in that period have become his prey, and we have also confirmed that the shinobi who attacked Reiki's entourage was a member of Akatsuki, not of Amatsukami. Akatsuki and Amatsukami have become Sandaime's headaches. At this moment, 2 Anbu who went after Team 11 finally rushed back to the village and reported about Elder Shimura Danzo's brazen attack on Uchiha Shursui to Sandaime. Hearing of the attack, Sandaime brow wrinkled and he glanced at Fugaku and the other Uchiha and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were not paying attention here. Understanding the complete situation, Sandaime ordered, Call back Shimura Danzo under my order, also protect Team 11 from any accident until they safely arrive at the Konoha hospital. Check up on the situation of Jinchuriki, and ask Eagle to come to my office. Too much chaos has already happened in the village. I do not want to deal with any more trouble for the day. The Anbu shinobi nodded one after another and went on with the tasks. It did not take too long for Guy to arrive at the hideout, as this was the nearest one to the village. The so-called hideout is just a cave transformed into a simple residence that carried all the essentials that an Anbu would ever need amidst his mission. Shursui's injuries were of 2 types. Firstly, some small burns were caused by those exploding tags before Shursui activated his Susanoo as a shield. But this injury was nothing serious. The other injury was caused by Shimura Danzo when he severely struck his crutch on Shursui's backbone. From the outside, this injury doesn't look much serious, but it seems that there was a needle hidden within the crutch that spread some kind of potent poison in Shursui's system, which is probably the cause of Shursui's unconscious state. After giving Shursui the antidote that was left to Team 11 by Kuroto, Guy could only wait for the antidote to take effect, so all he could do was nervously wait for the arrival of Kakashi. Fortunately, it did not take long for Kakashi to arrive, and as soon as he came Kakashi said, "Other Umbu reinforcements led by the captain of Hokage-sama's guards helped me get away from them." Guy nodded, and explained Shirsue's injury to Kakashi in detail, and then added, "I was not sure whether the standard antidote distributed to Umbu would work, so I used the antidote given to us by Kuroto. I hope it works." Kakashi nodded and then said, "Now let's go back to the village." Guy said, "But what about Danzo-sama?" "First and foremost, Danzo-sama do not have any authority to order us around or declare us as defected nin. Moreover, other Umbu shinobi have already displayed their stance by protecting us, so we have nothing more to worry about. In fact, I tend to think that the reason he attacked Shisui was also purely acting upon his greed, because he wanted." Kakashi stopped halfway through his words and did not continue anymore. "In any case, Shimura Danzo is one of the elder advisors of Konoha. As such, Kakashi did not dare to voice out his speculation about Shimura Danzo's malicious intentions towards Uchiha Shisui without any conclusive evidence, as that could be counterproductive, even if it just him, Guy, and unconscious Shisui here. In the forest near the Uchiha clan, the kunoichi Oto Yumi is tied to a wooden cross, with her hands and legs not capable of moving even an inch, surrounded by the cawing of crows all around. Wherever she looks, all she sees are an uncountable number of crows in this unclear and mysterious world. And even though she realizes that this is most certainly the result of a jinjutsu, she is still unable to break free of it. Much less breaking free, she can't even open her mouth here. Even if she wants to shout or cry from the pain of thousands of crow feathers piercing her per second, but there is no cry, only pain and agony. At this time, an indifferent and omniscient voice sounded. "You dared to touch my Otudo, that was your biggest mistake. Now suffer in these hell flames until not even your ashes are left behind." Amaterasu. And the sudden appearance of black flames of hell was all she saw before she ceased to exist. Not even a cry of pain escaped her mouth. With Oto Yumi gone, Itachi crouched on the branch of a tree, his hands over his both eyes. He felt a deep pain in his eyes. It felt as if needles were being pierced in his eyes, but that was nothing compared to the pain he felt when he saw Sasuke being strangled to death. A while later the pain finally ceased and Itachi walked back to the Uchiha clan. He wasn't worried about Sasuke because he knows that Sasuke has already safely reached back home via a side trip of making a friend. On Uchiha Tsukihai's side, Tsukihai slowly put down her hand from her right eyes and said, "That idiot, he actually dared to resist Sandaime-sama's Enma staff. He was being a bit too arrogant. Doesn't he know that Sandaime-sama was able to push back Kyuubi with that staff?" muttered Tsukihai as she continued to run in the direction of Death Forest. Before her departure, Tsukihai had already left behind a few crows which helped her monitor the progress of events after she retreated. So Hiriko's cool debut, arrogant performance, and finally, a pathetic escape where he almost lost his life were all seen by her. After shaking her head in disappointment, Tsukihai let go of any thought related to Hiriko and muttered to herself, Team 11 did not show up here from beginning to end. What exactly happened to them? Forget it. With Shisui, Kakashi, and Guy present, there is hardly anyone who would be able to endanger all of them at the same time, and as long as even one of them is safe, all three of them will be safe. For now, I should hurry to my secret laboratory, store this clone body there and then come back with the main body. Chapter 311. Returning the soul back to the main body proved to be much easier compared to what Kuroto had to go through earlier. There was instinctive guidance, as such there was no need to keep track of the directions. Moreover, the return speed was also several times faster than before. Before he knew it, Kuroto's soul was already back inside his main body. Phew! Coming out of the tree hole, Kuroto stretched his body and felt a bit refreshed. Since the seals placed around the tree hole were not damaged, so Kuroto was sure that no people or animal dared to approach the tree hole during the absence of his soul. For which Kuroto was really glad, as he wouldn't have to bother wasting time in hunting some irrelevant people or beasts that would later become either his test subjects or will be fed to Okinabuta. At this time, Okinabuta's nose twitched, and he instantly got up. Noticing that Kuroto has come out of the tree hole, he leaned over and tried to circle around Kuroto. But given his size, circling around shook the entire forest. Kuroto helplessly smiled and jumped on the back of this idiot boar. After patting the boar's head, Kuroto said, "Yes, yes, this time I owe you a favor. I will be sure to send you a treat." As soon as Kuroto said this, hot air escaped Okinabuta's snout, which indicated that he was happy and excited for the treat. Although Okinabuta hasn't been around Kuroto for very long, nor has Kuroto summoned for Buta's help very much. However, every time Kuroto has summoned Buta, he has been handy in one way or the other. There is also the fact that Buta seems to have Kuroto imprinted in his mind as some sort of master or owner, probably because Kuroto fed him a lot of poison while he was still young, which might have been an act of kindness from someone's perspective. Anyway, this boar is now useful since he is almost as big as Gamabunta, which makes him a good summoned beast as he is already very strong, and he also has an instinctive understanding of chakra, probably because of the pure chakra circulating within his body. After assuring Okinabuta, Kuroto deactivated the summoning and sent away Okinabuta back to his habitat. Kuroto himself also did not delay any longer, and after spending a few more days in the land of demons, he decided to go back to Konoha. 2 weeks later, Kuroto returned to the village. The first thing he needed to do was to have a meeting with Sandaime-sama regarding the situation of Land of Demons, but it appeared that Sandaime-sama was seriously busy with village's matters as well as some other political matters, so he couldn't spare time to meet Kuroto right off the bat. As such, Kuroto submitted his report to Sandaime-sama and returned to his house. Whenever Sandaime-sama will have time, he would summon Kuroto. After coming back to the house, he was greeted with the sight of Yui, Cheyenne, and Teruho eating lunch. Seeing Kuroto's return, Yui hurriedly got up from her seat and greeted Kuroto. "Kuroto-kun, you are finally back." Kuroto hugged her and rubbed Yui's back. There was a short silence as the two stayed in the same position. This was necessary to relieve Yui of her anxieties, but seeing Cheyenne's expectant gaze, Kuroto separated from Yui and walked towards Cheyenne. He didn't speak much. He just untied the Ryumyaku's gourd and gave it to Cheyenne, told her and Teruho to take this upstairs and they will understand everything. The remnant spirit body of Miko-sama was staying within that gourd, and it is difficult to predict just how long will she remain in the shinobi world, so Kuroto believes that instead of him explaining anything to Cheyenne, it would be best for her mother, that is Miko-sama, to do so herself. That would be the best choice, as Cheyenne and Miko-sama will at least have the last chance to talk things out. And Miko-sama can also express the words she was reluctant to at first. Although Cheyenne was a bit skeptical, out of trust in Kuroto, she nodded and went to the room she was staying in for the past few weeks. After Cheyenne and Teruho went upstairs, Kuroto asked Yui to recite everything that happened in the village in his absence. "Please explain everything to me very carefully." Yui nodded and quickly explained. There was suddenly an emergency flare lit up a few weeks ago which alarmed everyone. Immediately after that, village entered an emergency state and Hokage-sama ordered villagers to go to the evacuation site. Then while Yui, Cheyenne, and Teruho were going to the evacuation site, there was this arrogant guy whose name was Shino. He came after Shino, although Yui resisted him and even almost killed him several times. However, he had some sort of regeneration technique that helped him always recover. Therefore, Yui wasn't sure what to do with him. Then this kunoichi by the name Uchiha Tsukihei arrived and gave her the opportunity to retreat along with Cheyenne and Teruho. As for what happened later, Yui didn't witness it, but she did hear that Uchiha Tsukihei sacrificed herself to defeat that guy named Shino. Later everyone found out that he was a member of Akatsuki, and then more things happened. There was Hirako who fought against the Uchiha Patriarch, and several other things also happened. Overall, the situation was chaotic, and too many things happened. Many shinobi also died, so the next day a funeral ceremony was conducted and their names were engraved in the memorial monument, especially Uchiha Tsukihei's, who sacrificed herself for the sake of the village. Kuroto wasn't much surprised after hearing everything, which made Yui frown. She had an instinctive feeling that even though Kuroto-kun wasn't in the village, he was somehow informed of what all happened. Unable to understand the possible cause, Yui decided to let it go, as it didn't really matter much. As long as Kuroto-kun is fine, then that's all that matters. However, Kuroto's thoughts were a bit different. Yui's understanding of the situation is limited. I will have to ask Shisui for a better understanding of all the events. At this time, Yui spoke, "By the way, Kuroto-kun, that person Shino also asked about you. I don't think that he was aware of who I was, but he seemed to know you." Kuroto nodded and explained the events of the first mission he took along with Uchiha Itachi after surviving the cleaning operation. When she heard the details, Yui nodded in understanding as she was reminded of that mission where Kuroto-kun encountered Kumogakure's Nibi's Jinchuriki and was later praised by Jiraiya-sama. Later Kuroto had some more discussion with Yui and then went on to search for Shisui. From Shisui Kuroto get to know more information. It turns out that all the Umbu that went on to search for the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto searched all over the village and the surroundings but did not find him. Later when they returned to the village and thought that Naruto went missing or was probably again kidnapped by someone of Akatsuki, they discovered that at some point Naruto had returned to his home and was immersed in a sound sleep along with another kid, who turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing such a sight, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and asked the details from Temporary Eagle, who turned out to be Yuzuki Yugao as she was assigned to cover up for Kuroto's absence in Team 11. Yuzuki Yugao explained as asked, and finally, the matter was resolved. But the situation was still not resolved as the other 3 members of Team 11 were still missing. Later on, that same day when Team 11 was returning to the village they again encountered Shimura Danzo and his rude shinobi, and a fight broke out. Danzo was hell-bent on eliminating Uchiha Shisui for the crime of betraying the village. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy on the other side were also damn stubborn. They did not allow Shimura Danzo to even touch Uchiha Shisui, so even though both of them played very well, but because the two were heavily outnumbered so they both suffered serious injuries. It was at that time that Elder Mitokado arrived along with other shinobi and rescued the 3 members of Team 11 from Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan also caught the wind of this event and is fuming with anger that Shimura Danzo dared to take action against one of their elite clansmen. Danzo was also adamant and did not even bother to apologize. He used the excuse that Uchiha Shisui was the culprit who attempted Hokage's assassination and tried to compromise Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. However, this time, Sandaime severely reprimanded him and Danzo had to finally bite the bullet and publicly apologize to Uchiha Shisui. He was also ordered to stay away from the Uchiha clan, which everyone knew that he did not take kindly considering his sour expression. But considering that it was Hokage's order, Danzo had no choice but to obey regardless of his will. At the same time, Uchiha clan was really grateful to the other members of Team 11 for protecting Uchiha Shisui, and Sandaime also praised Captain Kakashi's decision. Kuroto can't help but smile. He wasn't much worried about either of them because he knew that either way, they would be alright. Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi when together are a force to be reckoned with. After having an understanding of a general situation, Kuroto was busy considering some things. At this time Shisui said, "Kuroto-san, as you expected, Danzo-sama is really after my Manjikyu Sharingan. I did not expect that he would choose to attack me even when the safety of Uzumaki Naruto was at stake." Kuroto nodded and said, "Fortunately Kakashi and Guy understood Danzo's thoughts and acted at the right time." Shisui nodded, "Fortunately there was also the seal you placed on my eyes, and Captain Kakashi and Guy-san acted at the right time, otherwise, Danzo-sama might have succeeded." At the same time, at Uchiha Fugaku's house. "Patriarch, you have to tell us, who exactly was Uchiha Tsukihei? Is there really some secret unit within the Konoha military police force as the rumors say?" "Yes, rumors are circulating that Uchiha Tsukihei was an elite member of the secret unit, and some even say that even Sandaime-sama is not aware of this unit. Is there really such a secret unit?" Looking at the eager expression of his clansman Fugaku sighed. After coming back, Fugaku has researched all the clan records and he has found nothing about Uchiha Tsukihei. Even the description of Uchiha Tsukihei that he obtained from Hyuga Yui's testimony does not match any kunoichi Uchiha clan ever cultivated, so Fugaku himself is confused as to who exactly was that kunoichi. And for some reason, Fugaku even feels that kunoichi is not dead yet. He may be wrong, but it's also possible that he is right. This is Fugaku's instinctive feeling, but there are also some facts behind his reasoning. But regardless, Fugaku doesn't plan to waste the opportunity that the Uchiha clan has got because of her fight. Now everyone in the village knows that Uchiha Tsukihei fought and sacrificed herself for the safety of the village just like Yondaime Hokage once did, so people will be more accepting and trusting of the Uchiha clan. Alright everyone, since you all want to know so much about her, then hear me. Uchiha Tsukihei was born on the battlefield, but she never got to see the faces of her parents as her father died on a mission while her mother died immediately after giving birth to her. She was personally raised by me, and my wife Makoto was her teacher. As Tsukihei grew up, we came to know that she was suffering from a bloodline disease. As such, she had to live in isolation, but that isolation was not here, not in Konoha, but in one of the old castles of the Uchiha clan. She lived there, trained there, and honed herself to be a kunoichi that her parents could be proud of, but her time because of her illness was limited as it was slowly killing her. Her greatest desire was to die as a true kunoichi, a kunoichi who dies while protecting her clan and village even though she never lived here. It's strange to think about it, but perhaps she did not think so. Maybe she wanted to leave behind something that all her clansmen could be proud of. She idolized Yonde Mokage, and coincidentally she died the same death. It was perhaps a coincidence that she was in the village recently. It might be because she caught wind of the incoming attack. I am not sure how, only she knows of this, but regardless, she died the death she wanted and we should be proud of her. She was a strong girl, a strong kunoichi, and a true Uchiha by heart. All Uchiha should strive to be as determined as her. By the time Fugaku finished, everyone was shocked by what they heard. Nobody expected that Uchiha Tsukihei's life was so difficult, and everyone felt pride that she was an Uchiha, a true Uchiha. Looking at everyone's proud, Fugaku can't help but sigh helplessly. This is so unlike him. Bullshitting never pleases him, but what can he do? If that's necessary for the clan, then he will do so, as that's what a patriarch's role is. After some more talks, Fugaku dismissed the now encouraged clansmen as he has to consider many things. With this open attack from Akatsuki, many things in the village will start to change, and he has to prepare himself and the Uchiha clan for it. Fugaku also has a feeling that the coming years would be even more troublesome now. The winds of the shinobi world have started to change, and Uchiha clan must ride those winds to survive. At this time, Fugaku saw Itachi walking down the corridor. Fugaku isn't sure why, but he feels that ever since the event of Sasuke being kidnapped by Oda Yumi, who is another member of Akatsuki, Itachi's persona and temperament have changed drastically. For a while, Fugaku wanted to attribute this to Manjikyu Sharingan that Itachi might have awakened, but considering Itachi's young ago, Fugaku shook his head, as Itachi is too young to be able to awaken something like Manjikyu Sharingan. As such, Fugaku is a bit worried about Itachi. After all, Itachi is his successor, the heir of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku even considered a possibility of mental trauma or guilt that Itachi might be suffering from, but he can't be sure. At least, Itachi's emotions seem stable, or rather too stable actually. Fugaku sighed. He will have to trust his son, because he knows that his son will never disappoint him. Someone who had the sight of a battlefield burned into his mind at the age of 4 will never be traumatized by such a small event. Who am I kidding? Perhaps it really is because of that. Chapter 312. Standing in the corridor, Itachi noticed Fugaku's helpless sigh and asked with a worried tone, "Oda-san, is everything all right?" Fugaku folded his arms around his chest and said, "Itachi, thankfully you rescued Sasuke from the hands of Akatsuki, otherwise I don't know what might have happened to him." When Fugaku learned that his younger son Sasuke was almost kidnapped by a member of Akatsuki under the chaos of that night, Fugaku was both shocked, panicked, and angry. He doesn't know what he might have done or how he would have faced Mikoto should something have happened to Sasuke. Moreover, Fugaku is also frustrated at the shamelessness of these Akatsuki and Tetsukami members. The glorious, noble, and dignified Uchiha clan, from who everyone fears, have now become a vegetable market. Anyone wants an Uchiha, just come and take away an Uchiha shinobi. You want a pair of Sharingan? Just go to Uchiha clan and you can find a pair of freshly harvested Sharingan. There is also the rare variety of Manjikyu Sharingan. If you can't take them away, then just incite those awakeners, they will follow you, and bam, you get a pair of freshly cultivated Manjikyu Sharingan. Firstly, Shinichi and Kurumi, then there is also Homusubi, next Ryota, and Hideki, after which Hiragi was kidnapped by Akatsuki, then an unknown Uchiha Tsukuhei appears and sacrifices herself, and now Sasuke was almost kidnapped by another member of Akatsuki. If this is not a vegetable market, then what is? And Fugaku as the patriarch is helpless, which is making him extremely annoyed. Itachi shook his head slightly and said, "It's my responsibility to protect Sasuke. I would do so at all cost. As expected of my son." The stern Fugaku showed a rare smile. "At least, my family is safe for now," was Fugaku's thought. Fugaku knows of Itachi's talent, and if nothing too unexpected happens, Itachi will surely grow into another Uchiha whose strength is no inferior to Shisui, and as the next generation of the Uchiha clan grows into strong individuals one by one, the value of Uchiha clan in the village will again increase. The status of the clan which was lost will also be recovered slowly. In that case, even if Hokage faction wants to suppress the Uchiha clan, they will no longer be able to do so. After all, there is only Hatake Kakashi who could be a Hokage candidate among the younger generation of the shinobi. But Fugaku knows this better than anyone than Hatake Kakashi, because the Sharingan that he keeps with him will never be able to match Shisui and Itachi in their prime. So Fugaku has considered many things over the past few months, and he no longer has any desire for the coup. The major reason for this is obviously the heavy pressure from the external enemies, including Akatsuki and Tatsukami, especially with the new technique that Hirako has created, which allows him to plunder others' Kekkai Jinkai. If this technique were to get in the hands of others, the Uchiha clan will be in extreme danger from all parties. After all, Sharingan is undoubtedly the most superior Kekkai Jinkai. So, to ensure the safety of his clan, Fugaku has even regarded Hirako as the #1 enemy. Of course, Fugaku did not know that his worries in regards to Hirako's techniques were almost unnecessary. It's because the ritual ceremony conducted by Hirako has too many requirements and variables that are difficult to be met by others: secrecy, time, location, manpower, willpower, and many other factors are involved, and even then, there is no guarantee, as there is also the factor of luck. Ads by PubFuture. Even Hirako himself also almost died, and it was only because of the secret technique he got his hands on from Yomi that he actually managed to survive. But since Fugaku did not know all about this, so it is natural for him to be worried. Sighing lightly, Fugaku asked Itachi, "Where are you going?" Itachi replied, "I am going to visit Shisui-san." Fugaku nodded and then added, "Shisui is under recovery, so he is not up to his full combat potential, so make sure to keep watch over his safety. I do not want to hear any sudden news about him suddenly going missing." Itachi nodded and then left Shisui's house. After listening to the entire story from Shisui, coupled with the information he obtained on his own, Kuroto concluded that Naruto wasn't Obito's goal from the beginning to end. The reason he even bothered to kidnap Naruto was to draw Shisui out of the village along with the rest of the Team 11, then had Hirako pretend to be Uchiha Shisui and attempt to assassinate Sandaime-sama to ignite a civil war between the Hokage faction and Uchiha clan. If Obito's conspiracy had actually succeeded, then I am afraid Konoha would have been finished. In this chaos, Orochimaru's motive was very simple, which was to acquire a perfect body, which was Uchiha Tsukuhei, but unfortunately, he failed, just like he will always do when it comes to Sharingan, so Kuroto didn't really have anything to say in this regard. But anyway, it was perhaps through Shino that Orochimaru got to know of Akatsuki's plan and decided to secretly reap some benefits by taking advantage of fire. Shino's thoughts were probably the same. He also wanted to secretly swallow Cheyenne to increase his strength by taking advantage of the chaos that Konoha was in at that time, but he also failed because of yours truly. As for Shimura Danzo's motive behind attacking Shisui, there was no need to even guess that. Fortunately, things turned out well, and Sandaime figured out everything at the right time, otherwise Konoha would have been swallowed in civil strife. With everything clear, Shisui asked, "Kuroto-san, so, what should we do next?" Kuroto observed Shisui's physical state using his Byakugan, and after understanding, he said, "Rest for now, we will talk about our future plans after you are in your tip-top condition." Shisui quickly interjected, "Kuroto-san, my injury is nothing. Akatsuki is too dangerous to be left behind to their own devices. Kuroto flicked Shirsue's forehead and said while shaking his head, "We can't be hasty when it comes to Akatsuki, their roots are much deeper than we think. For now, you should focus on your recovery, and we will discuss our future plans later." Shirsue puffed his cheek in annoyance, then finally nodded, "Okay, fine." Ads by Pub Future. Kuroto nodded, and after passing on one of the latest created poison antidotes, he left Shirsue's house, only to encounter Itachi, who seemed to be here to visit Shirsue. Seeing Kuroto, Itachi hurriedly greeted, "Kuroto-san." Seeing Itachi, Kuroto smiled and nodded, "Ah, Itachi-kun, how are you?" Kuroto heard from Shirsue that Uchiha Sasuke was abducted by Oda Yumi, who is officially a peripheral member of the Akatsuki organization and Shino's subordinate. It's just that none of the Uchiha shinobi or the villagers knows that the very same periphery member was the snake sending Orochimaru, therefore they don't particularly understand just how much danger Itachi was facing at that time. In fact, Itachi himself may not know this. In the original story also, Itachi easily dealt with Orochimaru twice, but that was at the time when Itachi had awakened Manjikyu Sharingan and was also a few years older than he is now. So, him being able to rescue Sasuke and defeat Orochimaru at his current age is highly surprising, even for Kuroto. Itachi looked around, then said lightly, "Kuroto-san, I have something to tell you." Kuroto nodded, and said, "All right, follow me." Not long after, Kuroto and Itachi came to the forest behind Uchiha clan grounds, and after Kuroto made sure that no one was around, he nodded towards Itachi for him to speak whatever he wants to. After a bit of silence, Itachi's eyes showed a determined, and after taking a deep breath he directly activated his Sharingan. And the next instant, Itachi's Sharingan changed from 3 Tomo Sharingan to 3 spiraling curves around the pupil. Looking at those eyes, Kuroto was stunned, even he was a bit dazed, but quickly recovering he muttered, "You? Itachi-kun, you awakened Manjikyu Sharingan?" Itachi deactivated his Manjikyu Sharingan and nodded, "Yes. The kunoichi I fought that night was very powerful. I almost died several times in her hands, and it seems that I awakened these eyes at that time." Itachi actually did not know, it was at the moment when Oda Yumi took away his Otudo, he had already awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. This is because Shino noticed the changed pattern in Itachi's eyes when Itachi went after Oda Yumi. But all that aside, Kuroto is really shocked to see those eyes, because Itachi awakened Manjikyu Sharingan almost a year earlier than he did in the original series. Thinking so, Kuroto asked Itachi, "Did you kill her?" Itachi nodded. "Is it even possible to kill Orochimaru?" thought Kuroto, because he can't think of anyone being capable of killing Orochimaru. So, after growing a little, he asked, "Are you really sure that she is dead?" Itachi hesitated a little, then explained, "I used the ocular power of my right eye, which is called Amaterasu, to burn her completely. Amaterasu is the highest level of fire release and is capable of burning everything to ashes, therefore, she must be dead." "So, Amaterasu, huh?" Kuroto pondered a little and finally concluded that Orochimaru wouldn't die from mere Amaterasu. After all, if simply Amaterasu was capable of killing Orochimaru, then, in the original story, Itachi wouldn't have used Tatsuka's sword to seal Orochimaru into a Genjutsu world. And Kuroto also thinks that aside from sealing, there is no other method to restrict Orochimaru. No matter what approach you use, he will come back. Chapter 313. Converging his thought on the impossibility of Orochimaru dying, Kuroto focused his attention on Itachi and asked, "Who else knows that you have awakened Manjikyu Sharingan?" Itachi thought a little, then replied, "Other than Oda Yumi, who is now dead, and probably Shino, only you know of this fact, Kuroto-san." Kuroto was surprised by Itachi's reply. "You did not even inform Shirsue of this fact?" "Hosen said that I must not inform anything related to assessment to anyone, not even to Shirsue-san, so I did not mention about this secret to Shirsue-san," said Itachi. Kuroto smiled lightly, then nodded, "And why did you not inform Uchiha Patriarch about this? Aside from being your father, he is also the Patriarch of Uchiha clan? I don't think you have any reason to doubt him, am I right, Itachi-kun?" Itachi nodded, then said, "True, I do not have any reason to doubt Oda-san, but given the improving situation of clan, I do not want to break the balance by revealing the appearance of another Uchiha who has awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. Moreover, since I am going to be a member of Akatsuki, so it is best that I am not the center of all attention. Itachi obviously carefully analyzed many things over the course of the past few months, and then reached this conclusion. Both Akatsuki and Akatsuki have repeatedly shown terrifying power, something neither Konoha nor Uchiha clan would be able to resist should they not resolve their internal conflicts. Therefore, both parties are left with no choice but to forcefully resolve their internal contradictions and fight with external enemies as a united front. This is their only option to ensure their survival. But if this balance in strength is again broken, and if one side starts becoming dominant, then contradictions will again appear, which is not something that Itachi wants to see. Kuroto agreed, I suppose that's true. Itachi said, by the way, Kuroto-san, did Ho-san, or perhaps should I call her Tsukiai-san? Did she really sacrifice herself in the fight against Shino? Kuroto did not answer but instead questioned, what do you think, did she die? Itachi shook his head, I don't think that she is dead. From all the information about her battle with Shino, there was no mention of her using the Susanoo, so I believe that she did not use all her strength, as such it is very likely that she is alive. Kuroto nodded, right, she is very much alive. There are two reasons why she faked her death, firstly to let the people of Akatsuki think that she is dead, and second was to help the Uchiha clan uplift their lost reputation. And I would like to think that both of her purposes were achieved. And what about the rumor of her being a secret member of Konoha military police force, is that really true? Questioned Itachi. That's just a rumor. If you want to know her origins, I think it would be best to ask her yourself on your next mission together. I think she will be willing to satiate your curiosity if she feels like it, said Kuroto. Itachi nodded, although he wasn't much interested in her background. As long as she doesn't have any harmful intention towards the village and the clan, everything is fine. Ads by PubFuture. At this time, Itachi suddenly caught something in Kuroto's words and asked, in our next mission together? Does that mean I have passed the assessment? Kuroto nodded with a chuckle, right, since you have awakened Manjikyu Sharingan, so you have successfully passed the assessment. Therefore, you are now an official member of Akatsuki. Your code will be the same as was mentioned to you before, that is, Homusubi. And as for your Akatsuki disguise, it will be sent to you along with the detail of your missions. And even though I know that I do not need to remind you, but I will say it, be ready and do not drop your training as you have still much to improve. At the root base. While Kuroto and Itachi discussed many things related to the rules of Akatsuki, Shimura Danzo was staring at the pair of severed limbs stored within the glassware. It can be said that the previous sneak attack on Uchiha Shisui was the closest he had ever come to Manjikyu Sharingan. And he only needed to get a bit more time to get his hands on Kodo Akatsuki. Unfortunately, there was a seal placed on Shisui's eyes that hindered for a moment, and the other two members of Team 11 took that opportunity to take away Uchiha Shisui. Later, when he learned that was Hyuga Kuroto who placed that seal on Shisui's eyes, Danzo was really angry at that Hyuga brat. But this also explained why were Shisui's eyes not stolen by members of Akatsuki. Danzo could only sigh, even though all three members of Team 11 somehow or other get in his way to get Kodo Akatsuki in his hands. He was helpless as he could not do anything to them because they have Hiruzen's protection. Especially that Hyuga Kuroto, both Hyuga clan and Orochimaru would be offended if something were to happen to him, and since Danzo is in a cooperative relationship with Orochimaru, so he can't afford to break away from him at this point. There is also the fact that he has already offended the Uchiha clan to the bone, so further offending the Hyuga clan would be disadvantageous for his further selection to the position of Hokage. As for Itachi Kakashi, Hiruzen would have been deeply annoyed should something happen to Kakashi, as Hiruzen is slowly and steadily cultivating Itachi Kakashi to be Minato's successor. Then there is Might Guy. Well, since the other three kids have become sort of untouchable for him, so Danzo simply left Might Guy alone. Besides, there's nothing he would gain by eliminating that fool. Fortunately, his status was not much affected by his action of trying to kill Uchiha Shisui, as Uchiha Shisui was a possible suspect of being the assassin who attempted to assassinate Hokage. But he was reprimanded nonetheless and was ordered to keep his hands away from Uchiha clan, much to Danzo's displeasure. But it doesn't really matter. Currently, he is focused on other things. He has to improve his combat power, and only then will he be able to obtain the throne of Hokage from Hiruzen, and only then will he be able to put the entire Konoha in his hands and make it the greatest shinobi village. At this time, one of the researchers wearing those unique white lab coats walked over to him and passed a file. Danzo-sama, this is the analysis report you wanted. The researcher's words broke Danzo out of his thoughts. Taking the file in his hands, Danzo briefly glanced at the data, then his face turned into a deep scowl. These values are all wrong. How can you make so many errors in a simple analysis? The researcher wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained, Danzo-sama, we have repeatedly checked and verified this data, and these are perfectly accurate values. The cells we extracted from those severed limbs are simply inhuman. They are. He wanted to use a better term to describe his thoughts, but no word came to his mind that accurately described the condition of those cells. Danzo's face sank. He reread the report carefully, then muttered to himself, human cells are impossible to survive at such life values. Just how did Hirako achieve such a feat? When Shimura Danzo heard that Hirako somehow created and completed a technique that could help him plunder others' Kekkei Jinkai, and the fact that he actually used that technique to plunder off 5 Kekkei Jinkai, including Uchiha's Sharingan, Danzo was shocked, but he was crazier and more jealous. Danzo feels that such a miraculous technique is simply a waste in the hands of useless and foolish people like Hirako, and only he who has the glorious dream of uniting the entire shinobi world should have such a technique in their hands. But unfortunately, he doesn't. But does that mean he can obtain it? Of course, he can. So to get his hands on that technique, Danzo immediately collected samples of those severed limbs left behind by Hirako, then summoned the researchers of the root department to study them and figure out a method to recreate that technique. However, the first step of the process has yet to proceed, as the life values of those cells are too contrasting from human standards. It's as if those cells do not even belong to humans, and therefore, no progress can be made, as their level of technology simply does not support those life values. D. Beep. 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 Beep beep beep. At this moment the reading displayed by the instruments started to go chaotic, and soon alarming sirens sounded. Danzo did not panic, as the source of these alarms was right inside the glassware. Through the glassware, Danzo could clearly see that the cells stored within the glassware suddenly started to swell, and in just a few moments their volume expanded hundreds of times, like cancer cells. Crack! The glassware could no longer hold them and started to crack as those cells started to break free. The researchers standing around tried various ways to stop this sudden change, but nothing they did worked as the cracks continued to expand. Crack! 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 Boom! And not long after those meatballs exploded, damaging the surroundings. With the only clue that he had in front of him to get his hands on Hirako's technique now destroyed, Danzo's cold face became gloomier. In anger, he swept his crutch and smashed all these instruments in front of him. While Danzo roared in anger, the researchers standing around just gulped nervously. They did not dare to even breathe, much less speak something or move, obviously worried that they might become Danzo's next target to relieve his anger. After a while of venting out, Danzo finally calmed out and took deep breaths. By now the room was nothing short of a horror sight. But did Danzo care? Obviously no. He simply waved his hands, signaling for the researchers to get out, then summoned one of his loyal root shinobi, and said, I want to know Hirako's whereabouts. The root ninja immediately replied, Yes, Danzo-sama, we are already investigating his whereabouts. As soon as we obtain any intelligence, we will deploy our assassination team. As soon as he heard the root shinobi's words, Danzo immediately held the root umbu by the neck, smashing his back on the sidewall. He roared, Who said I want to assassinate him? What I want is his technique. use every means at our disposal, bite if you have to, torture it out if you have to, but get me that damn technique. The root shinobi was panicked, but he was also having difficulty in breathing, so he was unable to immediately reply. But Danzo did not want to wait and again smashed him back at the wall. Am I clear? Y dash asterisk cough asterisk yes, asterisk cough asterisk I will, asterisk cough asterisk will arrange it right, cough away. The root shinobi coughed out blood but repeatedly nodded as his life depended on it because it really did. He was in a situation where he felt that if he said anything otherwise then he wouldn't be able to live a minute longer. Danzo nodded, and threw this root shinobi towards the gate. Now go, and do not dare to show your face in front of me unless you have some useful clue. The root shinobi did not dare to question and just disappeared. With the room returned to silence, Danzo muttered, "Where in the hell is Orochimaru? Why has he not done what I asked him to do?" Chapter 314. On the way to his home, Kuroto thought, compared to Shisui, Itachi is really more cautious. During their conversation, Itachi revealed his Manjikyu Sharingan, and even if Kuroto is the only person he has revealed this secret to, and even if Itachi is willing to completely trust Kuroto, he still did not mention his Manjikyu Sharingan abilities at first. It was only after Kuroto asked Itachi about the description of the battle between him and Oda Yumi that Itachi briefly mentioned Amaterasu. As for the other technique, he still chose to remain silent. And this is a very good thing, and Kuroto is also the same. No matter how trusted one person is, Kuroto will never reveal all his cards to others. One should never reveal all their cards even to their trusted individuals because trust is both precious and fragile at the same time. Moreover, this matter is not even about trust, it's more about reassurance and cautiousness. Even if the people you trust do not want to betray you and do not want to give away intelligence on your abilities, there are countless methods others can utilize to get their hands on that intelligence. Hostage-taking, mind control, etc. are just a few of the known methods. So, it's always best to keep your secrets to yourself. Not long after, Kuroto returned to his home. At this time, Teruho returned the Ryumyaka gourd artifact, then knelt before Kuroto, and spoke, "I am very grateful for everything that you have done for us, Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded, and after taking the gourd in his hands, he sensed that the remnant spirit of Miko-sama that was staying within the gourd was no longer there, which means that, Miko-sama, she. Teruho nodded sadly, as a trickle of tear escaped his eyes, which he wiped away instantly. This meant that after her last conversation with her daughter, Miko-sama's spirit body collapsed and she finally departed from this world to the afterlife. Kuroto was silent. He tied back the gourd around his waist, then asked after a while, "Where is Shion-chan?" Teruho replied, "After seeing Miko-sama, Shion-sama cried a lot and just fell asleep." Kuroto nodded and immediately took out the bell artifact Miko-sama gave to him, and said, "Miko-sama should have mentioned this bell to Shion-chan, give this to her, and instruct her to always keep it close to her. This bell will seal Shion's power, as well as also protect her from Morio, and Shino, neither of them would be able to sense her position." Ads by PubFuture. Teruho quickly took the bell from Kuroto's hands, with a nod, "Yes, I will pass this on to Shion-sama." Kuroto asked again, "With that out of the way, tell me Teruho-kun, what are your plans now?" Teruho said without any hesitation, "As per Miko-sama's instructions, everything is subject to your arrangements, Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded, "All right then, let's do it this way. For the time being both of you will live in my house until Shino's threat is resolved." After a pause, Kuroto continued, "As for Shion's education, I will await for Sandame-sama's instructions, but one thing is decided, which is that next year Shion will enroll in the Ninja Academy. Although Yomi was killed by Kuroto, Shino is still there who has swallowed Morio's power and will definitely come after Shion again, and given the fact that an entire Akatsuki is standing behind Shino, Shion's safety is obviously not assured. There is obviously no point in sending both of them back to the land of demons, as that country is almost destroyed so there is nothing left there. So Shion will be living in Konoha closer to him, that way he would be able to better protect her. As for the reason why Kuroto intends to enroll her into the Ninja Academy, this decision was also made after careful consideration because of various reasons. First is that Konoha's Ninja Academy is undoubtedly the best compared to the education system of other villages. Aside from teaching basics of shinobi training, there are also a lot of extracurricular and cultural classes that have been designed to cultivate the character of their shinobi. So, this will save a lot of trouble for Kuroto to personally educate Cheyenne about various things that she can learn from the academy. The second reason is that Cheyenne must learn to control her powers, so she definitely needs a strong foundation. There is also a need for companionship, which she will make at the academy. The third is that Cheyenne is heir to the throne of Miko of the Land of Demons. So, it is natural that Sandaime will monitor her very closely, so enrolling her into the academy would be the best method to dispel many of Sandaime's worries. One more thing, I will have Yui instruct Cheyenne-chan in etiquette and other teachings, like flower arrangement, tea ceremony, calligraphy, classical dance, etc. that a woman of her status must be proficient in, so make sure that Cheyenne-chan is prepared for everything, understand? Kuroto said. Teruho nodded. After instructing a few more things, Kuroto went out again. This time he bought a few flowers at the Yamanaka flower shop, along with some fruits, and then went to the direction of Konoha Hospital. After confirming the ward number where Itachi, Kakashi, and Might Guy were admitted, Kuroto walked over. In their hospital room, Guy put one hand which was plastered behind his back, and was doing one-hand push-ups, while Kakashi was lying on the bed flipping the pages of a certain book. Kuroto put the fruit basket on the side bench, and asked, "So, how are both of you?" 997. 998. 999. 1000. As soon as he completed 1,000 push-ups, Guy immediately jumped up, and while waving his hand excitedly he said, "Do not worry, Kuroto, such meager injuries would never stop the flames of my youth to burn as fiercely as ever." Kuroto nodded awkwardly, "Right." Then Guy immediately took an apple from the fruit basket and took a big bite of it. Meanwhile, Kakashi just nodded, and after the book he was reading he said to Kuroto, "Kuroto, there is something I want to talk to you about. You'll find the origin of this content at N0 Velb N." Kuroto nodded, "All right, then let's go to the rooftop." Soon both of them came to the rooftop. A light wind was blowing the drying sheets. The wind was also blowing Kuroto and Kakashi's hair. At this time, Kakashi looked at Kuroto and asked, "Kuroto, I heard from Okage-sama that you went to the Land of Demons, so is Miko-sama still alive or?" Kuroto said directly, "She is dead, killed by Yomi and Shino." "And what about the Land of Demons?" asked Kakashi. "The Land of Demons is almost destroyed, most of the population of that country is dead," added Kuroto. Kakashi was silent. If you think about it, the destruction of Land of Demon is their Team 11's responsibility. Their team was responsible for eliminating Yomi, but they failed. He should have died from Kakashi's attack, yet he did not, and now this happened. "And what about her daughter?" Kakashi asked. "She is in Konoha. She was entrusted to me by Miko-sama, and she will stay here until she feels she is ready to face everything," answered Kuroto. Kakashi was silent. Kuroto did not say much. He knew that Kakashi was probably blaming himself for failing to eliminate Yomi at that time, but there was nothing he could have done. Nobody had known what secrets Yomi had hidden within him. After a while Kakashi sighed, then said, "As for the seal on Shirsue's eyes, I take that you placed it, right? Kuroto, were you aware of?" Kuroto nodded. Considering who my Jonin sensei was, there are many things I have known. As such, I had warned Shisui of that matter beforehand and also took the necessary precautionary measures to safeguard his Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, that technique can mess with anyone's mind. It's too dangerous if it falls into the hands of people who should not have it. Kakashi nodded. At this time, Kakashi's expression also sharpened, and said, "By the way, this time the masked man who tried kidnapping Uzumaki Naruto was very strong. He had mastery over some type of space-time jutsu. As such, we have to be more careful from now on." Kuroto nodded. He has already learned the entire story from Shisui. The fact that Obito dared to reveal himself has almost freaked out Kuroto. The progress of events has completely changed from the story, and Kuroto has no choice but to deal with the matters more cautiously. So, what are the next arrangements of Uzumaki Naruto's protection? Asked Kuroto. Kakashi sighed. It hasn't been decided yet. Because of our injury, Uzumaki Naruto is under the protection of Hokage guards, but that will soon change. Regardless of the approach that Sandaime-sama deploys, the identity of Naruto being the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi has become Akatsuki's knowledge, and it would be best to assume that Tatsukami too is aware of this information. Chapter 315. After leaving the Konoha hospital, Kuroto strolled on the streets. Because several blocks have to be rebuilt, Konoha at this time has become a large construction site again, and the streets are full of carts transporting building materials. Fortunately, Sandaime-sama issued an emergency on that night and evacuated most of the villagers, so even though a lot of buildings were destroyed, the casualty count was still quite less. Of course, Kuroto also played a large part in resolving Shino's threat. Otherwise, even if the villagers were evacuated, there is a high possibility that they wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of the Ghost Army. With these thoughts in his mind, Kuroto quietly came to his secret laboratory. To be honest, Hiriko's success in the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual about 10 years earlier than it was supposed to happen has really disrupted all of Kuroto's plans, making him feel exhausted and troubled for the past few months. And what worries him more is that as Hiriko's strength and fame rise more and more, people all over the shinobi world will also try to get their hands on Chimera technique, because the potential of Chimera technique if succeeds is too high, so no one will deny that this technique is really capable of changing the shinobi world. I have to obtain this Chimera technique as soon as possible. Initially, Kuroto was not in a hurry, because there was always Shino who would be willing to sell this technique to Shinichi or someone else with enough of a price. But since Kuroto as Uchiha Tsukihei disrupted Shino's plan of swallowing Chien, as well as injured Shino quite a lot, so Shino would be unwilling to sell Chimera technique to Shinichi, because it was Shinichi's subordinate who disrupted his plans. As such, this direct channel is obviously not going to work. I still have that one option, but it would be best to visit Orochimaru prior to that. Firstly, I will be able to confirm his state before commencing that plan, and maybe try to see if Orochimaru is willing to give Chimera technique to me at a low price, muttered Kuroto. After making up his mind, Kuroto created a shadow clone to cover for his absence and then secretly left the village. Ads by PubFuture. 2 days later, Land of Sound. You'll find the origin of this content at N0velb, N. Kuroto was walking through a dense forest of the Land of Sound. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto came out from behind a tree, and after greeting Kuroto, he said, "Orochimaru-sama is waiting for Kuroto-senpai, please follow me." Kuroto nodded, and then followed Kabuto. Not long after, Kuroto was in the underground laboratory of Orochimaru, and saw Orochimaru sitting on a stone chair with bandages wrapped all over his body. Although Kuroto did not activate his Byakugan, it did not stop him to sense the strangeness within Orochimaru. Kuroto was able to sense the presence of some sort of discomfort within Orochimaru's body. This kind of feeling may have been difficult for others to detect, but not for Kuroto, as he is already very familiar with the soul and body. Whenever there is aversion between body and soul, such a feeling of discomfort arrives. It seems Orochimaru has suffered more than I expected, thought Kuroto. Cough cough. Looking at Kuroto's thoughtful face, Orochimaru coughed to attract Kuroto's attention and said in a hoarse voice, "Kuroto-kun, I wonder why you suddenly decided to pay me a visit?" Kuroto asked tentatively, "What happened to your body?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Sigh, the kid from Uchiha clan is the cause." Although Orochimaru seems to laugh it off as something casual, Kuroto, however, was able to sense Orochimaru's gloomy aura when he said so. "Uchiha Itachi, huh?" After a pause, Kuroto said, "He is obviously not an ordinary Uchiha." Kuroto's words seemed to bring back some painful memories, and an indescribable expression flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. But this expression was fleeting and soon disappeared. At this time, Orochimaru asked, "I wonder why you suddenly came here?" Kuroto directly expressed his reason, for Chimera Jutsu. Orochimaru said with a smile, "I shouldn't be surprised. you came to look for me in such a hurry, it must have been for the chimera technique. There was no need to hide his intentions, and Kuroto nodded with a smile. So, you have it, right? Ads by PubFuture. As far as Kuroto understands Orochimaru, it is obvious for Orochimaru to have it. Even if Orochimaru disdains Hirako, he wouldn't mind getting his hands on a magical technique like the Chimera technique, which is capable of plundering others' Kekkei Jinkai. This fact can be clearly highlighted from Orochimaru's actions when he personally went to observe Hirako's ritual, even if as a woman. Orochimaru weighed Kuroto's words, then said, "Right, I do have the original version of Chimera technique, but I have to warn you that the success of Hirako in plundering others' Kekkei Jinkai is not solely because of this technique, other techniques were also involved." Although Kuroto knows this, he still asked curiously, he also developed other kenjutsu to help him? Orochimaru shook his head contemptuously. No, being able to create something like Chimera technique took most of his time, so I don't think he had enough energy left to develop other kenjutsu. I also heard that he lost to Old Man this time even after succeeding in his ritual, which is ridiculous. After mocking until here, Orochimaru continued, he was able to survive until the end and complete the ritual because of two other kenjutsu, one of them being secret technique of physical regeneration which he got from Shino, while the other being dark medical ninjutsu that he obtained from someone named Yomi from Land of Demons. Kuroto thought Hirako used both the techniques? I thought it was only dark medical ninjutsu, but it appears that I was wrong. After pondering a little, Kuroto asked, what price do I have to pay to get Chimera technique as well as dark medical ninjutsu? Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, at Amigakure, inside Akatsuki's base, Tendo Pain looked into the distant sky and asked, so, the objective was a failure this time? Madara shrugged helplessly. Pain said indifferently, stop doing such meaningless actions. In Tendo Pain's eyes, the actions of Madara to induce civil strife in Konoha are all meaningless. Pain's philosophy is pretty simple, that is, to suppress all forms of dissatisfaction and conflicts with absolute strength, pain, and fear. Only when people experience others' pain can they ever hope to understand others' pain, and only then will peace prevail over war. Madara didn't answer Pain's words. Instead, he said, Shino is hiding something, for that something he decided to carry out unauthorized actions which exposed him to the people of Konoha and gave away the presence of the third party, so overall, it was because of his actions that the plan failed. Pain frowned, and said, I will have Hirako investigate him. When Hirako was mentioned, Madara thought a little and said, Hirako seriously lacks in combat experience, you would better send him to perform some tasks, the way he lost this time was too ridiculous. I don't want to see his potential being wasted. Standing at the top of the rain tower, Pain lifted both of his hands and said, it does not matter, soon Geto Mazo will be ready, and we can finally start collecting the 9 bijou. Once Jubi is resurrected, nothing will stop Akatsuki from bringing peace to the shinobi world. Madara reminded, do not forget Tetsukami, they have remained silent for a while now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they act suddenly. They have already declared that their next goals are the 9 bijou. We will need as much manpower as we can to deal with Tetsukami. Chapter 316. Kuroto calmly looked at Orochimaru, patiently waiting for his answer. My condition is very simple, I want Uchiha Itachi. Earlier I wanted Uchiha Tsukihai, but now that she is dead, I want Uchiha Itachi. Bring Uchiha Itachi to me, and I will give you any and all technique that you want from me, of course, Chimera technique in dark medical ninjutsu being part of that condition. It seemed Orochimaru was speaking in a casual tone, but the slight change in his expression was not hidden when he mentioned Uchiha Itachi. Sigh, I should have known that he has not suffered enough to forget Sharingan, thought Kuroto. If before, Orochimaru was after Uchiha Tsukihai because of his instincts telling him that it would have been worth it, but now that Uchiha Tsukihai is dead, and given the fact that Orochimaru is aware of Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan, so it is obvious that now he is after Uchiha Itachi. Besides, Itachi's indifference, coldness, and ruthlessness must have seriously wounded Orochimaru's pride, so it is not strange that Orochimaru is now pursuing Itachi's body. Sighing at the impossible dream of his sensei, Kuroto said with a bitter smile, you are overestimating me, sensei. If, even you couldn't defeat Uchiha Itachi, then who am I in front of him? Orochimaru sneered. Kuroto-kun, I may not know your abilities, but I perfectly understand that so long as you are truly willing, you can find a way. Kuroto smirked. Maybe you are right, but I do not have such an early death wish, and I have a piece of advice for you too, Orochimaru-sama, but you may not like to hear it. Orochimaru said, try me, let's hear it. I would suggest that you give up on Uchiha Itachi. Pausing till here, Kuroto continued, you are staring at him just like an injured mouse stare at a cat. The result is pretty obvious. Kuroto is not satirizing Orochimaru, but it is a piece of serious advice for Orochimaru from Kuroto. If Orochimaru really wants to take over Uchiha Itachi's body, firstly he will have to subdue Itachi in a battle. Even if Orochimaru somehow manages to do so, the last step of devouring Itachi's soul is still unavoidable. So, a battle of the soul will obviously break out between the two parties, which is something Orochimaru would lose without a doubt. Why? Because Orochimaru lost the same battle against Uchiha Sasuke in the original series, compared to Sasuke who only had a 3-tomo Sharingan at that time. Itachi with Mangekyou Sharingan will be multiple times difficult opponent, not to mention Itachi will not leave a danger-conscious remain within his body. So Orochimaru's defeat is decided even before he would try something. But who would explain Orochimaru such a thing? Kuroto obviously won't, and Orochimaru naturally did not take Kuroto's advice kindly. As soon as he heard Kuroto's words, his expression shrank. Kuroto-kun, it seems that even you have begun to look down on me. Kuroto shook his head in denial. No, sensei, I have never underestimated you, not once in my life. But I think that you should not waste your time on something impossible, and if you are so adamant about obtaining Sharingan, why not change your goal to someone else? Anyway, there are so many Uchiha clansmen in the Uchiha clan. Why do you always target the most difficult ones? Humph, it seems that you have forgotten many of your old experiences, so it seems that there is a need to remind you of them. After a snort, Orochimaru continued, forget it, if you want those techniques, my conditions are the same. Bring Uchiha Itachi to me, and you can have them. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto was silent now, he was calculating many things. Kuroto knew that Orochimaru would not understand his kindness unless he suffers heavily. Seeing Kuroto's silence, Orochimaru smirked, and said, of course, you can also try to steal these scrolls from me, if you want to. After a long silence, Kuroto sighed, you are my sensei, and you have protected me from many things. Even if I want to obtain Chimera technique so badly, I still have my bottom line, so I am not going to do it. Leaving this sentence, Kuroto did not wait for Orochimaru's reply, he directly turned over and disappeared. A few seconds after Kuroto left, Yakushi Kabuto walked out of the shadows, and said, Orochimaru-sama, it seems that we were able to fool him. Cough cough, Orochimaru coughed out violently, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru said with a sulky look, unfortunately that isn't the case. Huga Kuroto easily saw through my bluff, do not look down on him, the current him is a younger version of myself. From the way he acted in my presence, I can be certain that he saw through us. Kabuto froze in surprise, then why did he not act? Orochimaru groaned a little and said, perhaps he has some other means to obtain the technique, or maybe. Maybe? Kabuto asked in confusion. Nothing, by the way, how was the investigation on Yomi's whereabouts? Asked Orochimaru, changing the subject. Kabuto answered, he has gone missing, Miko's shrine is also destroyed, so the most likely conclusion is that he is dead. Who could it be? Orochimaru muttered thoughtfully, then asked, what about Miko's daughter? If I recall correctly, she is in Konoha, right? Kabuto nodded, yes, she is in Konoha, in fact, you would be surprised to hear that she is under Hyuga Kuroto's protection. Oh? That's surprising, muttered Orochimaru. In fact, I also heard that during the chaos a few days ago, Hyuga Kuroto was not in Konoha as he was personally assigned a mission by Sandaime Hokage, and another kunoichi was temporarily placed in Team 11. If I have to guess, then it is most likely the land of demons where Hyuga Kuroto went in that period, so Yomi was most likely killed by Hyuga Kuroto," added Kabuto. Orochimaru nodded. That explains why Kuroto-kun was not surprised at the mention of dark medical ninjutsu. He probably has some understanding of that kinjutsu. Anyway, clear off all of this connection with his visit to the land of demons, and to Yomi's death, and put the blame on Tatsukami. I do not want Akatsuki to go after Kuroto-kun in regards to Yomi's death. He is still not ready to face the likes of Akatsuki. Yes, it will be done. Kabuto nodded, and proceeded to walk out of the laboratory, but suddenly came to a stop and asked, "By the way, Orochimaru-sama, Shimura Danzo sent a messenger and wanted to know when will you commence with the plan?" Orochimaru sighed. "Although I really want to fight Sandaime Hokage, it is still not the right time. Firstly, I need a new body so that I can play at my full strength, otherwise, it is unlikely that I would be able to get rid of him. Although the Kenjutsu living corpse reincarnation does make it impossible for him to die, not all bodies he takes over allows him to retain 100% of his strength. And the body he is in currently does not allow him to use 100% of his strength, so fighting Sarutobi Hiruzen would be simply seeking death, which is not something Orochimaru would do. This is not his style." On Kuroto's side. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, Kuroto started to devise his plan to obtain Chimera technique. Since Orochimaru is unwilling to give him the technique, so next target is obviously Shino. Kuroto has already thought up a plan, now it's time to implement it. With everything decided, Kuroto increased his speed and went in the direction of Konoha. Amigakure, Hiriko's laboratory. Ah! 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 There were several painful cries from one of the sealed rooms in the laboratory. Even those listening from a distance could understand that the source of these screams was feeling devastating pain. In the corridor, next to the sealed room, Shino stood quietly. He was leaning on the wall and analyzing the seals placed on the gate in front of him. Staring at his wristwatch, Shino muttered, "It has already been 7 hours, and this has now become a daily occurrence." It seems that the hidden dangers within Hiriko's body are quite bigger than he expected. At present only, Shino has noticed those hidden dangers. Others in the Akatsuki are not aware of it. It seems that the Chimera technique is still not fully developed, and there are also flaws in Hiriko's approach to plunder others' Kekkei Jinkai. As a researcher and observer, Shino has been able to notice many details that Hiriko himself has ignored. As such, Shino can conclude that there are many flaws with Hiriko's approach. Tap, 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 tap. Just when Shino was able to consider other things, he suddenly heard footsteps. Shino immediately raised his guard and asked vigilantly, "Who is it?" At this time, the person walked out of the shadow, and Shino can finally see the person. Seeing the person who walked in, Shino's expression shrank. "No need to be so tensed, it's just little ol' me," said the person. Shino's face immediately turned cold, and he asked while gritting his teeth, "What do you want, Uchiha Shinichi?" That's right, the person who walked in was none other than Uchiha Shinichi. And seeing Uchiha Shinichi, Shino was obviously angered. After all, it was only because of Uchiha Shinichi's subordinate that his plan to swallow Miko's daughter failed. Ah! When the two people stared at each other coldly, a heart-wrenching sound came. A distorted hand appeared on the glass window, and lights in the corridor blinked. Chapter 317. As soon as Shinichi arrived, he heard a painful cry, so he was taken aback for a moment, and it seemed he forgot to say the thing he was here to say. Shino asked in annoyance, "This is experimental division, please leave." Experimental division? With a chuckle, Shinichi shook his head. Not only did he not follow Shino's words, but in fact, he walked closer to Shino, and asked in wonder, "That scream just now sounded like Hiriko's. I wonder what's wrong with him." "You seem to have some idea. Would you care to explain it to me?" Shino replied coldly, "I have got nothing to say to you." Shinichi did not care about Shino's coldness, and he spoke with a Cheshire grin, "Oh, is that right? But I think you have plenty of explaining to do. For example, the little secret you have been trying to hide. I wonder what Pain would think when he hears about it." Shino squinted, and asked in confusion, "What secret?" Shinichi grinned. No need to act innocent. You know very well what I'm talking about here, the other half, right? How did it feel to swallow the first half? Did you like it so much that you want to devour the other half too? Shino's eyes widened, and his anger rose. Are you trying to threaten me? Maybe, Shinichi said as his grin widened. What do you think? Am I threatening you? Anyway, I have control over your fate, so if you want to think that I am threatening you, then so be it. I am threatening you. You killed my subordinate, although I don't really care about her life or death, I still have to make use of her death. Shino tried to suppress his anger, and asked while gritting his teeth, what do you want? I want Chimera technique along with dark medical ninjutsu. You went to the land of demon, and swallowed down the demon Morio, destroyed the whole country that has nothing to do with the conflicts of the shinobi world. Pain may have ignored this act, but I wonder how he will react when he comes to know that you destroyed the organization's plan for your goal of swallowing Miko's daughter, and for what? Because you want Kin rule over the 5 shinobi villages. You are an ambitious guy, I will give you that. And both you and I know that sooner or later you will defect just like Orochimaru did. I wonder what would. Shino hurriedly interrupted Shinichi midway. I will not accept any threat. I have already planned to confess this matter to the leader and the rest of the organization, so all your threats are meaningless. Shinichi's lips arched. Is that right? Then I will wait and leave you alone for a while now. With that said, Shinichi turned around and started walking back. Looking at Shinichi's back that was about to disappear, Shino said, I did not expect that someone like you, who has awakened Manjikyu Sharingan, would be interested in a kenjutsu like Chimera technique. Even the prideful Uchiha clan wouldn't hesitate to stoop so low in the face of power. It's really ironic. Shinichi didn't stop, and while waving his hands, instead of worrying about what is ironic and what is not ironic, what you should worry about is how to confess this matter to Pain. Oh, one thing I forgot to remind you. Recently I also got intel that your so-called research assistant Oda Yumi is none other than Orochimaru, and both of you have been in very tacit cooperation. You would better speak this matter to and hope that Pain spares you for repeatedly betraying the organization. Leaving this sentence, Shinichi disappeared. But Shino did not breathe a sigh of relief, especially after Shinichi mentioned Orochimaru. The mere fact that Shinichi realized that Oda Yumi was Orochimaru really panicked Shino. After confirming that Shinichi had really left the base, Shino muttered to himself, once all these matters are revealed, even if the organization does not eliminate me, they will no longer trust me. If they find out that I have been in cooperation with Orochimaru and even dared to bring him to witness Hiriko's ritual, things will become very troublesome. In fact, they will also raise their guard against me. Always keep me under surveillance and my movements will be limited. And there is also no guarantee that Uchiha Shinichi would not expose me after I fulfill his condition. Similar to Orochimaru, Shino doesn't really have any attachment to Akatsuki. Now that he has already exploited Akatsuki to his benefit, and his own safety is at stake, Shino doesn't feel that Akatsuki could offer him anything more. Moreover, when the organization starts collecting bijou, they will be in constant conflict with the 5 great shinobi villages and Tetsukami at the same time, which would be very troublesome to deal with for now. After weighing up everything, Shino concluded, maybe it's time to revive the Land of Sky. Since the Land of Demon is almost destroyed, and Miko is already dead, so the little girl Cheyenne, who is supposedly the next Miko, is alone. Even if she is under Konoha's protection, so Shino feels that as long as he is patient, he will have a perfect opportunity to devour her. Now that he has decided to leave Akatsuki, so the first step is obviously to transfer all his things. But Shino also knows that if he takes away everything, then that could possibly alert others. Understanding that Uchiha Shinichi won't give him much time, Shino obviously cannot afford to take away everything. So he hurriedly packed up all the things that he found to be extremely important inside the storage scroll. After everything was prepared, Shino took a deep breath, and after adjusting his mental state, he calmly walked towards the main tower of Amigakure, where the leader of the organization stays. Not long after, Shino met with Pain. Pain looked at Shino and asked indifferently, "What is the matter?" Shino said while maintaining a respectful tone. Hiriko's injury is more serious than our initial expectations, so there is a need for some special materials. The problem is that those materials are so rare that they are not sold in the market. They can only be collected by going to specific locations. So, to treat Hiriko, I will have to leave the Land of Rain for a while. To leave the Land of Rain, he must have a believable reason, otherwise, without any mission assigned to him, Shino can't leave the Land of Rain without alerting pain. And since he is already under suspicion, coupled with Uchiha Shinichi ready to stab him at a moment's notice, Shino understands that even if he has swallowed Morio, he won't be able to escape the combined pursuit of Pain, Shinichi, Biwa Juzo, and Conan at the same time, not to mention that there will also be Zetsu who can track him. So, using Hiriko's injury is an excellent excuse to make his way out of Land of Rain. With Hiriko's current state, even if he survives those hidden dangers, it will take a long time of recuperation and cultivation for him to recover, so during that time, no one will doubt his whereabouts. And even a quarter of that time will be more than enough for Shino to revive Land of Sky. Pain nodded. Shino breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to turn around and leave, Conan, who stood on Pain's side, suddenly said, "Your emotions seem to be fluctuating. I would say you are nervous. Why is that?" Shino reluctantly turned back, and explained with a bitter smile, "I do not understand this myself, but whenever I stand in the presence of the leader, I always get nervous. Perhaps it is because of the pressure from those eyes. After all, the powers that the eyes of Rakuto Sennin give off is simply too much for anyone to be able to bear it head-on." Conan snorted coldly, "I hope that you do not have any unnecessary thoughts like you did the last time and concentrate on things that you are supposed to be doing." Shino nodded quickly. "That time was my responsibility. Please forgive me for outstepping my boundaries. There will be no next time." "I hope so, because there will no next opportunities," Conan said. "I assure you." Shino nodded. With that said, Shino excused himself, and after putting on Akatsuki's rain gear he galloped in the direction of Land of Fire. Just a few moments after Shino exited the building, Shinichi, who stood on the balcony of one of the higher floors, stared at Shino's departing back, and muttered with a smirk, "Good luck out there, Shino." Konoha. Poof! With a poof of white smoke, the very familiar greedy orange cat appeared in front of Kuroto. Even before Kasai asked for money, Kuroto had already placed 2,000 Ryo bills on the table out of habit. "Naya, thank you for utilizing my service. Here is your scroll." Kasai spoke. She lifted the 2 bills and passed the scroll to Kuroto. Kuroto hurriedly unfolded the scroll, and after reading the content, Kuroto's lips arched. "It's about time I get myself a better laboratory." Chapter 318. Because the 3 members of Team 11 were seriously injured, so Team 11 was given a short respite period by Sandaime-sama. During this period, Kuroto also got the opportunity to finally meet Sandaime-sama and recited all the things he witnessed in the Land of Demons. Sandaime sighed after hearing those. Although he had already read the report submitted by Kuroto, hearing it is another thing. Destruction of an entire country is not something that can be taken lightly. Finally, Sandaime said, "I will discuss this matter with the other Kages so you do not have to worry about these things. Now what do you plan to do with the daughter of Miko?" Kuroto answered, "Cheyenne is the heir of Miko, so it is inevitable for her to inherit that position in the future. But considering the enemies, it would be best to enroll her in the Ninja Academy. In the academy, she will be able to build her foundation as a kunoichi, while her other education will be conducted under my fiancé, Hyuga Yui's guidance." Sandaime nodded. For the personal education of Miko's daughter, he didn't really care much. But he was happy that Miko's daughter will be enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Sandaime hopes that the future Miko of the Land of Demons would have friendly relation with Konoha. The authority of Miko of Land of Demon is unquestionable, so her being friendly with Konoha would obviously be advantageous for Konoha. Therefore, Sandaime had no reason to decline Kuroto's proposal. In fact, he also said that he would make sure that the instructors at the academy take special care of Miko's daughter, befitting of her status. Everything is for the benefit of Konoha. If the next Miko is under Konoha's debt, so Konoha will continue to receive many missions from her. which will ultimately improve Konoha's income. After everything was cleared, Kuroto excused himself and spent some days strolling around the village along with Yui, Cheyenne, and Teruho. The objective was to make Cheyenne familiar with the village, and also spend some personal time with Yui that he has been unable to do for quite a while. One day he also brought Cheyenne and Teruho to the center of the Hyuga clan to introduce them to the patriarch. Although Cheyenne's identity was concealed from most, the higher-ups of the Hyuga clan were obviously aware of the existence of the daughter of Miko of the Land of Demons. Hyuga Hisashi personally escorted Cheyenne and Teruho and led her to the patriarch, Hyuga Hayashi's mansion. At this time, in the training field of Patriarch's house, 2 kids, 1 girl, and the other boy, both around the same age as Cheyenne, were fighting each other using Hyuga Gentle Fist. The 2 kids were none other than Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji. The 2 kids stood opposite each other, and after a ceremonious bow, both of them took their respective stance and were ready for combat. "Begin!" shouted the referee. "Byakugan! Niji! Byakugan! Hinata!" Both of them activated their respective eyes almost at the same time. "Be careful, Hinata-sama," Niji said gently. "Yes, Niji and I-san." Hinata nodded. With that, Niji stopped talking and immediately started attacking. Ads by PubFuture. Among the spectators. Kuroto smiled looking at Niji. Niji is really good for his age. In fact, I bet that he is even better compared to how strong he was at this age in the original story. Niji's talent is undoubtedly very good. At such a young age, he has already mastered pace, rhythm, coordination, and basic chakra control required to practice Gentle Fist Taijutsu. And the reason why his strength is higher compared to his Canon counterpart is because of the presence of Hyuga Hisashi. Since he has not died, so Niji is constantly being trained and supervised by his father, therefore, his strength is obviously better. In contrast, there seems to be no change when it comes to Hinata. She is still weaker compared to Niji. But it's not that Hinata's talent is bad, the main reason is a bit of reluctance within her. Hinata is a gentle girl, and that gentleness is stopping her to make the most out of her talent. This is also reflected here, and slowly flaws have started to appear. Until Hinata hardens her resolve, she would not be able to accomplish what she is truly capable of. Cheyenne, who's sitting next to Yui, tucked her sleeve and asked in a low whisper, "Yui-sensei, why are both of them only using taijutsu? Aren't ninjas supposed to use all kinds of jutsu, like throw shuriken, use swords, breathing out fire, controlling earth and water, etc.? Yui nodded slightly and explained, "True, but not everyone uses everything." Cheyenne questioned curiously, "Why?" Yui answered, "Well, it's because ninjas are also of various types with different fields of expertise, and everyone has their own unique style of combat that suits them the best. What you are seeing there is a Hyuga-style taijutsu. It is called Gentle Fist. Our Hyuga clan specializes in this form of combat method." Cheyenne nodded as if she understood. She asked, "Can I also learn it?" Yui asked curiously, "Why do you want to learn Gentle Fist taijutsu?" Cheyenne answered with sparkling eyes, "Well, Kuroto Oniai-chan and Sensei are Hyuga, so you must also know Gentle Fist taijutsu, so I was wondering if I could also learn it too. I want to become like Oniai-chan." "Kawaii," was Yui's first thought as she looked at Cheyenne, but she immediately recollected herself, and after putting one finger over her cheek she said, "Theoretically speaking, you can indeed learn Gentle Fist taijutsu style, however, in practice, it wouldn't be feasible for you, Cheyenne-chan. The Gentle Fist of the Hyuga taijutsu highly relies upon Byakugan, that is our clan-specific Kekkei Jinkai, and our innate ability to expel chakra from all our tenketsu. Putting aside our innate ability, Byakugan alone brings a worldly difference to our Gentle Fist style." Cheyenne asked in confusion, "What is Byakugan?" Yui realized her mistake, and answered, "You have been in Konoha for a while now, and you must have noticed that many people living in this area of the village have these white-colored eyes, right? These are called Byakugan, and almost all Hyugas have them. But that's the thing, only Hyugas have them. These eyes are necessary to be able to use Hyuga-style Gentle Fist. Without these, mastering Gentle Fist would be very difficult. So, you'd be far better off spending your time learning new ninjutsu and still become much stronger. Oh! Cheyenne nodded with a pout. Yui smiled slightly while looking at Cheyenne's disappointed look, and she said lightly, "Don't worry, Cheyenne-chan, as I mentioned, there are still many other forms of combat, and you will definitely find something that will suit your style. Of course, if you don't find something else, and if you are still adamant about learning the Gentle Fist despite how difficult it may be for you, then I definitely do my best to teach you." Cheyenne raised her head and asked expectantly, "Really?" Yui nodded, really." Smash! Smash! Plop! At this time, Hinata was knocked out because of momentary carelessness. Niji himself was taken aback. He expected Hinata to be able to dodge those palm strikes, but she didn't, and now he was a bit panicked that Hinata may have gotten injured. So he hurriedly stepped forward to help get up. "Do not help her, let her stand up by herself." At this time, a cold voice sounded from the spectator's side. Niji froze, and he had to step back. His expression was at a loss, while Hinata bit her lip and got up. Hyuga Hisashi saw that Hinata was both tired and injured, and he wanted to let Hinata take a break. Hayashi obviously couldn't voice out his thoughts, and Hisashi also understood that if he asked Hinata to take a rest, then the elder sitting on the side would object. Kuroto understood the dilemma of the two brothers, and volunteered, "Hayashi-sama, with your permission, may I check up on Niji's progress?" Hayashi was silent for a while, then nodded. With a smile, Kuroto got up and walked to the court. Taking advantage of the gap when Kuroto was instructing Niji, Hinata retreated with her injured arm and sat next to her father, who did not even bother to glance at her from beginning to end. On Kuroto's side, Niji ceremoniously bowed to Kuroto and said respectfully, "Sensei, please advise." Kuroto nodded and said, "Attack with determination to kill. Anything less than that is unacceptable, understand?" Niji nodded, and after taking a deep breath his eyes turned serious and the veins around his eyes bulged. Whoosh! After activating his Byakugan, Niji fiercely rushed towards Kuroto and started a flurry of attacks. From just the first few moments, it can be seen that he was holding himself back when fighting Hinata. But when fighting with Kuroto, Niji understood that he can go all out, as such his speed was faster, attacks were more precise, such that his arms had turned into afterimages. However, all of Niji's effort was ineffective as his attacks couldn't even graze Kuroto, who deflected all of his attacks with little ease. Kuroto did not even have to activate his Byakugan to be able to do so. Kuroto only dodged or deflected Niji's attacks and also gave occasional advice. Huff! Huff! Soon Niji could no longer keep up the same pace, and his breathing became rugged, but he still had a fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Kuroto nodded and said, "You can go faster, can you not?" Niji spoke, "I can, but in which case, my form will be improper, and pace will also be disturbed." True, form and pace are two very important aspects of Gentle Fists. However, you must understand that having a good form and perfect pace would be of no use if you cannot even touch your enemy. Think about it, would they be of any use if your opponent can dodge it or block it all? Niji had a thoughtful look upon hearing Kuroto's words. At this time, Kuroto glanced in the direction of the elders from the corner of his eyes. What he said just now was not just intended to be said to Niji, but also to the other Hyugas, including Hayashi and Hisashi brothers sitting on the side. The education system of the Hyuga clan is too rigid, which has caused the Hyugas to be highly restrained in their desired form of combat from early childhood. There are no variations from clansman to clansman, and this is clearly displayed in their rigid nature. Take Hinata for example. Kuroto doesn't think that she is suitable for practicing Gentle Fist. However, she is forced to practice Hyuga Taijutsu, but because of her kind nature, she is unable to display the full potential of Gentle Fist. But instead of given proper guidance, she is scolded, met with cold eyes, and repeatedly looked down upon by others, which has made her personality to be meek and weak. Hyuga clan was undoubtedly powerful, has existed for over a millennium, but this ancient history has stopped its development. The times are changing, but Hyuga clan has always been unable to keep up with these changes. So much so that Kuroto is the only one in his generation with strength at the level of a Kage, and among the females, there is only Yui, but even her strength is still far from being at the level of a Kage, maybe a Kwasakage? Anyway, the overall strength of the Hyuga clan has declined so much. Compared to the Uchiha clan that has been causing storms all over the shinobi world, and has been regarded as the strongest shinobi clan of this era, Hyuga clan is nothing special. In fact, Hyuga clan is almost regarded as nothing more than a clan-censor shinobi. The Byakugan, one of the 3 great dojutsu, is now only used for detection, which is laughable, considering that the chakra ancestor also has a pair of Byakugan, and Byakugan is one of the 3 great dojutsu. Chapter 319. After the practice, Hyuga Hizashi pulled Kuroto to the side and asked sternly, "Kuroto-kun, what did you mean when you spoke those things to Niji?" Kuroto didn't answer but just smiled casually while looking in the distant moon that was not clearly visible because it was still daytime. Hizashi frowned and asked seriously, "Kuroto-kun, do you have any objection in regards to the education system of clan?" Kuroto shook his head. "I won't say that I have any objection, but I do have some suggestions, or perhaps should I say advices?" "Advice? Like what?" asked Hizashi. After a while of silence, Kuroto said, "We of the Hyuga clan shouldn't just focus on Gentle Fist. It is about time we start training the children of our clan in terms of other aspects of shinobi arts, otherwise it would get more and more difficult for us to maintain our foothold in the shinobi world in the coming future." Hizashi was silent, and then asked, "What other aspects are you suggesting?" Compared to the more rigid clansmen of the main house, Hyuga Hizashi as a member of the branch house is more acceptable of the ideas of reform. However, because of his limited vision, Hizashi is also confused about where to start the reforms from. Kuroto shrugged, "Of course start with the weakness of Hyuga clan." "Our weakness?" This time Hizashi was a bit confused. Gentle Fist of Hyuga clan is so strong that few can dare to say that there is any weakness or shortcoming in it. As such, he didn't quite understand what aspect was Kuroto referring to as the weakness of the Hyuga clan. Seeing Hizashi's confused look, Kuroto sighed. He was honestly shocked that even people as experienced as Hayashi are unable to see the weakness of Gentle Fist, or maybe even if Hizashi has noticed but he doesn't seem to want to accept it. And seeing Kuroto's look, Hizashi directly asked, "Okay, just tell me, what is the weakness of Hyuga clan?" Kuroto stretched out his finger. "First, we cannot compete against Bijou-class enemies on an even footing. Hyuga's Gentle Fist can literally render a shinobi useless for the rest of his life, or kill him in just a few shots, but fighting a Bijou-class enemy? That's just unimaginable for the Hyuga clansmen, as Gentle Fist will be pretty much useless in that level of battle." Hizashi was a bit speechless. Monsters of such level are simply not what normal shinobi can deal with, as such it is normal for us Hyuga to be unable to deal with Bijou. Adds by PubFuture. However, Kuroto shook his head and said, "That's not true and you know it, there are a lot of Uchiha who can subdue Bijou-class enemies. Why can't the Hyuga who are the bearers of one of the 3 great dojutsu just like the Uchiha cannot subdue Bijou-class enemies?" Hizashi was silent. At this time, Kuroto stretched out another finger and continued, "We cannot deal with Uchiha shinobi who can use Susanoo." "Why is that?" "We Hyuga claim ourselves be equal to the Uchiha clan, then why is it that we are so weak in the face of Manjikyu Sharingan? Why treat Hyuga clan as ordinary? Are Hyugas just meant to be used as censor class? Because if that's really what we are hoping for, then instead of competing with Uchiha clan we should compete with Inuzuka clan and the Aburame clan. Because an Uchiha who can use later stages of Susanoo can destroy our Hyuga clan in moments. When faced with Susanoo, no matter how perfect Gentle Fist is, it is as weak as a twig. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke mocking Hinata a few months ago is not just a child's ignorance. With the emergence of more and more Uchiha who have awakened Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyuga clan, who used to be as strong as Uchiha clan, seems to be weaker and weaker as days pass." Hizashi opened his mouth as if he wanted to retort Kuroto's statement, but even after he thought a lot, he just couldn't think anything that would put up a solid argument. When faced with that massive Susanoo, he, himself feels that he would be pretty much useless. Kuroto didn't point out any more weakness, but said, "We Hyuga need more powerful ninjutsu, we need bigger summon beasts, we need to create stronger and more useful fuinjutsu, we need to better exploit the advantages of our dojutsu in different aspects of shinobi arts that aren't just limited to gentle fist, for example, Iryo ninjutsu, distant projectile attacks, etc. You also understand that the direction in which this shinobi world is headed is very chaotic. If the Hyuga clan hopes to survive the upcoming storms, then we need shinobi capable of dealing with those monsters, otherwise, the Hyuga clan too will fade away, just like most of those clans that have faded away in the long river of time." Kuroto has accurately worded out what he hopes for Hyuga clan to improve, especially in the field of summoning, Iryo ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu. As a noble shinobi clan with a long history, it is impossible that Hyuga clan does not have knowledge about the many summoning clans, and knowledge of stronger summons. And even if it isn't there, the Hyuga clan can invest its resources in locating summoning clans and making pacts with them. The same goes for Iryo ninjutsu. Hyuga shinobi have Byakugan, therefore they hold the caliber to become some of the best Iryo ninjutsu users, and yet there are close to no or very few Hyuga shinobi or kunoichi who opts to practice Iryo ninjutsu. And fuinjutsu is not much different. Firstly, we Hyuga have the ability to analyze the chakra flowing mechanism in a seal. Moreover, the Hyuga clan were able to create caged bird curse seal, and yet there is close to no unique seals within the Hyuga clan that can help its shinobi deal with enemies. This seems really ridiculous. Gentle fist is indeed impeccable, but that's also its weakness. It's not as versatile as strong fist. It limits Hyuga shinobi to research and creates their own path, so there is almost no development or advancement within the Hyuga clan. Compared to gentle fist, strong fist seems to hold more potential even if it is in conjunction with another kinjutsu. Might Guy with his strong fist taijutsu and Hashiman Tonku was able to fight against Uchiha Madara even if he didn't manage to kill Madara, but being called the strongest taijutsu user by none other than Madara is no joke. And even if we don't count that, Might Guy was still one of the strongest forces during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. But what about the Hyuga clan? Ads by PubFuture. Hyuga clan with their perfect gentle fist were nothing whether during Pain's assault or during the later Fourth Great Shinobi War. The Hyuga was used as nothing more than sensors who would detect and tell the status of fights. Everyone was basically cannon fodder class, they could be stomped any moment. Is that what Hyuga clan truly is? Has Byakugan been reduced to nothing more than what Ninken and Bugs do? Kuroto spoke in a deep voice. Gentle fist has what made Hyuga clan one of the most prominent ones, but gentle fist is also what's restricting us and leading us to fade away. We should not forget that it was Hyuga clan that made gentle fist, not the other way around. We should not limit ourselves to just a clan that specializes in Hyuga taijutsu and sensing. It is time we change, otherwise it will be too late to change ourselves. Hisashi sighed. I will think about this matter, but make sure that you do not speak of this to anyone as it could lead to issues. Kuroto nodded and this time asked something casually, by the way, does anyone in your knowledge of our clan has mastered spirit transformation jutsu? Hisashi muttered, spirit transformation jutsu? There shouldn't be anyone within the clan capable of using this jutsu. As far as I know, there was only one shinobi known to use such a jutsu and he has been dead for a very long time. Kuroto nodded. He didn't really want to reveal what he saw during the Morio's raging as that would be counterproductive. After that out of the way, Kuroto went back to Yui, Cheyenne, and Teruho who were waiting for him. Yui asked curiously, Kuroto-kun, what were you talking with Hisashi-sama? Kuroto rubbed her head gently and said, don't worry, just some casual updates, nothing too serious. You don't need to worry about these things for now. Yui was silent for a while, then nodded with a cheerful smile. After that, the four went in the direction of Kuroto's house while talking and laughing. At the same time, somewhere within the hinterlands of Land of Tea, a shinobi wearing the forehead protector of an unknown shinobi village said, Shino-sama, we have transported almost all the materials. Shino nodded, very good. The shinobi asked, Shino-sama, this time are we finally going to stop hiding and take our revenge against Konoha? Shino said while looking towards the distant moon that was yet not visible because it was currently daytime. Do not worry, the land of sky will rise soon enough, and under my command, we will rule over the entire shinobi world. The corners of lips arched as he continued, with my ultimate weapon, I will bury Konoha. The shinobi who stood on the side was excited. Is it finally the time? Are you going to use that to destroy Konoha? Chapter 320. Wow! Exclaimed Cheyenne in excitement while she was sitting on Kuroto's shoulders. Kuroto looked helpless. Okay, don't jump around so much otherwise you might fall. Kuroto Onii-chan, we are flying, we are really flying. But it seemed that the excited Cheyenne completely ignored Kuroto's words, and clapped in excitement. Her mood was on cloud 9, and even if they both were flying so high, Cheyenne didn't feel scared at all, rather she was more and more excited as Kuroto went higher and higher. Kuroto said, remember what I told you before? To deal with Shino, firstly the location of his hideout must be determined. Therefore, taking advantage of the cover of night, Kuroto left 2 clones in the village, one to cover his absence and the other to cover Cheyenne's absence, and sneaked out of the village to determine Shino's hideout. And Cheyenne is the only one who is capable of locating Shino. With the hell of that bell, Morio or Shino would not be able to sense Cheyenne, but Cheyenne will still be able to feel Morio's location. Cheyenne, who was extremely excited by the experience of flying, did not pay any attention to Kuroto's words, and said while pointing towards the moon in the sky is so big and round from up close, it is so beautiful. Hearing Cheyenne's words, Kuroto also looked towards moon. He of course understands that moon is more than just beautiful. Because of Tenseigan, Kuroto can always feel some sort of connection or better yet, a resonance with the giant Tenseigan on moon. But Kuroto has never dared to make a connection with the giant Tenseigan. The main reason is obviously the presence of the Akatsuki clan on the moon. Those people are nothing more than ignorant people who aim to destroy the shinobi world because they misunderstand Himura's ideals. And Kuroto has no wish to stimulate the nerves of such lunatics, as that would only prompt them to act earlier than they should according to the original story. But Cheyenne of course doesn't know of all this and said while excitedly pointing towards the moon, Kuroto Onii-chan, can we go to the moon? Please! Kuroto shook his head. No, we cannot. Cheyenne seemed a bit dejected. But, why not? Kuroto said, these wings of mine will not be able to carry us to the moon. Cheyenne looked at the pair of flapping purple wings with scales sprouting from Kuroto's back, then sighed. Seeing Cheyenne's disappointed expression, Kuroto grinned and said, but maybe it will be possible for me to bring up a method through which we can go to the moon. Cheyenne's eyes lit up immediately. Does that mean that someday we can go? Kuroto neither nodded nor denied, just said casually, maybe. However, that gave Cheyenne some understanding. Then, when can we go to the moon? Kuroto said with a smile, maybe in a few years. But even after I come up with a method, we still have to beat those bad people on moon. When I beat the bad people on the moon, I will take you to play on the moon. The giant Tenseigan on moon is very strong. Firstly, it contains Himura's own Tenseigan as the core as well as Himura's entire chakra. Then it also contains the chakra of hundreds of thousands of Atsukis who have existed on the moon throughout the millennia. As such, it is without a doubt an extremely strong force. In terms of chakra volume alone, it is hundreds or perhaps even thousands of times superior to Kuroto's own chakra. Therefore, unless Tonari acts as he did in the original story, Kuroto doesn't really have any confidence to take control of Moon unless he completed his grand plan and reaches the Kekkai Mora. Cheyenne asked, how can there be bad people on the moon? Kuroto questioned, who said there can't be bad people on moon? Cheyenne pouted and folded her hands over her chest. Kuroto Onii-chan, you are making excuses. How can there be bad people on the moon? Doesn't the rabbit goddess live on the moon? How can there be bad people there when she lives there? As soon as Kuroto heard Cheyenne mention the rabbit goddess, he froze. Cheyenne-chan, who told you that the rabbit goddess lives on moon? Cheyenne said, of course it was Oka-san. Miko-sama told? Kuroto was more stunned. Did she knew of Akatsuki Kagaya, or was it just some sort of fairy tale? Kuroto can't be sure. If it was just some fairy tale, then that's all there is to it, as there are countless fairy tales about Rakuto Sennin, his brother, his mother rabbit goddess, and the god tree. But if it was not just some fairy tale and Miko-sama intended for Cheyenne to remember such information, then Kuroto doesn't even know what to think about it. Deciding that he doesn't want to discuss this matter more, as Cheyenne probably doesn't understand this very deeply, Kuroto decided to divert the conversation, and said while pinching Cheyenne's nose, "Maybe I am making excuses, but we will talk all about that later. You remember why I came here tonight, right?" Cheyenne nodded, to find his location. Kuroto said, "Good, now it's time to get to work. Quickly try to sense the direction where Morio is positioned." Cheyenne nodded, and after sensing a little, she pointed in the southeast. "He seems to be in that direction." Kuroto looked southeast and then asked, "How far is he in that direction?" Cheyenne thought a little and then said with a confused expression, "He is far, very very far away." Kuroto nodded and thought, "Southeast of the land of fire? Is it near the land of whirlpool? Or maybe near land of tea, land of soup, and around? If you travel far enough, then that would be the land of water, so it has to be before that." In the original story, the shinobi of Land of Sky launched an air raid on Konoha, and if Kuroto remembers correctly, the air raid was launched from the direction of sea to the east of the Land of Fire. It seems that Shino's current hideout is located somewhere in and around those island countries, thought Kuroto. Thinking of this, Kuroto flew in that direction. After crossing the border of Land of Fire and traveling further, Kuroto stopped and waited for Cheyenne to further confirm the direction. Shino sensed again and pointed. Kuroto noted the direction and muttered, "That direction leads to the land of tea." Understanding this, Kuroto did not hesitate and flew further. Soon Cheyenne said, "I can sense him getting closer and closer." "Getting closer and closer?" Kuroto nodded and immediately landed on the ground as the purple wings behind his back disappeared. At this time, he was standing within a dense forest, and all he can look at was land filled with trees. Cheyenne, who was held and carrying by him, suddenly hugged him closer. She buried her head in Kuroto's chest, her arms locked around Kuroto's neck and her body shivering in fear. Kuroto has noticed this. The closer they have been getting to Shino and Morio, the more afraid Cheyenne got. If not for being under Kuroto's protection, she might have already cried. Kuroto gently rubbed Cheyenne's back to ease her and said in a calming tone, "Do not worry, Cheyenne-chan, Oniai-chan is here, right? Nothing will happen to you." Cheyenne nodded lightly and asked in a low voice, "Oniai-chan, after finding his hideout, can really get rid of him?" Kuroto immediately nodded, "Of course." Kuroto's words seemed to give some courage to Cheyenne, and her shivering stopped. With Cheyenne calm, Kuroto traveled through the forest and soon located a post. While hiding himself and Cheyenne so that nobody on from the watchtower would be able to spot either of them, and then observed the situation through his Byakugan. In the watch post, Kuroto saw a few shinobi wearing the forehead protector of the Land of Sky. And he spotted many similar outposts through the forest. Two things were common in all of them, one being that all of them had shinobi of Land of Sky guarding, while the other being that they were transporting supplies. By now, Kuroto no longer needed for Cheyenne to point anything more, and he was already certain about many things. As such, he no longer stayed here and left with Cheyenne. After returning to the village, Kuroto made sure to make a pinky promise with Cheyenne to keep their little adventure today a secret from everyone, including Yui-sensei, Teruho, and Hinata-chan, Cheyenne's newest best friend. Cheyenne of course complied and then went to sleep like the good girl she is. While Kuroto sneaked out again, but this time, he went to the back forest of the Uchiha clan and secretly summoned Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. As soon as the two arrived one after another, Kuroto decided to not waste either of their time and directly cut to the chase. "I have investigated the hiding place of Akatsuki organization Shino." Shisui perked up. "It's the guy who unleashed that demon inside the village?" Kuroto nodded. Itachi asked, "So, Kuroto-san, what is Tatsukami going to do?" Kuroto said, "Of course, take action and eliminate the threat of Shino, as well as obtain intelligence on the other members of Akatsuki through Shino. Shursui asked, when will we take action? The sooner we act the better, as I have a feeling that Shino has some big plans, and considering his hatred towards Konoha, we can't take the risk of him acting first. After a pause here, Kuroto continued, but I also want the two of you to understand that other than the fact that Shino has become the Jinchuriki of Morio the demon, so his strength is obviously very high. Also, there will be hundreds of shinobi of the Land of Sky under him that we will be going up against, and we can't be careless. So Shursui, you will also participate in this operation. Shursui and Itachi looked at each other and nodded together. Kuroto said, and one more thing, Uchiha Tsukihai will be in charge of this operation. The 3 Homusubi of Amatsukami will act on this mission. Shursui frowned. Uchiha Tsukihai? Shursui has never personally met Uchiha Tsukihai, so even though he heard of Uchiha Tsukihai, and the fact that she faked her death for the sake of the Uchiha clan, he is still a bit skeptical about her. Itachi was different from Shursui. He was not so suspicious as he has been trained by Tsukihai, so he nodded and then asked, Tsukihai-san will lead the team? Then what about you, Kuroto-san? Kuroto shook his head and said, I won't be participating in this mission as I have other things to take care of. This will be a solo Homusubi action. Chapter 321. On the night of the next day, 3 figures appeared in the forest far away from Konoha. All 3 of them had the traditional Homusubi disguise. Although all 3 of them looked exactly the same, each of the 3 exuded a different aura. Firstly, there was Homusubi, one with a long ponytail and a katana strapped around the waist exuding a noble and indifferent aura. Secondly, there was Homusubi, 2, he wore extra black gloves and a short sword hidden under his cloak, his hands clasped on his chest, and he gave off an energetic and cheerful aura. And finally, there was the 3rd Homusubi, his hair tied in a low ponytail. He didn't speak much, but the way he carried himself showed his calm and confident demeanor. These 3 are undoubtedly Uchiha Tsukihai, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Itachi respectively. With all the 3 of them gathered, Tsukihai jumped down from the tree and said, All right Homusubis, let's go. After leaving this sentence, Tsukihai disappeared. Shursui didn't say much, he just used his signature body flicker technique and disappeared. Lastly, Itachi looked back in the direction of Konoha, then turned back his head and he too disappeared. Land of Tea. Sitting inside a tent, Shino was carefully examining the layout of something from the blueprints. This something is the main base of the Land of Sky, a giant temple named Angkor Vantien. Not only the main base, but this is also the ultimate weapon of the Land of Sky, and according to Shino, it wouldn't be wrong to describe it as the ultimate weapon of destruction. Built after many years of research and construction, and it will be powered by Morio's chakra. The repairing of the weapon systems is almost complete, at this rate we should be able to take to skies within a week. Thought Shino as he folded back the blueprint. His expression was cheerful that everything was going perfectly. Over the years, he has wandered the shinobi world, collecting various resources, stealing various secret techniques, all for the goal of one day restoring the Land of Sky, and letting the village he rules stand at the pinnacle of shinobi world. Although things deviated from his plans when he was discovered by Akatsuki, everything still turned out for the better, and now he is close to his goals much earlier than his initial calculations. Just when Shino was busy imagining how it would feel to burn down other great shinobi villages, one of the shinobi of the Land of Sky hurriedly came to his tent and said in a panic, Shino-sama, Shino-sama, someone is attacking our outposts. At present, we have lost contact with 14 of our outposts. What? Shino exclaimed in shock. Although the quality of shinobis of the Land of Sky is not as high as that of Konoha and other great shinobi villages, they are all trained shinobi. Unless they are being targeted by any of the great shinobi villages or a couple of extremely strong shinobi, it is impossible for them to lose so easily, at least they would alert the other with emergency signals. So, the fact that someone could capture so many outposts so easily, without even letting them alert others shows that the enemies are not just some ordinary shinobi. Is it possible that Akatsuki figured out that was just a clone of mine and now they have to deal with me? Realizing so, Shino questioned with a gloomy face, is there any intelligence about who the enemy is? The shinobi shook his head as he wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. He was really afraid of angering Shino-sama. But before he could speak any further, another shinobi stumbled inside the tent and spoke, Shino-sama, we have figured out who the enemy is, but the thing is. Shino hurriedly questioned, but what? The shinobi said in a panic, the enemy is wearing the disguise of, he has a fire-patterned mask so, he seems to be Homosubi of Amatsukami? Shino completed the sentence for the shinobi. Shino's face sank, understanding who the enemy is. Exactly what he feared has happened, although it wasn't Akatsuki. However, Amatsukami is no different. Shino really doesn't want to entangle with either of these organizations before he deals with the 5 great shinobi villages. This is because he has come to an understanding that both of these organizations are more than likely strong enough to destroy the great shinobi villages very easily if they so much as a desire to do so. According to Akatsuki's intelligence, any of the members of Amatsukami that has appeared up to now is a shinobi of Kage level or higher level of combat power, especially Homosubi. It has already been confirmed that he is most likely very powerful, at least as powerful as Uchiha Shinichi. Angered, Shino lifted this shinobi with the collar, and asked while gritting his teeth, how many members of Amatsukami are here? The shinobi who was lifted by the collar stuttered, up to now we have only confirmed the presence of one. Just one. Is he really after me, or is he after Hiriko's kenjutsu and intelligence on Akatsuki? Instantly Shino thought of the many possible reasons why Homosubi would target him, and after some analysis, he muttered, whatever may be their reason, I cannot afford to get caught by Amatsukami. Making up his mind, Shino put down the shinobi and said, both of you stay here. The 2 shinobi looked at each other with fear apparent in their eyes, but they no longer had any choice left. It was either follow Shino's order or die, so all they could do was bit the bullet and nod, yes Shino-sama. After explaining everything, Shino picked up the blueprints and hurriedly left the tent. Originally, he wanted to wait for everything to be clear, but now the situation has changed. He can only hope to leave behind all things that are left behind and directly activate Anchor Vantian to escape. Running all the way, Shino soon came to the entrance of the ruins of the ancient temple structure. These ancient ruins of a temple that seem to be covered with vines are just a cover to hide Anchor Vantian. Just as Shino was about to open the secret entrance to the temple, a figure revealed himself out of the shadows and stood in front of him. Shino's eyes shrank as soon as he saw this figure. How did you find this place? It was obviously none other than Homosubi who stood in front of Shino. While stroking the hilt of katana with one hand, Homosubi put his other hand on his chin and said, does it really matter? What I would like to know is that where are you going? You seem to be in quite a hurry. Did you expect to be able to escape here? Shino was silent, and then said with a forced smile, as you said, it doesn't really matter. As for where I was going? I was just going inside the temple to collect some medicines. By the way, what are you doing here? I don't think I did something that would make me an enemy of Amatsukami. If you are here for something, we can speak. If I can, I am willing to help. Homosubi tilted his head in confusion. True, but why would you want to help me? Aren't you a member of the Akatsuki organization, and as far as I am aware, Akatsuki and Amatsukami are hostile to one another? So why do you want to help me? Shino didn't let go of his smile, and said, you are mistaken. I did not choose to join Akatsuki. I was left with no other option, as you must understand how dangerous they are. If you are willing, I can cooperate with you, and I already plan to leave Akatsuki as soon as I can. Homosubi chuckled, is that right? Then that's fine by me. You should be very clear about what I am here for? Shino nodded. If I did not guess wrong, you are here for the kenjutsu that Hiriko created, that is chimera technique, right? Homosubi nodded. Shino said, all right, I have it. You can take it. And started ruffling around the small bag that he kept with him. Not long after, he took out a scroll and threw it towards Homosubi while saying, since this is what you want, then you can have it. I don't think there is any need for us to engage in any form of conflict over just a technique. Chapter 322. After receiving the scroll, Homusubi did not care about the presence of Shino and directly unfolded the scroll. Carefully looking through the content of the scroll, Homusubi had a thoughtful expression under the mask. Although this is the first time she is reading any information on Chimera technique, Tsukihai is still knowledgeable enough to have some basic understanding of the Chimera technique, therefore she can passively judge whether the technique described in the scroll is truly Chimera technique or not. Of course, even if it is her, Tsukihai cannot judge whether this technique is 100% accurate or not. After all, there is a 100% probability that Shino has tempered with the content on the scroll. It didn't take long for Homusubi to read the scroll, then folded it back. At this time Shino said softly, "Well, now that I have shown my sincerity, Tatsukami should be able to trust me, right?" However, Homusubi tossed aside the scroll as it turned into ash, and said lightly, "So you say. But why do I get the feeling that you are not being as much sincere as you are showing yourself to be?" Even slight tampering on the details and process can greatly change the effects of ninjutsu, and kenjutsu such as chimera techniques that are too complex is easier to temper, especially for people with deep knowledge like Shino. No to mention, considering Shino's character, it is impossible for Homusubi to trust him. Shino dared to betray Akatsuki even after understanding the true power that Akatsuki holds. Tsukihai will absolutely not believe in Shino. Shino's ultimate goal is to rule over the entire shinobi world, and everything that comes in his path to complete that objective is his enemy. And Tatsukami is no different from that. So, it is obvious that Shino would not give a perfect technique to Tatsukami so easily. Seeing that Homusubi burned the scroll as if it was nothing more than a piece of trash, Shino's face sank and he can't help but think, did he figure it out so easily? Shino obviously did not give an original version of the Chimera technique to Homusubi. Many of the but critical details were tempered by him in that scroll. According to Shino, if Homusubi or anyone else tried to perform Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual based on the information in that scroll, then without a doubt, it would have resulted in a failure and most likely death of the performer. Shino will of course not admit that he was trying to fool Homusubi, as such he said with a cold face, "I hope you understand that I am not afraid of fighting you. I just find it to be too troublesome. But if you are so eager then I don't mind, as you might be aware that I have already killed Uchiha Tsukihai, and you won't be any different, even if you have the Manjiki Sharingan." Homusubi suddenly laughed loudly, and her voice turned into that of a female as she pulled out her katana. "Is that right? In that case, I would like to see just how you killed Uchiha Tsukihai, and what else can you do against a Manjiki Sharingan wielder?" However, hearing that voice, Shino's eyes widened, more so when he recognized that katana, that voice, that katana. "Oh, you guessed it all right. I am the same one you claim to have killed," said Tsukihai with a chuckle. Shino was surprised and took a step back in shock, as he muttered, "How? You should be dead already. I ate you. Then how the hell are you still alive? You ate me?" With a confused expression, Tsukihai continued the next part with a grin. "Think again, you were not even close to eating me. I let you swallow me at that time because defeating you from the inside was the easiest at that time." You're kidding, right?" Shino's expression was dazed, and he couldn't understand just what was happening. However, suddenly he regained the color in his eyes and said, "I don't know what's happening, but appearing before me again is your greatest mistake. More so trying to fool me by pretending to be Homusubi. You will suffer, and I will see to it that you don't get to live to the sun of the next day." Since it was Uchiha Tsukihai, so Shino obviously did not worry anymore. Uchiha Tsukihai does not have Manjiki Sharingan, so there was no need to fear here. In fact, Shino did not even consider her enough of a threat. Understanding this, Shino's arrogance has already started to resurface. However, Tsukihai seemed unfazed by Shino's arrogance, and said with a mocking smirk, "You seem to be mistaken, Shino. If I recall correctly, the last time it was you who was defeated, not me, and don't think this time would be any different." Shino roared grimly, "You think Then why don't you show me? As he took his stance, and suddenly a black vapor burst out of his body, instantly shredding his upper clothes, and his hair floated upwards by the waves of winds. Walla! 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 Instantly, strange symbols appeared on Shino's body, and his figure transformed into Super Shino. With Shino's transformation into Super Shino, all his muscles swelled up and tightened, his body shape also changed to the one that he had during his previous battle with Tsukihei. Ha ha ha! Regaining his valor, Shino laughed proudly. He stomped his feet on the ground, as a result the ground beneath his feet was shattered into spider cracks. Do you see this? Shino smiled, and then said, compared to the superficial power of you Uchiha clan, the strength that I have is truly innate. Last time, you survived, but that's not going to happen this time. I will make sure to kill you. After saying that, Shino took the stance and shouted, Hashiman Tanku, came on, open. Boom! Walla! 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 As soon as he opened the first gate of Hashiman Tanku, a heavy pressure descended the surroundings and the black vapor around him became a bit denser. Shino slammed a punch in the air which alone stirred up a large wave of air. Feeling pleasant, Shino did not stop there and shouted, Hashiman Tanku, Kumon, open. Boom! Walla! 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 This time the air pressure was stronger. Shino laughed, ha ha ha. How do you like that? It's still not over yet. Hashiman Tanku, Simon, open. Hashiman Tanku, Shomon, open. With the opening of two gates one after another, Shino's aura became stronger and stronger, and the amount of dark chakra he controlled at the moment was incredible. It felt wild, almost like a raging beast. Shino shouted, I feel my blood boiling, ha ha ha, what is it Uchiha Tsukihei, do you regret it now? Do you feel fear? Are you cowering in fear? This is still not over. Hashiman Tanku, Taman, open. Hashiman Tanku, Kamon, open. Hashiman Tanku, Kaiman, open. Hashiman Tanku, Shimon, open. Boom! Instantly, airwave rolled all over, and the heavens itself seemed to cower in the face of Shino's strength. At the same time, the dark chakra on Shino felt almost at the level superior to that of a high-tier bijou. It felt uncontrollable. The black vapor is non-existent at this moment, and it seemed that Shino went from Super Shino to Super Shino 2 then, Super Shino 3 and finally, after opening Shimon, he transcended the mortal realm, thus becoming Super Shino God. But despite everything that happened here until a few moments ago, Uchiha Tsukihei didn't seem much scared, or rather, she seemed to try to control her yawn as she for some reason felt a bit sleepy. It was only after Shino became Super Shino God that she showed a bit interest. After all, being able to open all 8 gates of life is no joke. The multiplier effect of 8 gates varies from person to person depending on their innate strength and physique, but the Super Shino God here is very strong. Not at the level of Might Guy, but very much strong nonetheless. But what's more surprising is that he seemed unaffected by the negative effects of opening Shimon. The fact that he can use Hashiman Tanku is already very surprising. Moreover, he seems to be unaffected even after opening Shimon. This guy really is. Though Tsukihei. She didn't really expect Shino to be able to do so. After all, Hashiman Tanku is no joke. Just opening a few gates is already very difficult, not to mention all that should certainly kill an individual. It took Might Due almost 2 decades to perfect this technique and pass it on to his son Might Guy, who has since been solely training in taijutsu, and yet he can open only up to Kamon. He has not yet passed the threshold to open Kaiman and is currently exploring the realm of Kamon. So practicing Hashiman Tanku takes years, even then opening Shimon is unquestionable death, and yet. This guy is a bastard, but this bastard is a talented bastard that can come up with such unexpected things. Chapter 323. First Homosubi, Uchiha Tsukihei. Second Homosubi, Uchiha Shursui. Third Homosubi, Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Tsukihei's silent look, Shino misunderstood and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. I really want to see the look of despair on your face. How is it? You are feeling despair right now, aren't you? With that, Shino got ready to attack Tsukihei. Tsukihei's expression immediately condensed. She quickly printed the hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, fireball technique." Whoosh! Boom! Instantly, a huge fireball rushed towards Shino. Shino snorted in disdain as his lips curled in a mocking smirk. He immediately slammed his punch towards the incoming fireball technique. Boom! With a loud explosive noise, both fireball and the wave of air collided with each other and cancelled each other out. Tsukihei was surprised, but not so much at the same time. The fact that Shino managed to produce such terrible air pressure purely with his punches seemed shocking, but not so much when you think about what my guy is capable of doing. Nevertheless, Shino's strength is also nothing to scoff at, and Tsukihei will have to be careful as she is not Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, or Uzumaki Naruto. At this time, Shino spoke, "It's my turn now." And speaking so, Shino's figure disappeared from his position as he rushed towards Tsukihei with a sharp whistling sound. Tsukihei was obviously surprised by Shino's speed, and she instinctively drew out her katana to parry Shino's attack. Punch! Smash! Crack! But it seemed she overestimated her capabilities as Shino's fist slammed through katana, then slammed at her gut. It seemed like a train hit her, her body arched, her backbone started to crack because the force in that fist was too much for her to be able to bear. Ads by Pub Future. Bang! 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 Boom! Slammed with a heavy punch, Tsukihei flew out several hundred meters, collided with multiple trees, breaking all of them, and finally collided with the last one, which stopped her. Cough cough. Vomit! With violent coughing, Tsukihei spewed out a large amount of blood that dripped on the ground. Regaining her breathing, Tsukihei wiped away the blood that overflowed from the corners of her mask, then glanced at the katana in her hand. She didn't need to be surprised, as the katana in her hand was twisted and broken. Although this katana was not as strong as a Kusanagi sword, and even though this katana was not some kind of artifact, it was still a carefully forged katana by one of the top bladesmiths of the Land of Iron, so the face that this katana was easily broken by Shino really disappointed her. It couldn't even withstand one of Shino's punch. Shaking her hand helplessly, Tsukihei threw away the broken katana and said, "Looks like you really would be worth fighting, Shin." Tsukihei's words were not completed as Shino again appeared before her and heavily pounced on her face. But this time, the expected sound of the mask or bones breaking was not heard, nor was there any feeling of hitting someone, because just the moment before Shino's punch was about to land, Tsukihei's body fragmented into countless crows. "Crow clone!" Shino muttered in surprise. The crows cawed and scattered all over the battlefield. Soon tapping of footsteps sounded, but what confused Shino was that the sound was not coming from one direction, it was coming from 3 different directions. At this time a chuckling sounded, "Although you are indeed fast, your speed is still nothing compared to the inside of my Sharingan." As the voice landed, one figure of Homusubi walked out of the forest. Shino turned towards the source of that voice and frowned, because even with the appearance of Uchiha Tsukihei in front of him, the sound of footsteps has not ceased, which means that there are more people here. At this time, one more person wearing the disguise of Homusubi walked out of the forest. This person had a short sword in his hand. There was a presence of blood on the blade of the short sword that dripped on the ground, clearly signifying that this short sword has killed a lot of individuals recently. Shino muttered in anger, "Another idiot pretending to be Homusubi? You think that just because you are wearing that disguise, I would be fooled into believing that you are the real Homusubi?" Shino's words fell, and at this time one more person walked out of the third end. He too wore Homusubi's disguise, and as soon as he came, he looked at the first Homusubi and said, "All the shinobis of the Land of Sky have been resolved." The first Homusubi nodded and looked at Shino, while saying, "Be careful of his speed and raw strength. This guy is able to open all the 8 gates of Hashimen Tonku. A direct hit from him would prove to be critical." The second Homusubi looked at Shino and noticed the terrifying evil chakra that Shino was giving off. He immediately raised his guard against Shino, while the third didn't speak anything, just nodded seriously. Shino's face was beyond gloomy by now. Initially, he thought that the only enemy is Uchiha Tsukihai, but then suddenly two more have appeared. Both of them are wearing Homasubi's disguise, so most likely they are also Uchiha. Since you, Uchihas, have such an ardent death wish, then I might as well fulfill it for you. With a roar, Shino's figure disappeared and appeared before the second Homasubi. Even though Shino's speed was fast, it was nothing in front of the second Homasubi, who easily dodged Shino's punch. The next moment he appeared behind Shino and waved his sword to incur a deep cut wound on his back. Ads by PubFuture. At the same time, the third Homasubi has already shot multiple shurikens which collided with each other, changed their trajectories, and instantly wove a net of wires, thus effectively trapping Shino within. Swish! Ding! But just when the second Homasubi's short sword slashed at Shino's back, the expected splashing of blood did not come. Instead, there was an iron symphony, as what that sword cut through was not human flesh but metal. And the very next moment, Shino's muscles wiggled and broke through all the steel wires that trapped him. Rip! 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 Seeing his attack fail, the second Homasubi leaped backward. Shino laughed. Do you see it? This is the ultimate body. Jinchuriki mode. Boom! Suddenly the chakra suppressed inside Shino exploded in an explosive sound. And the ground beneath his feet cracked. Both second and third Homasubi had to retreat backward. But Shino was not finished. His body started to change, and a purple-black chakra cloak appeared over his body. The broken fragments of stones flew into the air and were suspended there as if gravity no longer affected them. And they started to revolve around Shino, forming a ring-like structure. Second Homasubi spoke in shock, Jinchuriki mode on top of Hashiman Tonku. Shino laughed madly, ha ha ha. I have mastered Dark Iryo Ninjutsu, and coupled with my body revival technique, I can easily use the Jinchuriki mode. Third Homasubi looked at first Homasubi, who has been standing silent, observing the course of events. Tsukihai put her hand over her chin and said, TCH, he is even able to use the Jinchuriki mode? This was somewhat beyond my expectations. Speaking so, Tsukihai looked at the other two and added, it's time we use Overtrue cards. Shino laughed, ha ha ha. Do you people still have something up your sleeve? Fine, come at me with everything you have. I will crush you P.O. P.L.E. Before Shino's words could be completed, a golden chakra phantom appeared before him. The skeletal body of the chakra phantom was covered with muscles and armor appeared over. Shino was a little dazed, and muttered, Susanu. But before he could be relieved of his shock, another chakra phantom appeared. This one was green, and it too was an upper body Susanu. And at the same time, a red chakra phantom appeared. However, this one only had a skeletal body, but this Susanu exuded an extremely dark aura, so despite its small size and incomplete appearance, it was no weaker than the other two Susanu. Shino was surrounded in the middle of the three towering Susanu, and he had a sluggish look. Traces of sweat flowed down his temples, and he tried to speak something, but all that came out was, th, 3. Susanu. Chapter 324. Looking at the three Susanu with different colors and shapes surrounding him in a triangular seas, Shino had a sluggish expression. All he could murmur were some incoherent words. Susanu, the embodiment of Uchiha's strongest dojutsu, is also one of the standard ocular power that a Manjikyu Sharingan grants to its user. Being able to use Susanu means awakening Manjikyu Sharingan, so when the three Susanu appeared here at the same time, Shino realized that Uchiha Tsukihai, as well as the other two Homasubi, have Manjikyu Sharingan. From the color of Susanu, Shino can guess that the golden Susanu is that of Homasubi of Amatsukami, which means that Uchiha Tsukihai is Homasubi in reality. While the green one is that of Uchiha Shursui, while the red one, probably Uchiha Itachi? But regardless of who they are, what Shino knows is that in the face of three Susanu he is in great trouble. Facing three Uchiha with Manjikyu Sharingan? In such a situation, there are only a handful of people in the entire shinobi world who can survive, and Shino understands that he is obviously not one of those few. Perhaps Tendo Pain? Yeah, Maybe only people at the level of Tendo pain who have something like the Rinnegan can survive such a situation. Uchiha Tsukihai was standing inside her golden Susanoo, her one hand over her waist and a calm look in her eyes. Honestly, she was not really afraid of going against Shino in a 1 versus 1 battle. The only reason she involved Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi in this mission is to ensure that no shinobi of the Land of Sky survive this massacre and also ensure that Shino doesn't use any means to escape. There is also a possibility of an Akatsuki member suddenly appearing here, so Tsukihai doesn't want to risk it. And now that Shino has revealed 2 extremely strong techniques one after another, Tsukihai is really grateful that she brought Shisui and Itachi with her. At this time, Shino took a deep breath and said politely with a gentle smile, It seems that we had some sort of misunderstanding before. Maybe we can talk about it and you wanted the scroll of Chimera technique, right? You can have it, even if you destroyed the previous one. I will give you another one. This time it will be original. So, we don't really have to fight here, right? Tsukihai sighed. Seeing Tsukihai sigh, Shino quickly added, everything was just a misunderstanding. Uchiha Tsukihai, since you are a member of Tetsukami, don't you need information about Akatsuki? I can give all the information about the Akatsuki organization that I know to you, don't you? Doesn't your leader Yama wants to know who is the leader of Akatsuki Organizati? Tsukihai suddenly chuckled, which interrupted Shino midway. Shino, you seem to have forgotten that I too attended Hiriko's ritual. How do you think I did that? Uchiha Shinichi. Shino muttered with a shocked expression. Does that mean Uchiha Shinichi is also... Wait, if that's the case, then does that mean the reason why Uchiha Shinichi threatened me was also under the orders of Tetsukami? Did you all plan this long ago? At this time, Shino figured out more things. Uchiha Tsukihai attended Hiriko's ritual ceremony as Shinichi's subordinate, but given the fact that she has Manjikyu Sharingan, just means that she cannot be Uchiha Shinichi's subordinate. And given the fact that Uchiha Tsukihai is a member of Tetsukami, and Shinichi cooperated with her, means that Shinichi is also working with Tetsukami, which ultimately means that he is acting as a spy within Akatsuki for Tetsukami. This explains the reason why Uchiha Shinichi suddenly started blackmailing him for the Chimera technique, forcing him with no choice but to leave the organization, and Tetsukami suddenly came to him. And given who unshocked the other 2 Uchiha are by Tsukihai's words, just means that they are more or less aware of these things, which means that either the entire Uchiha clan is working with Tetsukami or Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have betrayed their village and are working for Tetsukami as a spy. The first reason is more believable. The entire Uchiha clan has betrayed Konoha Dekur and has sided with Tetsukami. Realizing, Shino still couldn't figure out one thing, but why are you all after me? If it's just Chimera technique, then I am willing to give it to you. Tsukihai said with a gloomy tone, You see, you did something not long ago which has angered our leader. You dare lay your hands on the Miko of Land of Demons, and she is sort of a teacher to our leader, and that's not all. You didn't stop and even destroyed her entire country. You could have chosen any other country, but you had to go and destroy Land of Demons, and you offended our leader, so you see, you made Tetsukami an enemy after doing so, therefore, we are here. Shino was shocked. Now he understood that the battle between them was inevitable, even if he wants to not get involved. What's done is done and cannot be changed. As such, Shino didn't want any more words and directly broke out all his chakra. Smash! Crack! Boom! Whoosh! With all his strength, Shino stomped on the ground and rushed towards Tsukihai. His speed was fast, several times faster than even, just a rush produced violent wind, causing the golden flames of Susanoo to sway. Boom! Amidst a roar, Shino smashed his fist on Uchiha Tsukihai's Susanoo. Crack! And instantly, several cracks appeared on the golden Susanoo. Undoubtedly, the raw strength that Shino's has currently is even superior to that of Sandame Reikage. As such, he was able to make some cracks in the incomplete Susanoo. Next, he immediately retreated and said while catching up his breath, ha ha. It seems that Susanoo is not as strong as it is said to be. Tsukihai said with a giggle, You think? Susanoo, Tsukumo. And the very next minute a rain of green chakra Senbon was fired towards him. Shino immediately raised his guard and dodged those incoming Senbon one after another. Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames suddenly appeared on Shino's body. Ah! Ah! What are these? Shino was taken aback by the sudden appearance of black flames on his body. These flames were as hot as the sun and immediately burned his skin and were now reaching for his muscles. And no matter how much he tried, these black flames simply couldn't be extinguished. Realizing the danger, Shino hurriedly printed hand seals and shouted, "Water release, water veil." A veil of water suddenly appeared out of thin air and Shino was covered on it. However, Shino had to be disappointed. Even the veil of water was unable to extinguish the black flames. But Shino is still Shino. He immediately realized a counter method of these black flames. As such, he instantly covered his body with a dense chakra of Morio, thus temporarily reducing the burning effect of Amaterasu. Seeing Shino's method of countering Amaterasu, Tsukihai was surprised and knew that Shino can't be given any more breathing time. As such, she immediately used the two fists of her Susanoo and smashed Shino with them. At the same time, Shursui and Itachi were not idle. They also controlled their respective Susanoo and attacked Shino at the same time. Smash! Boom! Cut! Boom! Boom! Kaboom! The three Susanoo worked tacitly, and Shino was being burned by Amaterasu and had no time to dodge. Smashed with the golden fist, he flew out. While flying, several green Senbon pierced his stomach. At the same time, a golden chakra sword appeared out of the other arm of golden Susanoo, which cut off Shino's left arm, while a series of red chakra shuriken came at him flying, cutting off both of his legs. In an instant, Shino had already lost both of his legs and an arm, along with his stomach. Coupled with the black flame burning him continuously, Shino couldn't put much resistance now, even with his body revival technique. All he could do now was roll and wail in pain. After defeating Shino, Tsukihai, Shursui, and Itachi dispersed their respective Susanoo and watched Shino suffering from cold eyes. Did they pity him? Not really. Shino killed Miko-sama as well as destroyed the land of demons, and had the gall to go after Cheyenne and Hyuga Yui. He worked with Akatsuki organization and destroyed part of Konoha, killed several Konoha shinobi. And most of all, he dared to lay his hands on Uchiha Sasuke. These things alone are more than enough to incur the wrath of the three. Wailing and crying in pain, Shino begged them to stop this torture. The black flames of Amaterasu would not extinguish no matter what he tries. Amaterasu is undoubtedly the strongest flame. After a few more seconds of burning, when Shino could no longer speak or cry or move or twitch, Tsukihai said to Itachi, "All right, put out the flames." Itachi nodded and extinguished the burning Amaterasu. Next, she instructed Shursui, "Control him with Jinjutsu." Shursui nodded and walked towards Shino and used a strong Manjikyu Jinjutsu on Shino. In an instant, Shino lost the color in his eyes. At this time, Tsukihai walked towards Shino and observed his state. Don't look at his state. After Amaterasu was extinguished, all of his injuries started to heal. Whether it was the cut-off arm or the pair of legs, they were all recovering at a visible speed. Realizing this, Tsukihai was really grateful that Itachi was here. With Itachi's Amaterasu, dealing with Shino became very easy. Converging her diverging thoughts, Tsukihai crouched down and asked from the controlled Shino, "Now, hand over the complete Chimera technique." Chapter 325. After hearing Tsukihai's question, the healed-up Shino got up and entered the temple. The other three curiously followed him. Corridor by corridor, they observed everything around them curiously. Tsukihai was able to notice what this place is. After walking for a while, four of them arrived at the main compartment. At this time, Shino walked towards a stone pillar in the main compartment with a blank expression. Then he lightly pressed on the stone pillar and a hidden grid was revealed where a scroll with a black case was placed. Tsukihai took out the scroll from the hidden grid and immediately opened it. From the contents, this scroll too recorded the Chimera technique. After comparing the information in this scroll with that of the information she remembered from the previous scroll thanks to her Sharingan, Tsukihei noticed that as she expected, most of the information was accurate and same, just the most critical detail was tempered with. Sure enough, it's just as I expected, muttered Tsukihei softly. After that she folded back the scroll and put it inside her homusubi cloak. Then she again looked at the blank Shino and asked, "What exactly is this temple?" Anchor Vantien, replied Shino in a mechanical tone. Anchor Vantien. Shursui and Itachi muttered in confusion as they glanced at each other with a puzzled expression. Tsukihei was silent. She knew that there was a giant air fortress in the Land of Sky, but she didn't know whether it was this temple or not. As such she asked, "What is Anchor Vantien?" Shino replied, "The Anchor Vantien is the aerial fortress of Land of Sky." "This is indeed aerial fortress," muttered Tsukihei and then asked, "Can this fortress fly?" Shino nodded, then shook his head as he added, "It is capable of flight, but it's not ready yet as the power system of the fortress has yet to be completely optimized." Tsukihei asked, "How to optimize the power system?" "Ads by Pub Future," Shino said, "from the power room." "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way," instructed Tsukihei. Shino nodded and walked towards the exit of the main compartment. Under the leadership of Shino, the other three quickly arrived at the power room of Anchor Vantien. Looking around, Shursui said in surprise, "I never expected that the Land of Sky that was destroyed by us would still hide something like an aerial fortress." Itachi observed the seals engraved on the walls and asked, "Is this fortress really capable of flight?" Tsukihei crouched down and took a closer look at the fuinjutsu engraved all over the power room. Theoretically it is capable of flight, but the amount of fuel it requires to do so is too much for a single individual or even a few individuals to provide. Shursui asked, "Which fuel is used here?" Tsukihei said, "Both mechanisms probably work. That is to say, both electricity and chakra would work. But in terms of efficiency, using chakra would be better for the long-term functioning of this fortress, and that's where the problem arises. The chakra amount it requires would be humongous." Shursui also looked at the fuinjutsu engraved on the floorings and walls and asked, "Does that mean that this fuinjutsu is still effective?" Tsukihei nodded. "Some parts are damaged, but most of it is still working. It would only require some work in testing and they can be continued to be used. However, if I have to say, then it would be better to change the seals. Instead of repairing these seals, it would be better to redesign the entire mechanism as these seals are somewhat inefficient." Among the three of them, Tsukihei's Jinjutsu proficiency is the least. Now it's not that she is weak in Jinjutsu, but Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi are just too good when it comes to Jinjutsu usage. Similarly, Tsukihei is the most proficient in fuinjutsu among the three. Now it's not that the other two lack fuinjutsu knowledge, it's just that Tsukihei is much superior in fuinjutsu compared to them. As such, she can better analyze the seals in the power room. Therefore, she said that redrawing the seals would greatly improve efficiency and safety. Thinking of this, Tsukihei was planning to design a new fuinjutsu mechanism. Casually asked Shino, "And what were you people planning to do after you have started Anchor Vantien?" Shino replied, "Bury the 5 great shinobi villages and Amigakure. We plan to start with Konoha. As soon as they heard this, both Shursui and Itachi were shocked and uncontrollable killing intent was directed towards Shino. Unlike other Uchiha, the village comes before clan for both Shursui and Itachi, and whoever dares to harm the village is a greater enemy for them." Shursui said coldly, "You fool, you still plan to destroy Konoha? What you did the last time was not enough already? And do you really think that the likes of this decaying aerial fortress alone can destroy Konoha completely? You are being too arrogant." Ads by Pub Future. Shino instinctively shivered, and said, "The weapon system of Anchor Vantien is functioning properly. And this fortress contains a chakra cannon that can completely wipe out an entire shinobi village within seconds. Konoha wouldn't have held much longer even with their barrier cover." "You!" Shursui was suddenly speechless. Itachi, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we acted on the right opportunity and subdued him first, otherwise the village would have been in danger." Tsukihei nodded indifferently, but there was still some lingering fear. Even if Shino has overestimated the capabilities of the chakra cannon, there's no telling whether the chakra cannon is not capable of what he says. After all, the Reikage claimed that their chakra cannon is capable of destroying the moon, so there is no telling if this chakra cannon is not capable of destroying other shinobi villages. And even Kuroto is not sure whether he would have been able to save the village in such a situation. Because the cannon could reduce Konoha to dust in less than a few seconds. Tsukihei asked now, and what is the source of fuel you plan to use? Shino said, captured shinobi, civilians, as well as Morio, I plan to extract chakra from them. Shursui and Itachi sighed, this guy is too evil, even dares to involve unrelated civilians. While Tsukihei nodded slightly, she has already expected Morio to be the source, although civilians and captured shinobi were a surprise. It's not so strange considering those prison cages and the fact that Fuinjutsu is running throughout the fortress. Anyway, this only makes things easier for her. Initially, she was considering how to resolve Morio. Since Morio is the other half of Miko, so as long as Miko is alive, Morio will also not disappear. Even if killed, he would not cease to exist. For that reason, he can only be sealed, not killed. However, if he has to be sealed, then instead of sealing him at the sealing shrine in the land of demons or somewhere unsafe, it is better to seal him here at Anchor Vantien. This way he will also be useful in running Anchor Vantien. It can be said that this idea kills two birds with one stone. Just when Tsukihei finalized the plans, Shursui asked her, now what to do with Shino? If he is handed over to the village, then I am worried then intelligence on Akatsuki will be extracted out during the torture process. Did Kuroto-san give you any order regarding this? Shino has witnessed all three Susanoo. He also knows that Uchiha Tsukihei is not dead. Uchiha Shursui is also a member of Akatsuki, and there is also a third Homusubi, so he cannot be handed over to the village. Tsukihei nodded and said, that's why I am going to seal him here inside the power room. To be exact, I will extract Morio out of Shino, then he will be killed and Morio will be sealed here. This way Anchor Vantien will also become functioning. Chapter 326. Shursui looked at Tsukihei for a while, then asked, do you want to run this aerial fortress? Tsukihei nodded. Although this fortress is somewhat dilapidated and many of the facilities here are in ruins, the amount of value Anchor Vantien holds is still very much. Not to mention other things, the flight capability and chakra cannon alone make it a terrifying weapon of war. It is obvious for an organization like Akatsuki to hold such things in its hands. And Anchor Vantien can also be used as a base of command. Shursui stared at Tsukihei. To be honest, he doesn't really know Uchiha Tsukihei all that much, therefore, he doesn't trust Tsukihei that much either. The fact that Kuroto-san has given that pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to Tsukihei has surprised him very much. It's only because of Kuroto-san that Shursui is willing to accompany and work under Tsukihei's command. But now the matter of Anchor Vantien came, so he was a bit surprised and asked seriously, does Kuroto-san know about this? Tsukihei was surprised by Shursui's serious words. After thinking a bit, she immediately figured out his worries, and nodded, don't worry, I am just following Kuroto-sama's orders. Shursui asked, does that mean that Kuroto-san was aware of the existence of Air Fortress even before? Tsukihei nodded, there were various objectives of eliminating the Land of Sky. Taking control of Anchor Vantien was one of them. This place will now be Akatsuki's base. As for how he knows about the existence of Anchor Vantien, you should have heard Shino's words, right? The part about Shinichi? After a pause, Shursui asked, does that mean Shinichi is also with us? He also joined Akatsuki? Itachi also paid attention to the discussion. The defection of Uchiha Shinichi, who had awakened Manjikyu Sharingan, is definitely a very big loss for the Uchiha clan and the village. To this day, the Uchiha clan has not given up on bringing Shinichi back, but they have been unable to do so despite how much they try. Shursui has blamed himself for this. He feels that he is also partly responsible for Shinichi going rogue and joining Akatsuki organization. It was Shursui who took the responsibility to bring back Shinichi, but he failed to complete it. Tsukihei shook her head. Uchiha Shinichi has not officially joined Tatsukami, but it seems that he had some sort of dispute with Shino. So, he provided some information to Kuroto-sama about Shino, and here we are. Both Itachi and Shisui were thoughtful after hearing this piece of news. This also explained many things to them. On the other side, Tsukihei was also silent. The reason she did not reveal Shinichi being undercover in Akatsuki is very simple. A spy is only a spy when him being a spy is unknown to the most, and only known to his contact point. Otherwise, some flaws will appear. Even if Shisui and Itachi are not the kinds of people who will let those flaws be revealed, it is still better to not reveal anything. Moreover, Shinichi was indeed disappointed by his clan and village. Even if he blamed himself for the death of Uchiha Kurumi, he was nonetheless disappointed, so it doesn't seem that he has any plans to come back to his clan for the time being. Therefore, Tsukihei doesn't want to give Shisui and Itachi unrealistic hope. Besides, as long as Shimura Danzo is alive, the return of Uchiha Shinichi would not be a good thing for the Uchiha clan. After all, Shimura Danzo did suffer heavy losses from Uchiha Shinchi, so it is best that Shinichi remain in Akatsuki for now. Shisui put one hand over his eyes, then asked, "Can you arrange a meeting between Shinichi and me?" Tsukihei shook his head. Shinichi is an Akatsuki organization, so he is mostly busy with some or another task, so there is no way to track his whereabouts as he is traveling throughout the shinobi world. Moreover, your identity is too sensitive, whether as Uchiha Shisui or as Homusubi. It would cause too much trouble for him, as well as Konoha. Itachi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked, "Is Akatsuki really so powerful?" Tsukihei pointed towards Shino, who was under Jinjutsu, and said, "This guy has betrayed Akatsuki, but he should be aware of some extent of power Akatsuki hides. Since you want to know just how strong Akatsuki is, you can get some understanding of that organization from him." Itachi nodded and walked towards Shino. Activating his Manjikyu Sharingan, he looked into Shino's eyes, then questioned, "Who are the members of Akatsuki organization?" Shino was already under a Jinjutsu cast by Shisui, and with Itachi's extra Jinjutsu he obviously couldn't resist and immediately fessed up everything that he knew. The members of the Akatsuki organization included Sasori, Kakazu, Uchiha Shinichi, Biwa Juzo, Hiriko, him, Zetsu. Orochimaru, a former member, but this information was still not public knowledge. Then there was Conan and Tendo Pain. About the two of them, all Shino said was God and Angel. This obviously meant that Shino is unaware of much information on Tendo Pain and Conan. The official members of the Akatsuki organization are all Kage class or higher than Kage class shinobi. Shisui thought of that mysterious masked man with strange space-time jutsu that tried to abduct Yondaime-sama's son, and asked, "Are these the only official members of the Akatsuki organization?" Shino nodded. Shisui asked again, "No, this can't be right. I know that there is a one-eyed spiral-masked individual in Akatsuki organization. He uses a strange space-time jutsu. Who is he? Is he not in Akatsuki?" The existence of this masked man has really made Shisui very scared. Space-time jutsu is not a joke. Almost no one is your opponent unless he too masters space-time jutsu. Shino's face distorted, and it seemed he was trying very hard to think, but even after a long while of thinking he shook his head. There is no such individual in the organization. Tsukihei thought, the existence of Obito is a secret even within Akatsuki. Currently, there are only 4 individuals in Akatsuki who are aware of his existence. And those 4 people are Pain, Conan, Shinichi, and Zetsu. So it's no wonder that Shino isn't aware of one-eyed masked individual. Shisui was silent after hearing this. At this time, Itachi asked, "What are the abilities of the leader of the Akatsuki organization?" Shino seemed to struggle here, but just a look from Itachi was enough, and he immediately spoke. Tendo Pain claims to be God. He has God's eyes from the myth. The eyes of Rakuto Senin, making him an extremely powerful shinobi, far superior to any of the existing Kage. The occasional pause from Shino indicated that he was really afraid of Tendo Pain, and this was even shown when under the effect of Jinjutsu. Itachi narrowed his eyes. Tendo Pain has strength superior to that of all existing Kage? Shursui asked with a confused expression. What are God's eyes? The Rinnegan. What? The Rinnegan. Yes, the Rinnegan. Shursui muttered, but Rinnegan has only existed in myths. And there is no solid proof of its existence. How could Tendo Pain have those eyes? Tsukihai said, it's not just a myth, the myths of Rakudo Sennin are true. And the Rinnegan that Tendo Pain has is also real. Both Itachi and Shursui looked at each other with shocked expressions. Chapter 327. Tsukihai said, it's not just a myth, the myths of Rakudo Sennin are true. And the Rinnegan that Tendo Pain has is also real. Both Itachi and Shursui looked at each other with shocked expressions. It should be noted that because being under two Jinjutsu at the same time, Shino doesn't have any ability to lie. As such, Shursui turned towards Tsukihai and asked again, does Kuroto-san knows of all this information? Uchiha Tsukihai, who was leaning on the wall with hands over her chest, nodded gently. If anyone other than the current members or former members of Akatsuki is aware of what Akatsuki is truly capable of, then without a doubt it is Hyuga Kuroto, for obvious reasons. Their combined strength is more than enough to destroy entire shinobi villages like Konoha in a matter of a few hours. In the original story, it was Nagato's foolishness that led to the death of most of the Akatsuki members. And despite that, Akatsuki organization still managed to collect 7 of the 9 Bijou, and almost caught the Hachibi and Kyubi as well. They even managed to seal part of the chakra of all the 9 Bijou inside the Geto Mazo, thus awakening Jubi. Tendo Pain alone killed thousands of Konoha shinobi, almost destroying Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great powers. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's strongest jutsu, that being Talk no Jutsu, which made Nagato realize some things, prompting him to give up his life in exchange for bringing back those Konoha shinobi he killed, including Hatake Kakashi, Konoha would have existed in name only. So, it can be understood just how strong Akatsuki is. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito and his Pain Rakudo, Nagato and his Pain Rakudo, Kabuto and his Edo Tensei army, which included multiple former Kages, many of the deceased Akatsuki shinobi as well as other Kage class and elite Jonin class shinobi, 100,000 Zetsu army, Uchiha Sasuke and his team Taka, Orochimaru and his Otogekure, Uchiha Itachi, Konan, Kakuzu, Sasori, Biwa Juzo, Kisama, Haiden, Deidara, and most of all, the final boss. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Akatsuki was nothing short of a mind-boggling organization filled with the freaks of this shinobi world and could have easily erased the entire shinobi world should their leaders work in the right manner. Ads by PubFuture. At this time, Shursui asked again, Kuroto-san is also aware of the Rinnegan? Uchiha Tsukihai, who was leaning on the wall with hands over her chest, said, he is aware of the existence of the Rinnegan that the leader of Akatsuki has. And Shursui, you must be aware of the dojutsu that Kuroto-sama has, right? Shursui nodded. How can he ever forget those eyes? Seeing Shursui nod, Tsukihai continued, so, well, those eyes are Tenseigan and they hold the potential to be on the same level as the Rinnegan. Tenseigan was a dojutsu that Otudo of Rakudo Sennin awakened. Precisely because Kuroto-sama has awakened Tenseigan, he understands the amount of danger a Rinnegan user can have on the world. At this time, Itachi asked, but how is Kuroto-san aware of all this? Tsukihai hurriedly said, to be honest, I am not entirely sure, maybe from Orochimaru, or from Uchiha Shinichi, or maybe from his own intelligence collection, or perhaps from some other source, but that's not the point is that the danger Akatsuki poses. This is exactly why he has never revealed the existence of his Tenseigan, because he wants to stay in the dark and deal with the situation appropriately. So, Kuroto-sama wants this aerial fortress, Anchor Vantien, to be the main base of Amatsukami. The existence of Anchor Vantien is unknown to most, other than us 3, Shino and the shinobi of the Land of Sky, as well as Kuroto-sama and Uchiha Shinichi, and perhaps Orochimaru, but unlikely are the only people aware of its existence. Shino would soon be dead, none of us are ever going to reveal such a thing. Orochimaru has betrayed Akatsuki, so it is unlikely that he would want to incur the enmity of Amatsukami at the same time. And Uchiha Shinichi has given his words to not reveal its existence to anyone, even in the Akatsuki. The shinobi of the Land of Sky are either all dead or will be dead soon enough, so almost no one would be aware of where the base of Tatsukami is, making it the perfect base. There is one more variable that Tsukihei did not word out: Black Zetsu. Given what exactly Black Zetsu is, and for how long he has existed, it is possible that he is aware of the existence of Anchor Vantien. But even if he is, he has no way to reveal that to Akatsuki, as that would be suspicious. So Tsukihei has to take that risk. And besides, even if Zetsu reveals the existence of Anchor Vantien, finding an aerial fortress in the sky over the entire shinobi continent would be next to impossible even for the Akatsuki and the 5 great shinobi villages. Itachi thought about it, then nodded, while Shisui did the same. At this time Itachi turned to Shino and spoke, "There are a few more things I want to know about Tendo Pain. What are the specific powers of Rinnegan?" After a long silence, Shino didn't speak anything indicating that he is not aware. Tendo Pain rarely takes the shots himself. Only the old members of Akatsuki like Kakuzu, Sasori, Biwa Juzo, and Orochimaru are probably the only ones aware of some of Tendo Pain's powers. So, even though Shino was very interested in Rinnegan, he did not have any information about it. He has only ever met Pain 3 or 4 times face to face, as such he never even had the chance to explore Rinnegan. So it is completely logical that he is unaware of the abilities of Rinnegan. Understanding that they can no longer obtain any other intelligence from Shino, Itachi, and Shisui's side. They are of course aware of where the base of Akatsuki is, but even if they know, what good does it do in the end? Tsukihei shook her head, then said to Itachi, "Now that everything is clear, we have to hurry up. Itachi, you go out, clean up all our traces here and also make sure that no one has escaped. Our objective is to take away this aerial fortress without alerting anyone, so we cannot leave any of our traces behind. Also, leave out a few crow summons outside to make sure that we are aware if anyone comes nearby." Itachi did say that all the shinobi of the Land of Sky have been eliminated, but there is no harm in making sure. It would take some time before they take the flight, so they have to be careful. Yes. Itachi of course understood the situation, so he immediately nodded and left the power room. Ads by PubFuture. Then Tsukihei said to Shisui, "Before we extract Morio out of Shino and seal him here, I need to rearrange the seals here, and that will take some time. In the meantime, you take Shino and check the layout of this Anchor Vantien. Also make sure to see what all things have he stored here, since I have placed a seal on Shino restricting the use of Morio's chakra, so there is no need to worry about him getting out of control." Shisui nodded and left the power room with Shino. With Shisui and Itachi gone, Tsukihei now paid attention to the power room. The space in the powder room is very large. It is enough to keep Morio sealed here. But to keep Morio sealed here, an extremely powerful seal array needs to be designed, and the seal array must be foolproof. Let's use 4-symbol seal as the core. After a while of consideration, Tsukihei finally decided on 4-symbol seal. 4-symbol seal is the best seal that is specifically designed to keep the Bija class beings restrained, and if arranged correctly, it also grants the user ability to extract chakra. But a single 4-symbol seal wouldn't be able to keep Morio restricted. It is one thing to seal a Bija class being inside oneself, and it is another matter altogether to seal a Bija class being outside. To restrain the huge body of Morio, an array of 4-symbol seal must be designed to ensure safety. To make sure that Morio doesn't break out even by overflowing the array with chakra. And isolation is also very important. Tsukihei does not want others to be able to sense Morio's chakra, so chakra isolation is also required. With the plan formulated, Tsukihei started arranging the seal array. After printing the hand seals, she immediately shouted, "Shadow clone technique." Poof! 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 With a burst of white smoke, 4 shadow clones of Tsukihei appeared next to her. Counting herself, there were now 5 of them in the power room. The 4-symbol seal array to be arranged wouldn't be just simple stacking, but would rather be arranged in a definite shape. For this purpose, several 4-symbol seals have to be activated at the same time. For that purpose, there is a need to use Shadow Clone. With everything set, Tsukihai and her 4-shadow clones started arranging 4-symbol seal array, and not long after, Tsukihai arranged a pentagram array with 500 individual seals, making the huge power room covered in the sealing symbols that gave off a fluorescent glow. After the array was arranged, Tsukihai breathed, wiped off the imaginary sweat from the top of her mask, and then deactivated the 4-shadow clones. Arranging 500 4-symbol seals, and keeping all of them activated is a huge burden, even for her. But it was all worth it, as this array would perfectly restrain Morio. The chakra extracted from Morio would be more than enough for the functioning of Anchor Vantien, and there would also be no danger of him escaping here. Chapter 328. By the time Tsukihai completed the 4-symbol seal array, Shui also brought Shino back to the power room. When Shui looked at the power room that was almost covered with the fluorescent light of the found symbol seal array, he was literally dumbfounded. Did you just arrange this entire array in such a short time? Tsukihai smiled and nodded triumphantly. How about it? It should be more than enough to seal Morio, right? You are capable of such a feat. No wonder Kuroto-san chose to give you the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Shui suddenly looked at Uchiha Tsukihai in a new light. In the field of Fuinjutsu, Shui also has quite a lot of understanding, therefore, he easily recognized the seals in the array are 4-symbol seal, but their sheer number really shocked him. The difficulty of keeping one 4-symbol seal active at a point is already quite high, not to mention keeping hundreds of them active. Such a feat is not something that just anyone can do. However, instead of acting proud, Tsukihai casually said, "This pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is only temporarily in my eye sockets. As long as you need it, or should the need arise for someone else to use, it will be given to that individual. A pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan may hold immeasurable value for some, but for Hyuga Kuroto, it is just a useful tool for him and holds some research value. What's more, when Kuroto would use Chimera technique in the future, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will have to be removed, as any foreign DNA that does not consist of Kuroto's own DNA will not be used. As such, only the semi-finished pair of Byakugan that were initially present will be used. Therefore, eternal Manjikyu Sharingan holds no importance for Kuroto's final plan." Ads by PubFuture. However, Shui didn't know that, and he was seriously shocked by what Tsukihai said so casually. Even in the face of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, you are still not greedy and can easily let go of it? I can't think of a better candidate for keeping those than you, said Shui. Tsukihai said, "You may not be able to, but I can think of better candidates. You are one, and Uchiha Itachi is the other one." Shui shook his head and said, "I can't say for Itachi, but I do not want nor need those eyes. I have already talked about this with Kuroto-san, so you can rest assured. I just hope that you won't misuse them, and can continue to contribute to Konoha, and protect the village from the shadows." Seeing that pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Shui is always reminded of Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki, therefore, he has sort of a subconscious resistance towards those eyes. After all, he was partly responsible for what they experienced. This makes him feel guilty. For this reason, Shui has never once thought of transplanting this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, even when his eyesight has started to decline. Seeing that Shui was a little depressed, Tsukihai decided to change the subject and asked, "So have you checked the layout of Anchor Vantien?" Shui immediately let go of those depressing thoughts and nodded, "Yes." Tsukihai asked, "And did you find something useful?" Shui nodded, "If we are talking about useful, I wouldn't say much, but there are 3 warehouses that do store a lot of materials. From the looks of it, the 3rd was still being filled, but probably because of our attack, their work came to a halt midway. I asked and confirmed from Shino, those materials that are left to be transported here are not far away. That saves a lot of trouble for the matter of funds." Tsukihai immediately perked up with a joyful smile. "Come on, let me see those warehouses." Shui nodded and then walked together with Tsukihai under the leadership of dazed Shino. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the place where the material that the shinobi of the Land of Sky did not have time to transfer was kept. And Tsukihai was highly surprised to find that all the flying instruments of the Land of Sky, as well as other instruments that can be used in conjunction, were here. Tsukihai did remember that in the original story, the shinobi of the Land of Sky did have these flying instruments using which they conducted their air raid on Konoha, making the Dame Hokage, Senju Tsunade as well as other Konoha shinobi almost helpless in the face of this sudden surprise air raid. Picking up one of the flying tools, Tsukihai tried weighing it approximately. These instruments are mostly made up of metal, and their wingspan when fully expanded is almost 2 meters wide. After some rough calculations, Tsukihai estimated that each of these flying instruments contains around 20 kilograms of iron. Next, she did the same with the firearm. This is a type of gun that is capable of firing kunai, shuriken, and senbon as projectiles. There are also those bullets and small grenade-like bombs that do not have a lever. With all these instruments in hand, each shinobi can be regarded as a low-level Deidara. Tsukihai turned her head to Shino and asked, "All these flying instruments are functioning?" Shino replied, "There are about 100 sets here, a few of which needs to be repaired and they will be up and running." 100 sets. There was a flicker in Tsukihai's eyes when she thought of this number. This number is more than enough to form a small-scale air force. Shursui was curious about these flying instruments and asked Shino, "What is the working principle of these flying instruments?" Shino pointed at the end of the instrument and started explaining, "Here is an ejection device. To reach a high altitude, the ejection device can give the necessary power output and air thrust." Next, Shino pointed at the metallic wings and continued, "After the user reaches a suitable altitude, all you need to do is use the flowing winds and use your own chakra to activate the seal imprinted on the wings and glide using the wind." Both Shursui and Tsuki are well informed and they soon understood the mechanism. In short, it's like a glider after reaching a suitable height. But it also has its own disadvantages. This device is less flexible, which was clearly depicted from the fact that Sai was able to beat them with the flexibility and agility of his ink bird. Tsukihai thought, as long as there is a chakra input, these devices will function properly. If that's so, I can seal chakra and then use my Tenseigan to control these instruments as puppets. Just as Tsukihai started to make plans for a suitable puppet air brigade, Itachi returned. "I have erased all the traces of our presence, and any and all those shinobis of the Land of Sky that were left alive have also been eliminated. It is unlikely that anyone escaped." Tsukihai was broken out of her thoughts, and nodded, "All right, next we must seal Morio in the power room, and then prepare to take off with Anchor Vantien. The sooner they leave the better. There is no telling if someone will chase behind Shino, and if they will, then how long will it take for them to catch up, so the sooner they disappear the better." Chapter 329. Looking at the giant pile of flying instruments in front of him, Shursui said, "It will take a lot of time to carry so many of these." As soon as Shursui's voice fell, the skeletal body Golden Susanoo appeared on the field. Both Shursui and Itachi immediately understood Tsukihai's thinking. Tsukihai wants to use the Susanoo to carry these flying instruments inside Anchor Vantien, but using Susanoo, the strongest power of the Manjikyu Sharingan power for the coolie work, was sort of unacceptable for both Itachi and Shursui. Tsukihai didn't seem to notice Shursui and Itachi's awkwardness and said with a chuckle, "With this, transporting these instruments will be a piece of cake. Both of you don't even have to help. This is the advantage of having the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Because of the inevitable blindness, Shursui and Itachi have to be frugal in regards to using Manjikyu Sharingan, as their eyesight will become weaker the more they use Manjikyu Sharingan. As such, unless absolutely necessary, they would generally avoid using techniques like Susanoo and other specific ocular powers. But Tsukihai is different in this regard. With the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan at her disposal, the ocular power will always recover, so using Susanoo for such a task is full of possibility. Using the Susanoo, Tsukihai easily moved all the materials into the third warehouse of Anchor Vantien. Next, the four of them moved back to the power room. Shursui asked at this time with a solemn expression, "Are you sure you want to seal Morio in the full body state?" Tsukihai nodded and explained, "I have arranged such an advanced 4-symbol array for this very purpose. Extracting chakra from him in this state would be most efficient." Shursui nodded, "All right, but Morio's chakra is too large to be controlled so easily. If I use Jinjutsu and stimulate Shino to remove Morio from inside him, there is a possibility that something can happen, so you must be careful." Tsukihei nodded and also signaled Itachi on the side. With both of them ready, Shisui did not waste any more time and directly activated his Manjikyu Sharingan to control Shino's actions with a Jinjutsu. And under the control, Shino, whose chakra is sealed by Tsukihei, could not pose even the slightest of resistance and immediately deactivated the seal of Morio. Ads by PubFuture. With the seal deactivated, Morio's purple-black chakra started to escape out of Shino. Under the rush of chakra, his own consciousness was also disrupted, and he showed signs of struggling as if he was trying to break free of Shisui's Jinjutsu. Just as Shisui was preparing to use more ocular power to control Shino, Tsukihei signaled him not to do so. As more and more of Morio's chakra escaped out of Shino, the 4-symbol seal array printed in the power room began to take effect. As such, whether Shino regains his consciousness now doesn't matter. Shisui complied and deactivated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and Shino finally managed to break free of the effect of Jinjutsu. As soon as he woke up, the first thing he spotted was the figures of the 3 Uchiha dressed as Homusubi standing on 3 sides. Neither of the 3 bothered to answer, as Tsukihei created Foreshadow Clone and started printing hand seals to complete the sealing array. Looking at the 5 Uchiha Tsukihei, Shino's gaze finally landed on the dense symbols that gave off fluorescent light, and he immediately realized that something very bad is about to happen. No, wait, what? Please, you can't do this. Konoha Hyuga clan. On the calm and peaceful night, the famous Hyuga brothers, Hayashi and Hisashi, sat in the courtyard of Hayashi's house, busy in some casual conversation. After a while, Hisashi finally took a deep breath and said, "Nisan, I have thought a lot in the past few days, and I think that the Hyuga clan must change." Hayashi was surprised. He raised his eyebrow and beckoned Hisashi to continue. "What do you mean?" Hisashi relayed Kuroto's exact words to Hayashi and added, "I think Kuroto-kun's words are very reasonable. Although Gentle Fist is the foundation of Hyuga clan, it is also limiting us. If we hope to thrive during the upcoming chaotic years of the shinobi world, then we must adapt, and to do so we must change. Gentle Fist is also the limitation of the Hyuga clan, and we must change that or else." However, before Hisashi could finish speaking, Hayashi interrupted him midway. "Do not talk of such a matter here. What do you expect will happen should the elder hear you? Do you not understand the consequences?" Hisashi quickly added, "Nisan, this is just a casual conversation between us, not a formal discussion during a clan assembly. I just want to know what are your opinions on this matter." Hayashi sighed lightly. "I understand that you have a lot of dissatisfaction with main branch, but Gentle Fist and Birdcage are the traditions of the Hyuga clan. You better than anyone understand that Birdcage also protects Hyuga clan. It is only because of Birdcage that the situation of Hyuga clan has always been more peaceful compared to Uchiha clan. As the patriarch, I cannot question the traditions, as for the matter of changing the clan." But before Hisashi could complete his words, suddenly an alarm sounded. Hisashi's expression shrank immediately, and he instantly stood up. "No, this is the alarm of the Forbidden Section." Ads by PubFuture. Hisashi also realized the seriousness of the matter. Does that mean that someone breached into the Forbidden Section? With a solemn face, Hayashi said, "We will continue this discussion at a later date. For now I must check the possible cause." Hisashi of course nodded. With a serious face, Hayashi immediately rushed towards the Forbidden Section. Hisashi also closely followed. If someone broke into the Forbidden Section, then the situation is serious, as this kind of thing has happened first time in the history of the Hyuga clan, at least, first time ever since Birdcage Juinjutsu was deployed a few centuries ago. By the time Hayashi and Hisashi arrived in the Forbidden Section, several guards had already arrived here. Everyone found 2 bodies collapsed at the gate of the Forbidden Section, both of them dead, and their eyes turned gray. Next, there was an old man with a withered face lying in the outer hall of the Forbidden Section. This old man too had no breath, indicating that he is dead, but what's more serious is that his eye sockets are hollow. The pair of Byakugan in his eye sockets has disappeared. "Asahi-sama!" Hayashi exclaimed, and immediately ran into the outer hall of the Forbidden Section. Hyuga Asahi, who is lying dead in the outer hall of the Forbidden Section, was one of the senior elder of the Hyuga clan council. Although his overall strength as a shinobi had seriously declined over the years because of his senior age, he was by no means a pushover. What's more, here is the forbidden section inside the highly secure compound where the members of the main branch reside. It is almost impossible for anyone to be able to kill an elder without alerting anyone. This is still the Hyuga clan residence with Hyuga shinobi crawling all over the place. It must not be forgotten that if the members of the branch division will try to target the members of the main division, then they can easily be controlled using the birdcage Juinjutsu. So it is very unlikely that someone from the branch division attacked Elder Asahi. Looking at those empty sockets, Hayashi had a gloomy look. The Hyuga clan has only ever lost a single Byakugan that was stolen by Ao of Kirigakure after he managed to kill one of the members of the main branch during the Third Great Shinobi War. Therefore, the fact that someone gouged out the pair of Byakugan from Elder Asahi's eye sockets is very problematic. This is a very serious yet shameful event for the Hyuga clan. As such, Hayashi immediately ordered, blockade the entire Hyuga residence compound. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission. After giving such an order, Hayashi immediately walked towards the deeper parts of the forbidden section. The forbidden section not only houses the various secrets of the Hyuga clan, including its history, some forbidden jutsu, various secret treasure that have been collected and passed down through the generations, including many other things. But most of all, it also stores the scroll of birdcage Juinjutsu. If the scroll of birdcage Juinjutsu is stolen, then that will be a very problematic situation. The branch system within Hyuga clan has been going on for hundreds of years, and if someone gets his hands on that scroll, then he can cause chaos within the Hyuga clan. Chapter 330. After entering the deeper chamber inside the forbidden section, Hayashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The vault that stored the scroll of birdcage Juinjutsu wasn't opened by the intruder. It means that the scroll was not stolen. This is a blessing in the misfortune. After making sure that the scroll was not stolen, Hayashi further observed the vault to check if someone tried to steal this scroll. The size of the vault is not very big because there are not many things that are secretive enough to be stored here. The scroll of birdcage Juinjutsu is the only one. This vault is locked using a very complex seal. Only the patriarch and some of the senior elders of the main branch can release that seal. After his careful observation, Hayashi found traces of tempering on the seal, which means that some did try to break it. Which is the cause of the alarm being triggered. Although they failed, what's important is that someone really tried to break that seal. Meaning their goal of breaking into the forbidden section was indeed related to birdcage. Looking away from the vault, Hayashi further checked the other areas of the library. And soon he discovered that the shelf recording the millennium years long history of the Hyuga clan had been turned over. He walked quickly to the shelf and soon noticed that 3 scrolls were missing. What's more, all these 3 scrolls record the secrets of Byakugan as well as birdcage seal. The purpose of the intruder is very clear. Although he failed at obtaining the exact thing he needed, he did obtain some resources, muttered Hayashi. Ads by PubFuture. Finally confirming that nothing else was touched or stolen, Hayashi walked out of the forbidden section to the outer hall. By now, a lot of people have gathered outside. Some were examining the corpses of Hyuga Asahi as well as the 2 guards of the branch division. When they saw the patriarch coming through, one of the elders asked with a light murmur, "Is the scroll of birdcage Juinjutsu safe?" Hayashi nodded lightly. After getting an affirmative reply from Hayashi, the elders of the main family breathed a sigh of relief. Even though they know that breaking the seal of the vault is almost impossible, so it is very unlikely that that intruder managed to steal the scroll, but they couldn't help but worry, because if that scroll really gets stolen, then it would be very problematic. This is because the thief will get a method to control the lives of all members of the branch division, which is a serious threat, and this makes the elder shudder. At this time, Hayashi walked towards the corpse of Elder Asahi and asked, "What is the cause of Elder Asahi's death?" One of the shinobi of the branch division lifted the collar of Hyuga Asahi's, revealing a bite mark on the neck, and said, "Judging from the bite mark, it should be from the venom of a snake." "And the 2 guards?" asked Hayashi. Another Brock shinobi said, "Same reason." Hayashi frowned, "From a snake?" At this time, one of the elder ordered, the members of Branch Division leave the forbidden section for now. Hisashi asked angrily, what do you mean? Do you suspect that we of the Branch Division are responsible? When faced with Hisashi's question, this very elder was silent, but his eyes clearly showed his doubt and distrust towards the Branch Division. Needless to say, the intruder may have failed to steal the scroll of Birdcage. He did plant a seed of doubt and suspicion between the main family and the Branch Division. When Hayashi thought that the intruder did break into the forbidden section for the scroll of Birdcage, his expression turned cold and he ordered, Hisashi, leave. Ads by PubFuture. In the face of Hayashi's words, even Hisashi was helpless, and he had to lead the members of the Branch Division and leave the forbidden section. After all the members of the Branch Division were gone, Elder Haruto questioned Hayashi, the scroll of Birdcage is safe, but was something else stolen? Hayashi didn't conceal it and told everyone that some of the scrolls recording the history of Byakugan and Birdcage are missing, as well as the fact that someone tried to break the seal of the vault. Elder Haruto muttered, so the objective was indeed the scroll of Birdcage. Another elder, named Huga Kazuto said, I checked the list of visitors. No one outside of Hyuga clansmen has entered the residential area of main family today, so the intruder has to be someone of the Branch Division. Hayashi shook his head, it couldn't be so easy, do not forget what happened with my elder daughter a few years ago. Hayashi is not blindly covering the Branch Division, because if it really was someone of the Branch Division, then he would have been easily neutralized by Elder Asashur using Cagebird. After all, as long as the members of the Branch Division are nearby, there is always a resonance that those with control over Birdcage can perceive. So Elder Asahi must have perceived that particular member of Branch Division coming close as well as the death of the two guards. So the possibility of the Branch Division can be ruled out, at least the one directly responsible for the death of three cannot be a member of Branch Division. At this time, Elder Ado, who was observing the body of Elder Asahi, said, someone who can instantly kill Elder Asahi as well as two guards, and also uses snakes, don't these things remind of someone? Hayashi's face changed. You mean Orochimaru? Elder Ado nodded, yes, Orochimaru. Do not forget that Orochimaru attacked you at the time of his defection. I think everyone remembers that, right? Orochimaru did attack and stole some of Hayashi's cells before his defection. But Hyuga clan didn't make too big of an incident at that point, just informed Sandaime and Yondaime of that event. Hayashi asked Elder Ado, do you suspect someone of the Branch Division to be working with Orochimaru? Because he couldn't have sneaked here without being unnoticed. Elder Ado nodded, do not forget, Hyuga Kuroto was under Orochimaru, so it is possible that he is still working with Orochimaru. Hayashi thought about it a little, then shook his head. I am sure it couldn't have been Hyuga Kuroto, but someone else of the Branch Division may be working with Orochimaru. Although the culprit being Orochimaru in the first place is very less likely. But we cannot ignore the matter that there is indeed a traitor in the clan. This very traitor might be the same person who was responsible for helping those shinobi of Kumogakure sneak inside and almost kidnapped Hinata. The elders all thought about it and then nodded. Indeed, at that time too it was Hyuga Kuroto who saved Hyuga clan from big trouble, so it has to be the traitor. After pondering for a while, Hayashi said, I trust Hisashi and he wouldn't be the culprit either. Moreover, when this incident happened Hisashi was with me, so he can be ruled out. I will have Hisashi conduct an investigation. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 9. Peace.